Chapter 115 Solitary Confinement. Anna felt like she was being observed by Riddle like a monkey, and she was very unhappy, so she prepared to turn around so he wouldn't see her disheveled face. Unfortunately, just as she turned, her foot slipped, and she fell directly from the tree. "It's over, I'm definitely going to fall flat on my face this time, maybe even break my little foot." Anna simply closed her eyes in resignation, bracing herself for the pain she expected. But she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she felt like she had landed on a soft cushion. "Hiss! You're so heavy!" The boy's slightly displeased voice came from beneath Anna. The Dark Lord actually caught her? Looking at Riddle, who was clearly annoyed beneath her, Anna quickly scrambled up, almost crawling away. "Ah, thank you." However, the oil on her hands inevitably left a mark on Riddle's pristine white shirt. Seriously, even as a Dark Lord he always dressed so prim and proper. Now Anna dared not approach him even more, pulling up her choir nightgown and hiding among the crowd. But more than his clothes being dirtied, her action of hiding in the crowd displeased Riddle even more. "Come back! Where are you going?" Riddle also got up, dusting himself off. They were the same kind of people. They needed to be together. Thinking this, Anna's steps became heavy, and she couldn't move, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, likely his magic at play again. At such a young age, was his silent magic already so mature? So Anna was caught by Riddle, and she could only obediently follow him to an inconspicuous corner away from the crowd. But he was standing, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking very casual, while she couldn't. She was still flustered and kept squatting there, hugging her knees. Riddle probably felt that Anna was damaging his image, so he took off his jacket and placed it over her head. "It's all exposed." "What?" Anna looked down and only then realized he was talking about her exposure. Well, he probably wasn't above lifting girls' skirts either, right? Mistake. Later, as Anna had expected, Sister Mary cried hypocritically for them both, then was horrified to find the boy and girl, who should have been burned to death, appearing at the back of their group. It was known that the room that had caught fire earlier was their detention room, and the entire room had been burned beyond recognition, yet they were completely unharmed. Such a thing was truly too bizarre. So Anna and Riddle were locked in the small chapel she had visited before. Sister Mary punished them to copy the Bible in this chapel and repent for all their deeds before the crucifix. And no dinner. They would absolutely not be let out until they finished copying. Anna cried. How could she be so unlucky? There were so many words in the Bible, she would starve to death copying it. And that detestable Dark Lord actually very naturally handed his portion to her. "It's time to repay me," he said, then lay down on the bench, covering his face with his arm, preparing to sleep. "No way, I can't finish it." "Then don't write." Riddle's tone remained steady, not at all bothered by the possibility of starving to death. "Then we can't get out?" Actually, Anna could completely dismantle the door with her bare hands, but if she went out, how could she contact Dumbledore? She was penniless, but by staying with Riddle, she would eventually meet Dumbledore. Because she remembered that the person who led him into the wizarding world was Dumbledore. "By the way, how old are you?" "Older than you." "I know that, I mean, how many years old are you?" Anna always felt he was teasing her, so her tone was a bit higher than she intended, causing Riddle to open his eyes. "Don't forget who saved you. Your life is mine." These were words from Riddle's heart. He now completely considered Anna his possession, just like the snake he kept. Wait, where was the snake? He actually forgot about the snake. Riddle hadn't expected this little girl to have such a great influence on him, making him forget he had a pet. This time, that little flowered snake was probably in grave danger. But it didn't matter. She was much more interesting than that snake, and he could always find other snakes. Anna saw Riddle fall silent, and she too fell silent, wondering whether being treated as property by the Dark Lord was something to be happy about or to despair over. Anna simply opened the Bible and began copying word by word. Anyway, there was nothing else to do, and copying the Bible really could calm her heart. But her obedience made Riddle unable to stand it. She should only listen to him. Why should she heed that old hag's instructions? So as Anna wrote, the Bible, paper and pen under her hand flew out, turning into sparks in the air, which actually looked quite dazzling. "What do you want to do again?" Anna was very angry to see her hard work destroyed, Now she decided not to pay attention to him. You play by yourself. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. With each word, Riddle's face darkened a bit. Riddle sat up, looked at her deeply, then walked to the door, and no one knew what strange power he used, but the tightly locked door was opened so easily. Watching Riddle walk out without looking back, Anna struggled internally again. Should she follow him and make up, or stay here to avoid being punished more severely? Just as she hesitated, Riddle's figure reappeared at the door. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets and said impatiently, "Aren't you coming?" Anna now had her opening, but she was still pouting like a little pufferfish. Riddle watched her, and for some reason, he really wanted to bite her round cheeks. And he actually did it, pinching Anna's cheek. "Be more polite to me, if you want to live honestly." Riddle so easily forgave her offense, even he himself found it incredible. It was already midnight, and Riddle, familiar with the place, led Anna to the kitchen. He found a piece of meat. It must have been hidden by Sister Mary for herself, but she was unlucky to be discovered by Riddle. But he couldn't make a fire here, he would be discovered, so he took the meat, and the ever-present potatoes, and led Anna to the desolate graveyard behind the orphanage, which was also his favorite place to be. Chapter 116. Graveyard Picnic. This was a graveyard, of course, with many new graves and many neglected ones, where the grass grew waist-high. Desolation and chill were the dominant tones of the entire cemetery. From afar, eerie bird calls occasionally echoed, shrouding the whole graveyard in an even more terrifying aura. Riddle walked through it with a leisurely pace, as if strolling through his own park. He skillfully navigated left and right, found a new tombstone, and then collected a batch of offerings. Was he here to raid? Didn't he have meat and potatoes? Although it was strange, she had to admit his cooking was quite good. She somewhat wanted to eat his roasted meat. Eat! Riddle stuffed everything edible into his arms and even tossed an apple to Anna. He kicked everything else that wasn't edible to the side with his foot. Isn't that a bit bad? Anna quickly put the kicked items back in place. You'll be cursed by ghosts. For Anna, who was half Chinese at heart, she firmly believed in such things. No, they've all gone to hell long ago. How do you know? Anna completely ignored Riddle's explanation. Because he told me. Riddle pointed behind Anna. Anna thought he was teasing her again. He's right. They've all gone to hell long ago. Suddenly, a transparent, milky, white ghost emerged from Anna's chest, making her fall onto her bottom in terror beside the tombstone. Ghost. Ghost, ah. Although Anna was used to seeing ghosts at Hogwarts, she never expected a Muggle world graveyard to also house ghosts, and for one to appear so suddenly when she was already scared and feeling guilty, truly startled her. Did I scare you? What a coward. How could you find such a girlfriend? The ghost looked very disdainful, but his eyes were constantly on Anna, actually very happy to have someone to talk to. Who's his girlfriend? What's a girlfriend? Anna questioned. Riddle asked, drawing a hearty laugh from the ghost, who bent over laughing. She didn't know what he found so funny. But Anna got annoyed by his laughter and deliberately argued with him. You said they all went to hell, but that's a lie, isn't it? No, I never lie. Kid, tell him quickly. The ghost suddenly turned a ghostly blue. Anna had good reason to believe he was feeling guilty. She continued to twist the knife. They all went to heaven to reincarnate, didn't they? You're the only one who couldn't go, so you're just sour grapes. Anna's words made the ghost even angrier. His body's color actually turned fiery red. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. Tom, help! Anna could only appeal to the future Dark Lord now. As a result, that guy was poking a potato with a stick, extending it into the ghost's ghostly flame to roast it. Now you know. Fear? Riddle remained as calm as ever. Anna truly admired his composure. She didn't know what Riddle said to the ghost, but the raging entity, which had been boiling like water, actually returned to its original color and even obediently left. Anna quickly pressed close to Riddle's body. At this moment, only his human warmth could give her some comfort. But Riddle was completely unfazed by ghosts or spirits. He found a tombstone half buried in a pit to use as a stool and sat down. As if no one else was around, he gathered some wood, pulled out a box of matches from his pocket, lit them, and began to roast meat. Anna was almost in tears. Did they really have to picnic in a graveyard? She wanted to live a few more years. Before, following Fred and George was risking her life. Now, following the future Dark Lord, she was being played by fate. I know you like potatoes now. Riddle saw Anna's complex expression, raised an eyebrow, and waved the potato skewered on the stick in his hand. Anna said with a hint of grievance no. She liked roasted meat. Riddle roasted the meat while watching the girl curled up in a small ball, afraid of the gravestones yet even more afraid to be far from him, cowering there. Riddle didn't know why his once empty heart was suddenly filled with a sense of satisfaction. Of course, at that time, he didn't know what this feeling was, but he didn't dislike it. Eat. Riddle generously offered half a piece of roasted meat, without a word of complaint. He even thought that if she could always be this well behaved, keeping her wouldn't be impossible, just like keeping the little snake. She was small and didn't take up much space, nor did she eat much. Anna happily gnawed on Riddle's freshly roasted meat, unaware that Riddle's gaze towards her was filled with many emotions that neither of them understood. At this moment, Riddle completely regarded her as a companion, much like a pet. With food, Anna even forgot about the things she had to face. After eating her fill, Riddle pulled her to a river in the graveyard, where they lay on a tombstone to watch Xing Xing's star. Of course, she was standing and Riddle was lying down. But Riddle kept holding her hand, afraid she might secretly slip away. Just kidding, with Anna's courage, where would she dare to run off by herself? As the sky began to lighten slightly, and the dew rose, Riddle finally slowly led Anna back to the church where they were confined. Sister Mary, surprisingly, didn't notice their escape at all. Instead, she let them back in. Another newspaper was coming to interview about the fire, so the Bible recitation had to be performed again in the Great Hall. They were confined to the woodshed again. Of course, for Riddle, it was equivalent to being confined to the kitchen, as it was only separated by a door, so Anna once again enjoyed the most lavish breakfast she had in days. There were even 2 boiled eggs and 1 fried egg. Anna looked at Riddle's eager expression. He wouldn't think that as long as a disaster happened, it would attract newspaper reporters, and then he could secretly get good things to eat, would he? Regardless, Anna had filled her stomach, but Riddle couldn't stay idle. He actually started tormenting the rats in the woodshed again. He directed the rats to fight, from the stove to the window and then to the doorway. Riddle's eyes grew redder and redder, which Anna found quite amazing. So what the novels wrote was true. His eyes really did turn red like a rabbit's. You said, "Who's like a rabbit?" A dangerous, low voice emerged. Riddle's voice was actually starting to change. How old was he? Just over 10? It's me. Anna cursed herself. Why did she blurt out her thoughts again? Fortunately, her recovery was successful. Riddle even liked her description of him as a rabbit. He tugged Anna's ear. More like a pig. Chapter 117. Daily Life with the Devil. Anna actually slowly got used to spending every day with Riddle like this. Most of the time, he would flip through those few story books he had already worn out. Later, he discovered that Anna had never heard these stories, so Anna was forced to live a life of listening to him tell stories. And when he told stories, he insisted on adding his own interpretations, making the originally warm and harmonious fairy tales eerie and terrifying. Anna always ended up telling him a few horror stories to scare him. However, Riddle, who wasn't even afraid of ghosts, or rather, who didn't possess the emotion of fear at all, how could he be scared by Anna's petty tricks? He quickly learned to extrapolate, conceiving even more terrifying stories in his mind to tell Anna. So, by night Anna, who was much older than Riddle in terms of mental age, was actually so scared that she didn't dare to sleep alone. Riddle had a habit of reading before bed, but today was different. Inspired by Anna, he planned to write down all those stories so he wouldn't forget them, or perhaps he believed these good stories should be known by more people. So he leaned against the headboard and wrote. Anna sat by his bed, reluctant to return to her own bed for a long time. This was unusual, as normally Riddle would be sitting by her bed, pinching her cheeks, and then being kicked back by her shadowless leg. But now, as soon as she returned to her own covers, the slit-mouthed woman Riddle had just described would appear in her mind, reaching out from under the bed to grab her foot. Aren't you going to sleep? Anna thought, planning to sneak over and squeeze onto his bed once he was asleep. But Riddle directly pulled back his quilt, making space inside, accepting Anna, just as he accepted that little flowered snake. If you want to come in, hurry up. Don't disturb me. Riddle didn't even lift his head, engrossed in writing, but that gesture and figure were a bit cool. Anna stopped being reserved and conflicted, immediately kicked off her shoes, and burrowed into the future Dark Lord's covers. It was strange. Although the guy always gave off a cold feeling, his covers were unexpectedly warm. Anna pulled the quilt up to her chin, and let out a contented sigh, as if that gave her a sense of security. But Riddle's sudden no farting ruined her good mood. "You too!" Anna angrily tugged the quilt, rolled over, and completely wrapped herself in it. Riddle actually woke up shivering in the middle of the night. He looked at the guy in the corner, who was wrapped up so perfectly. Riddle was both annoyed and amused. How could he wrap himself so perfectly? Especially after he tried to snatch the quilt back to no avail, he became even more exasperated. He had never seen any girl with such great strength, strong as an ox. Having no choice, to avoid catching a cold, Riddle had to hug that big silkworm and fell asleep. So the next day, Riddle still caught a cold. His cold could be entirely blamed on Anna. Unfortunately, Anna was completely unaware of this, and she was also dealing with Riddle, who stubbornly refused to admit he was sick. "You have a cold." "No. Cough cough." "You're mistaken." Riddle felt a little dizzy, and his perpetually pale, sun-deprived cheeks flushed red. "But I heard you coughing." Anna pressed Riddle, who was trying to sit up, back down onto the bed. "I'm not sick." Although Riddle felt weak all over, his mouth was stubborn. Anna pulled the quilt over him and wrapped him up. All right. You're not sick." "I was mistaken." Why should she argue with a child? Lying in bed now, Riddle actually looked as fragile as a real child. Anna decided to secretly sneak into the kitchen to get some hot water for him to drink. She remembered that at home, they used to drink hot water for no particular reason. She also brought a few baked potatoes. There was nothing else he could bite into anyway. The most food she could find in the basket without being discovered was potatoes. Anna also got a cleaner towel, wet it, and placed it on Riddle's head. Although the towel smelled faintly of vegetables, it didn't matter. She firmly believed that the Dark Lord's nose couldn't smell it now. "Open your mouth." Anna placed a peeled potato in front of him. Riddle was about to open his mouth to refuse, but his mouth was stuffed with the entire potato. "I don't, ma'am." He almost choked on the potato and could only struggle to breathe smoothly. However, later, Riddle was very clear about his current physical condition. If he didn't eat something, it definitely wouldn't work, so he could only temporarily accept his pet's care. Later, he even got a bit addicted. Like a small pet feeding its owner, Riddle's eyes showed an added satisfaction when he looked at Anna. He decided that once he recovered, he must quickly make his pet's stomach strong. Perhaps one day, she could carry him, which wouldn't be difficult given her strength. "It's just she's too short." Riddle didn't expect that his wish for Anna to grow taller would never come true. Riddle's genes were truly powerful. After just one day, by that evening, Riddle had completely recovered his usual energy. The first thing he did was throw Anna onto the bed, getting his revenge for the daytime. However, he stuffed his own handkerchief into Anna's mouth. "Wait, I'll be right back." Riddle slipped out to find something to eat. At first, Anna thought he had gone to the kitchen to find potatoes, but she didn't expect him to have slipped off to the cemetery again to stock up. This time he actually brought back a whole chicken. "Eat." Riddle waved his hand, letting Anna enjoy it, as if rewarding her loyalty. He even reached out and patted Anna's head encouragingly. Anna no longer cared if his attitude was strange. This was what she deserved. She immediately began to feast. Besides reading, telling stories, and playing go-bang that Anna taught him, they would also spar with magic together. Every time, to leave a good impression of her father in Riddle's mind, Anna first educated Riddle about magic. "You mean magic?" "Yes. It's like in The Witch and Little Red Riding Hood." Riddle was still writing his story while responding to Anna, thinking she was talking about magic in stories. "It's real magic. We both have it." Anna was frustrated. She wished she had learned more magic. Unfortunately, it was said that much of her magic power was sealed by Grindelwald, and Neville's grandmother had told her this, because her grandson was in the same situation. That's why Neville always had trouble controlling his magic in the lower grades. And Neville's grandmother had specifically told her this to quickly build a relationship with her. Chapter 118. Muggle Market. Riddle had a premonition, but when Anna said it, he was still a little incredulous. At the same time, he couldn't contain his excitement and soon accepted his identity as a wizard. He deliberately didn't acknowledge Anna, just to glean more knowledge about the Ministry of Magic. Anna thought that he would find out sooner or later, and perhaps knowing now would lessen his anticipation for Dumbledore, preventing future resentment. Though she told Riddle all about Hogwarts and Diagon Alley. Now, the person who used to tell bedtime stories until her throat was dry had changed roles. It was now the two of them huddled under one blanket, with Riddle pinching her soft little tummy while listening to her stories, often asking profound questions she had never considered. Can I go back to my own bed to sleep? If I get sick again, Will you take responsibility? Then stop pinching my tummy. Anna shoved Riddle's hand away. He moved it, then placed it on her cheek. I fed you. I'm pinching my roasted meat. Riddle's words left Anna without a valid excuse. To get her to tell stories, Riddle had gone to great lengths to make her several meals of roasted meat. She felt indebted, and she still wanted more, so. Then no pinching my face. I'll drool. It's fine, you already drool. Riddle recalled his pillow being soaked by her drool inside. He still had to figure out a solution himself. Fortunately, his solution was to bully other children into washing it for him. It was then that Anna realized why Riddle always had a continuous supply of circulating goods, even after his previously cherished treasures were burned. Things like wooden toy guns that couldn't shoot bullets, tattered story books, half-used crayons, untouched sausages, and small cards from who knows where. Sometimes Riddle would even find her rag dolls. Although they were missing limbs, they were especially precious in that place because their size made them difficult to hide. Riddle's threats were truly effective. Sometimes just a look could make a child cry. Anna couldn't help but exclaim, if you had children they definitely wouldn't like you. Children? No need. I already have one. You. Riddle felt like raising her was no different from raising a child, right? He fed her, played with her, put her to sleep, and even had to back her up by dealing with all the boys who wanted to bully her. In fact, those people Riddle called bullying Anna weren't trying to bully her at all. Given Anna's appearance, some people really wanted to play with her, and even refused to believe she was the devil Sister Mary spoke of, thinking she was controlled by Tom Riddle and forced to play with him. So there were always one or two little boys full of righteousness who would come to give Anna food or comfort her through the door, telling her not to worry. They would try their best to persuade Sister Mary to let her out. Sometimes they would even deliberately seek out Anna when Riddle was napping, but every time, Riddle heard it and remembered it. Consequently, those boys all suffered misfortunes. Some inexplicably fell down the stairs, others had burn marks on their bodies, and some suddenly developed persistent high fevers. All at once, the area outside Anna's door became much quieter. Anna had no idea when Riddle went out to exact his revenge, but he did take her out several more times. Once he even took her to wander around the market outside. For this, he even somehow acquired 2 sets of decent-looking clothes that, at least when worn, made them look less like choir children. They looked more like clothes children from ordinary families would wear to church service. Put them on and follow me. Riddle, as usual, threw the clothes onto Anna's head. Where are we going? Are we not coming back? Anna didn't want to leave, otherwise, how would Dumbledore find them? But thankfully, she was overthinking it. Riddle just wanted to take him out for a stroll. You can stay here by yourself, Riddle said, once again using his magic to open the locks. Wait for me. Anna instantly made her choice. Only by following the Dark Lord was there a chance to encounter Dumbledore. So she quickly changed her clothes and followed his steps. Somehow, the entire orphanage was unusually quiet today. Later, they found out that the entire orphanage had gone to the adjacent Central Elementary School to participate in a choir competition, except for the 2 of them. So Riddle, who had received the news in advance, also wanted something to do. He secretly took 2 sets of performance costumes, which was enough for Anna and him. The orphanage, competing in the choir at the adjacent Central Elementary School, was in a pitiful state, missing 2 children on stage because their costumes couldn't be found. But by then, Riddle was already dragging Anna by the sleeve, shopping at the market. People at this time were exceptionally simple and honest. Even though they suffered from the war, they remained optimistic. There were vendors selling homemade honey, handmade soap, and bread baked in open-air ovens. The dinging of bicycle bells on the street, mixed with the shouts of news vendors and the cries of a lost child searching for her mother, made Riddle frown deeply. Anna didn't notice, her attention drawn to a stall selling second-hand antiques, where she saw a particularly beautiful antique brooch and a music box with jewels. Riddle, realizing Anna was lost, became extremely agitated. As his mood fluctuated, disturbances began to appear in the market. Beer barrels inexplicably exploded, duck cages were opened, or the fire in the stoves shot up a meter high. Fortunately, he finally found the small figure squatting in front of the antique stall, looking left and right. In that instant, Riddle's anger subsided, and he stood behind Anna. Get up. Tom, what's wrong? Anna still hadn't realized that Riddle and she had gotten separated. Seeing her confusion, Riddle simply picked her up himself. Stick close to me. Oh, Anna, feeling inexplicably yelled at, was very unhappy, yet she didn't know Riddle was deliberately creating chaos. His hand behind her had already quietly reached for the brooch on the stall, the very one Anna had been staring at. Later, when Anna saw him take out that brooch to exchange it for money, her eyes went wide. When did he do that? It was too magical, wasn't it? Even she, who had been standing right beside him, hadn't noticed. Judging by the direction, shouldn't he have given her this brooch? Why did he sell it? Riddle seemed to sense Anna's longing for the brooch, and he shook the banknotes in his hand. If you like it, get it yourself. Then he walked towards the ice cream stall. Anna was a little disappointed. She took one last look at the brooch. Yes, how could the Dark Lord possibly give her something like that? But who would have thought that when they snuck back into their room that evening with a pile of delicious treats, that very brooch miraculously appeared on Anna's pillow. Tom, did you do this? Anna felt Riddle was increasingly mysterious and divine. No wonder some people would follow him to their deaths. His abilities were too strong. Riddle sat back on his bed, opened his storybook and said faintly, who knows? Chapter 119, Dumbledore and Riddle. The longer Anna spent with Riddle, the more she felt like he was raising her as a pet. Although her life was not in danger, and she even inexplicably felt a sense of being favored, she still missed her time at Hogwarts. She wondered when she would be able to return to the wizarding world. Without a TV computer or even a phone to play with, she was truly bored. Moreover, she had to deal with the future Dark Lord, who would act erratically from time to time. For instance, recently, he had been acting as if he were on his period, restless and agitated. He would either meditate absent-mindedly, staring out the window, or stay up late, pinching her belly until she woke up, or suddenly let out strange howls in the middle of the night. Frightened, Anna simply rolled back to her own bed to sleep. She was afraid Riddle would turn into a werewolf and bite her to death in the middle of the night. Later, Anna understood that it was his 11th birthday. Although Riddle knew nothing about his family or parents, he deeply knew the date of his birthday, because it was also the day his birth mother died and abandoned him. Therefore, only at this time each year would his mental state fluctuate slightly. This year was even more so. However, Anna was overjoyed to learn this news because it meant Dumbledore was about to appear, and finally, she could reconnect with the wizarding world. But she couldn't show it. She could only obediently stay in his arms on Riddle's birthday night, pretending to be a soulmate, letting him squeeze her stomach until she couldn't breathe. At that time, Anna kept comforting herself, just a little longer, I'll see Dumbledore soon. I'll have a backer. Sure enough, early the next morning, she met Dumbledore again. They were awakened by urgent knocking. Sister Mary was using her loudest voice to remind them to get up quickly, as a distinguished guest had arrived. Riddle woke up from his dream, glaring with an extremely malicious look through the small observation window. Sister Mary was again scared into a cold sweat, muttering curses, and slammed the small door shut. Anna perked up when she heard the word distinguished guest and quickly slipped out from under Riddle's arm, starting to rummage through her belongings to find the treasures she had hidden. These included the things Riddle had given her over the days, including the brooch. Because Anna was afraid these items might one day be discovered by Sister Mary, which could lead to eternal indelible shame, she carefully hid them. But now that Dumbledore had arrived, she could take those things with her. Riddle looked at his empty embrace, his voice a little hoarse, she won't come in. He still thought Anna was worried about Sister Mary's provocations. Anna was too lazy to explain to him, until Dumbledore's knock and entry filled Riddle with hostility towards him. This made all of Anna's painstaking efforts go to waste. She had originally wanted to temper Riddle's expectations of Dumbledore, thereby reducing his future resentment towards Dumbledore. If he didn't admire Dumbledore, didn't want to gain his trust, then there wouldn't be that disappointment, that hatred born of love. Unfortunately, the first thing Dumbledore did upon entering was to pick up Anna, making Riddle regard Dumbledore as an enemy from that moment on, a person who could snatch away the only thing that belonged to him. Anna, what are you doing here? Dumbledore couldn't believe his eyes. He only knew that the Ministry of Magic had reported a child here with immense magical potential, often deliberately causing accidents, keeping the people at the Ministry of Magic extremely busy. But he never expected that his daughter, whom he had been searching for, was right beside him. He could appear safely before him. Dumbledore's eyes reddened again, and he was on the verge of tears, holding Anna. Riddle was very displeased that someone was holding his pet. Hey, let her go. Riddle even pulled out a dagger, and just as he was about to stab, Dumbledore raised his hand and touched him somewhere, making him go limp and collapse onto the bed. "What did you do to me?" A hint of panic finally appeared on Riddle's face. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. That feeling of powerlessness and frustration came hand in hand, making his gaze towards Dumbledore filled with animosity. Dumbledore adjusted his mood and sat on the edge of the bed with her, placing Anna on his lap, never letting go of his embrace. He kindly took off his hat and placed it on Anna's head. "You must be Tom Riddle. Thank you for taking care of Anna. I am her father." "You have a dad?" This time, a feeling of being deceived made Riddle glare at Anna with hatred. "Of course I do, otherwise how would I have come to be?" Anna, emboldened by Dumbledore's protection, suddenly became much braver. "You have a mom too?" Riddle's voice was even louder. I won't tell you." Anna couldn't exactly say she didn't have a mom, but had two dads. Riddle turned his head away from her, directing his anger at Dumbledore. "Get out quickly, you're not welcome here." Unfortunately, his words were interrupted by Dumbledore. "That's a real shame. I thought you would be very eager to join the wizarding world." At these words, both Anna and Riddle paused. How well did he know Anna to know that she would definitely introduce the wizarding world to Riddle? And Riddle was indeed full of curiosity about the wizarding world. "Why should I believe you?" "I believe you must have encountered some magical, but unexplainable things." "I have too, and I am a professor who teaches students how to control this power. We have a school called Hogwarts, and you are one of the chosen students." "What about her?" Riddle almost blurted out. "What about Anna?" Then, he suddenly felt foolish and simply closed his mouth. She had her own father, so she certainly didn't need him to worry. "Of course, she's with me," Dumbledore revealed very solemnly, and incidentally demonstrated to Riddle how to burn a cabinet and then restore it. Riddle believed him, or rather he preferred to stay with Anna, so he agreed to leave with Dumbledore. Dumbledore had initially planned to take Riddle when school started, only coming today to investigate the situation, but having found Anna, he would take them both now. Chapter 120, New Wand. This was Riddle's first attempt at apparition, and it was clear that even he, who was usually calm, was inwardly nervous, because he grabbed Anna's ankle. Oh, and Anna was still being held by Dumbledore, who had one hand on Riddle's shoulder. So Anna clearly felt Riddle's unease. Her ankle was almost crushed by him. But with the scenery constantly shifting, she dared not speak, fearing she might bite her tongue. Thus, she could only glare at Riddle with all her might amidst the turbulence, but she only saw his pair of crimson, excited eyes staring intently at her, like an eagle spotting the vast, boundless sky. Anna really wanted to kick him in the face and give him a piece of her mind, but then she thought about potentially being crushed by the wheels of history, so she decided against it. Finally, Dumbledore brought them to a corner of Diagon Alley, subtly shifting Anna's arm to block Riddle's hand. "Welcome to the wizarding world, Tom." Dumbledore walked ahead, carefully putting Anna down and holding her hand, preparing to introduce the wizarding world to Riddle. Riddle found Dumbledore holding Anna's hand particularly jarring. Shouldn't he be holding his own pet? So Riddle walked around to Anna's other side, all right, and domineeringly took her hand as well. "What are you holding me for?" Anna felt Riddle had become even stranger after Dumbledore appeared. Why was he always glaring at Riddle with hostile eyes? He hadn't done anything yet, had he? And his displayed abilities should have been enough to pique his interest. "Afraid you'd get lost again," Riddle pulled Anna closer to him. Dumbledore looked down and carefully observed Riddle. "It seems, Tom, you really do like Anna." "No," the boy coldly rejected Dumbledore's words, but he didn't let go of Anna's hand, his eyes constantly surveying the marvelous wizarding world. Then Riddle whispered something in a voice only Anna could hear. "I will make the entire wizarding world remember me," with the ambition and fearlessness of a newborn calf. If anyone else had heard it, they would have simply smiled, thinking the child was naive or perhaps marveling at the exuberance of youth. But Anna looked at his resolute profile, and knew that what he said was true, that he would even make everyone in the world know his formidable name. Anna couldn't smile anymore, knowing that what he planned was not a good thing for the world, so she began to wonder if her presence and actions had changed Riddle's life in any way. Anna dared not gamble on what the future world would become. She averted her gaze and followed closely beside Riddle, hoping she wouldn't be caught in the eddies of history. Dumbledore had been observing Riddle and found that he indeed had a deep affection for Anna, just as he had imagined, though he himself was not yet aware of it. So, in Dumbledore's heart, Riddle inexplicably gained a few points. Of course, Dumbledore's expectations of Riddle also gradually increased. But neither of them knew what happened. After they left today, Dumbledore simply took Riddle to Ollivander's wand shop to choose a wand, and Anna knew this was another moment destined for the history books. However, she also knew that his wand selection was another highly dangerous event, so she quickly burrowed into Dumbledore's arms. Therefore, in Riddle's eyes, his pet favored the old man even more, so when choosing a wand, he was filled with resentment, making its destructive power even more terrifying. Help! Anna felt that everywhere his gaze landed was chaos. The wand boxes on the old shelves fell directly to the ground, scattering everywhere. The ceiling was charred black by the incendio that had just erupted, and there was still some water on the floor. Fortunately, Anna had hidden behind Dumbledore early. Dumbledore had preemptively blocked those dangers a meter away from them during the magical outbursts. Dumbledore greatly enjoyed being trusted and relied upon by his precious daughter. He draped an arm over Anna's shoulder, quietly observing Riddle's performance. Watching Riddle grow increasingly irritable, Anna felt like hiding outside. It was simply too frightening, and her legs were numb from standing. So Anna said from the side, "I want to go to the restroom first." "All right then." Dumbledore was about to accompany Anna and say goodbye to Riddle, but the boy suddenly stopped what he was doing, turned to Anna, and said eerily, "I am going too." "Huh?" Anna was speechless. How could she not shake him off? Dumbledore was also surprised for a moment, but he quickly composed himself. "It seems you two really have a strong bond, so strong that they even go to the restroom together." Anna found it somewhat hard to accept, and she followed behind Riddle, looking disheveled and dejected, feeling like she had aged several years from exhaustion. But Riddle, having stepped out for a breather, felt his mood brighten considerably. Indeed, it was his little pet who could soothe him. Anna walked to the restroom door, just about to slip into the ladies' side, when Riddle slapped a wet handkerchief on her face. He was actually wiping her face, though his movements were more like he was cleaning a car. Anna was confused, but Riddle's mood became even more cheerful, so much so that when they returned, Riddle quickly succeeded. The pure white holy light illuminated the surroundings. Riddle's black hair was completely blown back, and his eyes were astonishingly cold. The moment he succeeded, he immediately looked at Anna. Anna also glanced at him, but the energy in his eyes was too strong for her to handle, so she quickly looked away at Dumbledore and even found a topic of conversation. "Anna wants a wand too." Dumbledore patted Anna's head and promised that on her 11th birthday, he would definitely bring Anna a perfect wand. However, before that, Anna still received a modified toy wand. That wand could cast simple magic like the levitation charm and incendio, which made Anna extremely happy. She felt incredibly powerful all of a sudden, her back straightened, like a freed surf singing a song, and she even gained confidence in front of Riddle. This time, when Riddle leaned over to pinch her cheek, Anna mercilessly used incendio. "Pratigo!" Riddle blocked it back instantly. Anna was stunned. She had been in the wizarding world for so long. When did he learn that? "How do you know that?" "I learned it." Riddle shook the new textbook in his hand, as if it were perfectly normal. "You don't?" All right, Anna could only marvel at Riddle's strong learning talent. He just read it and knew it? As Dumbledore and Grindelwald's child, she shouldn't be so bad, should she? Could it really be as Neville's grandmother said, that her abilities were sealed? Chapter 121, Return Again. They returned to Hogwarts through the leaky cauldron. It was already night, and there were few people in the corridors, but the portraits on the walls became incredibly excited upon seeing Anna running between different portraits to spread the news. Even the fat lady of Gryffindor abandoned her duty of opening the door and squeezed into the great hall. "What? Dumbledore brought back another illegitimate child?" "No, it's Anna. Anna is back." "Wonderful. Baby Anna is back. She's really grown up. About 6 years old, I suppose?" "I'm actually almost 8. Anna found it a bit hard to say. Adding up her previous and current ages, she was at least 8, yet she was still mistaken for 6. How short was she really? "That's right, Anna, she's back." Dumbledore proudly and happily held Anna's hand, showcasing her health and return. but Riddle seemed somewhat annoyed. He held back until Dumbledore turned to find the current principal to discuss Riddle's early arrival at Hogwarts. Only then did he corner Anna on a chair and ask her quietly, "They all seem to know you." These unexpected pieces of information, too many beyond Riddle's control, made him uneasy and irritable. In his mind, they were mutually dependent companions, yet now it seemed everyone but him knew about this companion's past, even those inanimate objects, those portraits. Originally, Riddle should have been very interested in the moving, talking portraits, but because of Anna, he now felt a bit repulsed by the portraits constantly staring at them. Riddle lost control for a moment, and the magic within him surged, lifting the ink on the table into the air and splashing it onto the portraits. The portraits screamed and fled their frames, hiding in other paintings, continuing to whisper. Anna felt a little uneasy and slipped out from his elbow. "Otherwise, was I born from a rock? I have a home and Hogwarts is my home." But when Anna subconsciously spoke this sentence, she didn't even notice how much she identified with her identity and considered Hogwarts her home. Riddle became a bit emotional. "Then what about me?" He almost questioned Anna about what he was, but it seemed too sappy to say, as if he was begging the girl to get close to him. He didn't need to and never would. Anna guessed what he wanted to say and was a bit speechless. She hadn't expected him to consider her so important. It was an incredible outcome. She also didn't want to hurt Tom's feelings, as he had indeed been good to her. "We were friends, Tilda." Even she felt a little guilty hearing her own trembling voice. But Riddle smiled, proudly lifting his chin, and told Anna with a condescending yet sincere tone, "Remember your words." It seemed he had temporarily let Anna off the hook. Anna really wanted to shout to him, "Remember your words. Don't forget her when the war is about to break out." Just as Riddle was about to coerce Anna into living with him, Dumbledore returned, bringing Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was very young and beautiful at this time, making Anna's eyes light up, and she couldn't help but rush into her arms. She still remembered the hardships Professor McGonagall endured in her youth, and she wondered if she had started, or was currently enduring them. She felt very sorry for her, and she missed her very much. "Anna." Riddle quickly pulled her back. "Don't be rude." He also bowed to Professor McGonagall. Now he was gradually beginning to display his hypocritical gentlemanly demeanor. He needed to gain a foothold at Hogwarts. He also needed to become a part of Anna's circle, and then establish their social circle. So Riddle did not live with Anna. He politely suggested it, but Dumbledore refused, citing the difference between genders. To maintain his persona, Riddle had no choice but to give up, then looked back at Anna and Dumbledore and raised his question. "Will you sleep with Anna?" "Of course not. Not." He would definitely coax Anna to sleep, and then hold her as she slept. However, Dumbledore wouldn't openly reveal it. He still needed to give Anna some face. The little girl was growing up and knew how to be shy. "Then we'll see you tomorrow." Riddle then made a forced agreement with Anna, insisting that she meet him. "Okay, see you tomorrow." To appease Riddle, Anna could only agree for now. Tomorrow's matters would be dealt with tomorrow. Riddle only turned and left after hearing Anna's affirmative reply, resisting the urge to look back at her, and followed Professor McGonagall to his living quarters. Anna finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least her life was saved, and the plot hadn't deviated too wildly. Dumbledore seemed to have a lot to say to her, talking until she fell asleep. However, it seemed Dumbledore was secretly trying to pry information about Riddle from Anna's mouth. Anna didn't dare to say much, fearing that the more she said, the more mistakes she would make. She even hesitated when Dumbledore asked, "Does Anna like Brother Tom?" Finally, she replied, "We're friends." Their interactions were indeed those of friends, or at least they should be. The next morning, Anna's cheek was dampened by a hot tear. She opened her eyes to see several house elves with bulging eyes and long ears looking at her with immense affection, each filled with tears, and she heard crying and wailing in her ears, "Woo woo woo woo. Grandfather, Anna is finally back. You can rest assured." "Wow, Princess Anna is so thin. She must have suffered a lot. Woo woo woo." "Stop, don't cry anymore." Anna had a headache from their crying. She wasn't dead yet. So when Riddle appeared, his downturned mouth immediately sent those house elves into a panic, and they all vanished instantly. Only Riddle, who had come to wake Anna, remained, his face displeased as he questioned Anna. "What were those things?" "Ah, house elves. They're also my nannies." "Which one?" He wanted to get rid of it. "All of them, I guess." She wasn't too clear about their shift system. Those who did well in the kitchen probably got to take care of her, right? Riddle was speechless and decided to go to the library soon to research what those things were and how to eliminate those lowly creatures. How did you get in? Anna sat up. She had slept very well last night because she was tired, but Riddle had some dark circles under his eyes, so he was the only one who had insomnia. Because of overthinking? At this, Riddle became completely angry, stopped speaking, and turned to leave. He was waiting for Anna to follow, but unfortunately he was going to be disappointed. Chapter 122, Daily Study. Anna slowly got up. She wasn't worried about missing mealtime at all. After all, at Hogwarts, she could always get delicious food specially made for her by house elves whenever she wanted. Even now, as she sat on the edge of the bed, a house elf slipped her slippers onto her feet. One house elf's hand was stroking her head, then it was swatted away by another hand and replaced by a house elf holding a comb to brush her hair. So when Riddle convinced himself to turn back and look for her, he saw Anna being waited on like a lord, sprawled out in a big X shape, with house elves massaging her limbs. "Get down here!" Riddle's booming shout made the house elves scatter and flee, as it was probably still breakfast time, and some of them had secretly come to Anna. What is it?" Anna was just getting comfortable when Riddle interrupted her. She sat up, a little displeased. "Time to eat." That's right, Riddle couldn't find the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall had forgotten to tell him, and Dumbledore was even busier. Originally, a house elf had been assigned to guide Riddle. Unfortunately, that house elf neglected its duty and came to guard Anna instead. But now, under Riddle's silent but powerful gaze, Anna led him to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Anna looked at her small hand, tightly gripped, and wondered if he was afraid she would run away. Riddle's attention was quickly drawn to the unfamiliar sights, watching the moving staircases and the ceiling of the Great Hall that resembled an outdoor sky. Suppressing his excitement, he quietly asked Anna questions. Anna told him what she knew, and for what she didn't know or was too lazy to explain, she suggested he go to the library. So Anna quickly regretted her laziness. Because Riddle was so eager for knowledge about the wizarding world, he spent most of the time before the start of term in the library, and Anna was always brought along to study with him there. Dumbledore was initially a little worried that Anna would be bored, but he was very busy and didn't feel comfortable leaving Anna alone, so he tacitly allowed Riddle to take Anna to study. Now Anna even started to miss her life in the orphanage. At least, she still had some time to herself. But now, she could only be forced to study with the future Dark Lord and accept his guidance. Now, Anna finally understood Riddle's hobbies. Besides reading and researching the dark arts, it was to educate her to become outstanding. For example, today, Anna once again received yesterday's test paper corrected by Riddle, covered with circles and crosses and Riddle's diligent and elegant annotations. "Copy the mistakes 5 times. Riddle at this moment was the image of a strict professor. Though he was still a child who had just turned 11, he already wielded that kind of intimidating authority with terrifying skill. His demeanor reminded Anna of Snape. No wonder he could become his right-hand man. They were practically the same type of teacher. "I need to go to the toilet." "Hurry." Riddle stood up, about to follow her. Anna thought her escape plan for today seemed to have fallen through again, but then things took a turn. Just as Anna thought she would have to continue with Riddle's assigned homework, the librarian called Riddle to run an errand. Riddle's displeased expression flashed for only 0.5 seconds before his mood quickly changed. All right. He transformed into that humble and polite young man. He couldn't refuse. Riddle took the letter and turned to ask Anna, "Can you hold on?" He seemed ready to make her wait for him. Anna shook her head. Was her chance here? Riddle had no choice but to let her go to the restroom by herself. "Don't run around. Go quickly and come back quickly. I'll be timing you." "Got it." As Riddle turned and left, Anna happily jumped up. These days, Anna had been searching for that painting. She firmly believed that her transmigration must be related to the necklace in the painting, and as long as she found the painting, she might be able to go back. Who would want to grow up with the Dark Lord? Was she suicidal? She hadn't even properly enjoyed her student days yet. With this thought, Anna quickened her pace, even starting to ask house elves and ghosts to help her. Unfortunately, that time the ghosts all blocked her path, wanting to talk to her more, which delayed her for quite some time. And the house elves? They thought Anna wanted a necklace, so they all pulled out their family heirlooms or antique necklaces they got from who knows where. Some even directly sent her to the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Anna was shocked. So that was the room where things could be hidden. It was truly breathtaking. The piles of lost items, accumulated over so many years, were so numerous that Anna was dazzled. But it really seemed like a place where treasures could be found. Beautiful jewelry boxes, notebooks with magical spells that probably contained a girl's secrets, music boxes that played music on their own, and a vanishing cabinet. Anna, like a scavenger, happily rummaged for treasures among these goodies. Soon, she found a spatial bag, just like Hermione's in the original story, enchanted with space-expanding magic to hold more than its visual capacity. She just didn't know if it could hold cargo like Newt's ancestral briefcase. Thinking of Newt, Anna wondered how old he was now, if he was doing well, and if he had met his destined partner. At this moment, the door to the room of requirement, which had originally disappeared, quietly reappeared. However, this time, after the door opened, a house elf was thrown inside. Then, Riddle slowly stepped one foot in after ensuring the room was safe. Riddle saw the fellow happily sifting through trash on the junk pile and felt his forehead tighten, his veins bulging. "I remember telling you not to run around." Riddle's sudden words startled Anna, and she slipped, sliding directly down a treasure-filled slope. This time Anna didn't land on top of Riddle. Instead, she landed steadily in Riddle's arms. "What exactly are you doing?" Riddle's voice was deep and dangerous, and his footsteps were very steady as he descended the slope. When did you arrive?" Anna was surprised by Riddle's rapid growth. He was already so strong. She was also curious how he found this place. These days, Riddle had eaten the most abundant food of his life, right during his growth spurt. As a result, in just 1 month, he had grown much stronger and taller. Catching Anna's small frame was effortless for him. "That's thanks to your little friend. You've read this far. Hurry and check if you've rated and commented for me. Love you all, Tilda." Chapter 123, Secret Base. "That's thanks to your little friend." Riddle recalled the house elf he had just coerced. He had just casually used Dumbledore's name, and the house elf had obediently brought him to Anna. "Who?" Anna still looked confused. "You'll find out." Riddle set Anna down on the ground and began to survey the room. "So, where exactly is this? You still haven't answered my question." Seeing that the matter couldn't be kept secret, Anna simply told Riddle about the room of requirement. He would find out sooner or later anyway, because one of his Horcruxes had once been hidden here. "The room of requirement? Interesting, but what are you doing here?" Even though Riddle was particularly interested in this room, he couldn't forget his original intention. He wouldn't allow her to hide anything from him. "Actually, I wanted to prepare a birthday present for you." "I didn't give you anything when it was your birthday." Anna put her little brain to work, talking and pulling things out of the spatial bag she had just found. She remembered she had just pulled out a book about vampires. She had originally intended to read it as a storybook, but maybe Riddle would be interested, so that's it. Unfortunately, that spatial bag couldn't fully grasp the thoughts in Anna's head. She pulled out an antique crown, glittering gold. Not this one. Under Riddle's slightly expectant gaze, Anna pulled out another beautiful mirror, but its intricate patterns didn't look like something to give a boy. "No, not this one, really. Let me look again." Anna was a little flustered. Riddle's grin grew wider and wider. Usually at this point, someone would be unlucky, but given that there was no one nearby, the unlucky person was very likely herself. "Is that so?" Riddle walked past Anna. He needed to divert his attention, otherwise his complex expression would be hard to control. She was actually going to give him a gift? Riddle had never received a gift, and no one had ever thought of celebrating his birthday. "You don't need to give me a gift." Riddle grabbed a long pole-like object from the pile of items nearby, flustered from the inside out, not knowing what it was for, just feeling that holding something could make him feel more stable. But he had no idea that his unintentional action would completely pull down the pile of sundries that was taller than their heads. In the instant those items fell, Riddle turned and pushed Anna out, but he himself was crushed under the sliding items. Even worse, Riddle was hit in the head by a falling sharp object, and his forehead immediately began to bleed. Anna was at a loss due to this sudden danger, but she still subconsciously wanted to save him. "Are you all right, Tom? Don't come over." Riddle immediately sternly stopped her from coming, because he knew it could continue to collapse at any time. "I can, myself." Riddle covered his wound with one hand and began to carefully clear the items pressing on him with the other. At the same time, a storm raged in his heart. He would actually sacrifice himself for someone else. This really wasn't like his own style. Just as Riddle was feeling depressed, Anna had already walked over and started clearing the things off him. She was worried that Riddle would ask her to call for help, but she didn't want to expose the room of requirement, so she could only temporarily inconvenience Riddle. But apparently, Riddle didn't appreciate her kindness and began to roar at Anna to leave. "Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of here. Don't say that, aren't we friends? Friends should help each other." Anna poked Riddle's hand that was covering his wound, and said as she pulled out her handkerchief, wanting to help him stop the bleeding. Riddle subconsciously let go, quietly looking at the gentle little hand above his head, and said coolly, "Then we are not friends anymore." "It's too late." Anna was so annoyed by his ingratitude that she quietly pressed his wound. Riddle gasped in pain, but he didn't make any sound. However, Riddle retaliated by biting Anna's slender, white arm. "Hissed Tilda, are you a dog?" Although Anna wasn't hurt by the bite, the insult was extremely strong. Riddle released his mouth, and suddenly his mood improved greatly. "I warned you." He seemed to love this kind of love-hate relationship with Anna. "Madman!" Anna released her hand. Riddle pressed his hand back to the wound, which was no longer bleeding as much. Anna continued to deal with the debris on Riddle and quickly dug him out. After this incident, Riddle completely moved their activity area to the room of requirement. After trying it once, Riddle completely mastered the characteristics of the room of requirement. Sometimes, it would be their private library, or it could be a fully equipped potion room with cauldrons, or it could be a fighting room with large mirrors and sandbags, or even a modern kitchen with pots, pans and stoves, like the Muggle kind. That's right, Anna really missed the roasted meat Riddle made, so Riddle would reward her with a meal of roasted meat when she excelled in her homework. After all, the book said that pets also needed extra care. Thus, their days passed uneventfully but extraordinarily, until the start of school. Before school started, Riddle received his school uniform. He even used a shrinking charm to alter one of his uniforms into a smaller size for Anna, but he was very certain and directly changed Anna's uniform into a Slytherin uniform. "How do you know I'm a Slytherin? Maybe I'm a Ravenclaw." "Impossible." Riddle put down the needle and thread in his hand. He even made Anna a dark green and black hairband to match her uniform skirt. God knows why he was so good at needlework, even able to change uniform pants into a skirt. Among all the houses here, Ravenclaw is the most impossible. Riddle's serious words were hurtful, but it was true. Anna's magic control was astonishingly poor, but she had also confirmed with Dumbledore that there was indeed a seal in her body. Dumbledore was trying to find a way to break the seal for her. Fortunately, she still had a few years before school, and now that it was discovered, she should be able to use magic normally in her first year. "Who said that?" "I can do it." Anna was very unconvinced. Who wanted to go to Slytherin? To continue being tormented by him? If it weren't for his good cooking, his handsome looks, and the fact that he would be a great Dark Lord in the future, she would have already fallen out with him. "I said so. You can only go to Slytherin. Otherwise, how could they be together?" Chapter 124. Branches and New Friends. So when Riddle appeared in the line of first years at the opening ceremony, pulling Anna, who was wearing a mini Slytherin uniform, Dumbledore's usually kind smile stiffened slightly. Was this really his precious little darling? However, thinking that if her father were at Hogwarts, he couldn't imagine any house other than Slytherin suitable for him, Dumbledore quietly took off his glasses, rubbed his brow, and then put his glasses back on, resuming his original affectionate demeanor. "Come, Anna, come to Papa." Dumbledore waved to Anna, and Anna vigorously shook off Riddle's iron, vice-like hand. "Good luck," she said, and then Anna ran into Dumbledore's embrace. Dumbledore's face was full of smiles, even his eyes crinkled. Anna saw this and realized that people who smile a lot tend to get wrinkles. She immediately reined in her smile, thinking that she must beg Snape to research a wrinkle, removing potion for her when she returned. But her sudden change in expression looked like distress in Dumbledore's eyes. What had he just done? Anna wasn't giving him her sweet smile? Had his voice been a little too loud? Or was his tone wrong? He quickly peeled a banana for Anna and fed it to her, trying to appease her. Watching Anna eat in small bites, he felt even more uneasy. His precious Anna usually ate in big bites, afraid of wrinkles. However, in Riddle's eyes, his little pet didn't actually like being close to that old man. Their hair colors were completely different, making it hard to guarantee they were biological father and daughter. So Riddle's gaze towards Dumbledore became even more unfriendly. But that kind of look was only used stealthily by Riddle, hidden among the crowd. In front of Dumbledore, he still maintained the facade of a well-behaved, talented, and powerful student. During his time at Hogwarts, Riddle had already won over all the professors. Every professor was impressed by Riddle's potential and intelligence, and with a filter of pity, Riddle was practically treated like their own son, especially by the current principal, who wished he could give him more scholarships until he graduated and stayed on his staff. Anna understood then. No wonder Riddle was so obsessed with staying at Hogwarts. Someone had given him hope long ago, only for Dumbledore to reject him in the end. How could he not hate him? But now Riddle had even more reasons to dislike Dumbledore, such as Anna, and Dumbledore's excessive attention to Anna. Tom Riddle, Professor called Riddle's name, and Riddle finally stepped out from the crowd. It was strange. Just a moment ago, he had been hidden among the people, unusually low-key, but now as everyone's gaze turned to him, the same face stood out among all the first years, isolated and unique. He was distinctly different from those naive first years. His noble temperament and appearance simply couldn't be hidden. How had they not noticed him before? The first years whispered amongst themselves, guessing which prominent family he belonged to. Riddle? A surname they had never heard of. However, no one guessed that he was a Muggle, born from the Muggle world. Of course, Riddle concealed it well in the days that followed, because during the period before school started, he diligently absorbed knowledge of the wizarding world, already knowing which families to befriend and which people to ignore. Riddle walked forward slowly with confident and steady steps, paused and exchanged a glance with Anna. Anna felt uncomfortable under his deep gaze, and slowly closed her mouth. No matter how much Dumbledore urged her to eat fruit, she wouldn't. She was afraid the fruit would explode later. Riddle gestured to Dumbledore, then politely bowed to the principal. The old principal was very pleased and amiable. He slowly sat on the chair, calmly watching the Sorting Hat placed on his head. Riddle seemed to dislike the Sorting Hat a little, his brows slightly furrowed, but soon he heard Slytherin from the Sorting Hat's mouth. The Sorting Hat mumbled some more. Anna didn't hear clearly but could guess it was about him being very talented and destined for great things, because Riddle's brows relaxed. Riddle's prominence also caught the eye of a blond young man. He was 2 years older than Riddle, already a third-year student, but he clearly held a significant position at the Slytherin long table, almost like the center of attention. As that person watched Riddle, Riddle also noticed him. They exchanged glances until the professor called Riddle down for the next student to be sorted, and Riddle casually shifted his gaze. Riddle found Hogwarts truly interesting. He thought he had met a kindred spirit, and although it was later confirmed that the person couldn't speak Parseltongue, it didn't stop him from recognizing him as a Slytherin. So, not long after Anna gained a little teacher, Riddle actually allowed him to join their secret base. Anna, this is Abraxas Malfoy, you can call him Senior. The first time Riddle introduced Abraxas to Anna, Anna was comfortably lounging on the sofa, in the room of requirement, cross-legged, eating grapes. Then a male model walked in. It was a breathtakingly handsome boy. If the legends of beautiful medieval vampires were true, that's what he would look like. Anna, embarrassed in front of the handsome guy, almost choked to death on a grape. She sat up, coughing violently, her small face turning bright red. So clumsy. Riddle also impatiently patted Anna's back. Fortunately, she coughed up the grape, which angered Riddle so much that he confiscated the entire bowl of grapes. Don't eat these anymore. Indeed, a bit dangerous. Abraxas also took the opportunity to sit next to Anna. Riddle immediately sat between them. She's all right. She often does silly things. He seemed a bit concerned about the distance between them. Nice to meet you, Anna. Abraxas, from across Riddle, greeted Anna very gentlemanly. You know me? Anna stood up, not wanting to be squeezed between her and Riddle. Professor Dumbledore's little princess. I don't think anyone wouldn't know her. Abraxas also wanted to stand up and get closer to Anna. The Malfoy family needed to maintain a good relationship with Dumbledore, but he was pushed back down by Riddle. Guest, please sit still. I'll go pour some Riddle then pulled Anna away from the sofa. Then I shall humbly accept. Abraxas didn't feel offended. Instead, he was extremely curious about their relationship. Why would Dumbledore choose a child of unknown origin to look after Anna Dumbledore? He had heard from his grandfather and father that Professor Dumbledore placed great importance on his family, especially his daughter. His gaze towards Anna and Riddle's retreating figures was filled with scrutiny. Chapter 125. New Partner. Anna felt that Abraxas was truly annoying. He was just as described in the book, a Malfoy who was even more of a Malfoy than Lucius. Lucius still showed some tenderness towards his son and wife. It was clear he was essentially a businessman and couldn't be considered truly evil. But this Abraxas, when he was with Lucius and Riddle, it was a bit of a birds of a feather situation. Although Anna was always protected by them, she witnessed first and the misfortunes of the young wizards from the Muggle world in Hufflepuff, and it made her feel uneasy. For instance, this time, they created a mud pit in the Hufflepuff common room, specifically on the ceiling of the garden side. It was the kind that reeked of awry, so foul-smelling that the Hufflepuff interior instantly became dark as night. Everyone was evacuated urgently, reportedly for fear that the marsh gas generated in the bog might explode. And the two culprits, without leaving any trace, stood among the onlookers, smiling brightly. Anna stood between them, covering her nose, wishing she could tell Dumbledore immediately. She was actually preparing to sneak away, but at the first moment, her shoulders were held by the two of them. "Don't go, Anna. Careful you don't turn into a stinky princess." Abraxas teasingly patted Anna's head. After these days of getting to know each other, Abraxas really liked Anna. She was beautiful, fitting the aesthetic of the Malfoy family, and very intelligent. If only she were his sister, he would spoil her rotten. What a pity her last name was Dumbledore. They were naturally meant to be wary of each other. In their eyes, would I be the kind of person to go play in that swamp with awry? She wasn't 3 years old. "Let's go." Riddle subtly pulled Anna away, not allowing Anna to have close contact with Abraxas. Although they cooperated very well, and researching dark arts with him was interesting, there were principled issues that could not be compromised. Anna also obediently followed Riddle away. The current Riddle didn't seem as bloodthirsty as Anna had imagined. He seemed to consciously avoid showing his brutal side to Anna. Now he was much more restrained. He wouldn't hurt people, nor abuse animals, nor would he seek blood. At most, it was pranks. But Abraxas was a bit different. His presence created a chemical reaction between him and Riddle, making them more reckless than if they were apart. And Anna, compared to Riddle, now feared Abraxas more. Although he was always smiling, Anna felt like he could sell her, and she'd still help him count the money. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything to harm her so far, and even enthusiastically helped her with homework and gave her gifts. But Anna always felt there was some underlying reason. She would never have imagined that Abraxas Malfoy's special care for Anna was because of her other daddy. Indeed, at this time, the Malfoy family was secretly sponsoring Grindelwald's cause, and rightly so. They were essentially the same kind of people. Therefore, when Grindelwald first met Abraxas, he patted the head of his younger self and said, "You remind me of my daughter, also blonde, but a bit more excellent than you." The then 5-year-old Abraxas was very indignant. Why was he inferior to a 3-year-old child? Which adult didn't like him? No, he was looking through him at someone else. Abraxas didn't understand Grindelwald's expression at all. So, from a young age, Abraxas was very curious about how excellent that person's child was. Until today he witnessed it, although there were some discrepancies. It was actually Dumbledore's child. Because of Grindelwald, Abraxas promised him that if he saw Anna, he would contact him immediately, and not harm her. Unfortunately, they still had some twists and turns. Although Anna received Abraxas's care, she was always cautious because everything now had a price behind it. What if one day she was betrayed by Abraxas? So when Anna was with them, she tried not to speak unless necessary, to avoid letting anything slip. She could also speak Parseal and was incredibly strong, among other things. However, some things are hard to hide, like Anna's great strength. Originally, Anna was idly writing the homework Riddle had given her today at her desk. Abraxas suddenly appeared and tried to pull the parchment from in front of Anna, but he found that he couldn't move anything under Anna's hand at all. It didn't budge and he almost strained his back. After that incident, Abraxas truly respected Anna, so that person wasn't just born with Grindelwald's bloodline after all. Although he didn't know why Grindelwald's child had the last name Dumbledore, on second thought, it was normal for Dumbledore, being overly compassionate, not to bear seeing a girl homeless. He just hadn't expected Dumbledore to treat Anna like his most precious treasure. When he had nothing to do, he would write letters with news of Dumbledore and Anna back to Malfoy Manor, and after his daddy's careful inspection, they would be delivered to Grindelwald. But Riddle was unaware of all this. He always thought Abraxas approached Anna because of him, and then was captivated by his pet, which was why he cared for Anna so much. Thus, to become Anna's no. One in her heart, Riddle often made grilled meat for Anna to eat, so much that she almost cried. The house elves cried too. They also wanted to make delicious food for their precious Anna. Anna cried because there was too much. She couldn't possibly eat it all. But Riddle, seeing that Anna had indeed grown quite a bit under his feeding, was unwilling to stop his feeding now. It was also a master's duty to feed his pet until it was robust. So Anna finally stretched out a bit. She really wanted Fred and George to see that she wasn't a little radish or a little gnome anymore. However, standing between Riddle and Abraxas, she was still the concave one. She really didn't know how they grew so tall. Riddle was even more so. In just a few months, he already had the majesty and dominance of a future Dark Lord. Perhaps only in flying class did Anna and Riddle truly align. He would skip class whenever he could. Oh right, he didn't like to fly using external means, so he preferred to fly on his own. Anna felt she could learn that too. Chapter 126, Forbidden Forest and Unicorns. Whenever Riddle skipped class, he would fabricate a very plausible reason to make his absence unnoticed. Perhaps at that time, he had already displayed an extraordinary talent for legilimency to control her thoughts. Otherwise, how could Anna have inexplicably fallen for his trick, following him into the Forbidden Forest for an adventure? She always kept a respectful distance from the Forbidden Forest. She didn't want to deal with any more magical creatures. She was afraid she'd be detained again. Why were they so intensely curious about human younglings? But unfortunately, by the time she realized it, Anna had already been lured into the Forbidden Forest, led by Riddle, hand in hand, through the dense woods. Why are we here? It's very dangerous. It's not just us, Anna. You'll like it. Riddle was very pleased that Anna used the word we, so his steps became a little lighter. Anna immediately guessed who he was referring to. Then you and the senior can go. Why bring me? Her legs hurt so much. You'll know when we get there. Riddle mysteriously put his fingers to his mouth in a shushing gesture. Damn it, how could such a cheesy gesture look so charming when he did it? The tall young man was like a slender white poplar, shielding Anna from the sun. Sigh tilde. Anna could only sigh, praying she wouldn't be snatched by a troll. It had just rained, and the ground was muddy. Riddle must have cast some magic on her feet, as there wasn't a speck of mud on them. When they met up with Abraxas, he was sprawled in a clump of grass. It was Anna's first time seeing a Malfoy so down to earth. Yet, he was still so elegant, his golden hair not a single strand out of place, like a painting. While Anna was still marveling, Riddle, reacting swiftly, had already embraced her head, pressing her body down to lie prone. Then Riddle performed a standard commando crawl. Is that really necessary? Anna didn't finish speaking before Abraxas sealed her mouth with magic. That's right, he actually conjured a banana out of thin air and stuffed it into Anna's mouth. Damn it. Anna bit through the banana, peel and all, sending chills down the spines of the two boys. They simultaneously turned away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Then the two whispered to each other, gesturing with their hands. Anna was confused but didn't dare to look up. Who knew what was beyond the grass? But she did hear the cry of some creature. Anna had heard it before. A unicorn? Anna had seen them in Rolf's magical suitcase, and often when she was with Newt. So Anna wasn't afraid of the creature. Just as she was about to get up and greet the unicorn, Riddle and Abraxas finally took action. They both flanked it from left and right, shouting to drive the unicorn in another direction. When the unicorn ran out of their designated range, Riddle immediately used a spell to herd it back. What are you doing? Amidst Anna's startled cries, the unicorn stepped into a net hidden by fallen leaves. Accompanied by the unicorn's whinnies, Riddle and Abraxas together used its momentum to pull it into the air and net it. Seeing their plan succeed, the two of them actually laughed out loud. They were truly children of the devil. The more tragically the unicorn wailed, the happier they became. Quickly put it down. Aren't you afraid of being cursed? Anna tried to pull the rope, but Abraxas had anticipated this and deliberately tied the rope at a height Anna couldn't reach. Are you kidding? With that girl's strength, she could pull down an entire tree. Coincidentally, we actually want to study that curse. As Riddle spoke, he swiftly drew a dagger and made a cut on the unicorn's body, collecting its blood in a potion bottle, and also gathering some of its hair. Study a curse? You too, do you have a screw loose looking for trouble? Previously, they secretly dabbled in dark arts because it seemed quite useful, like researching magic to revive dead flowers, or magic to keep water flowing in a fish tank. Anna had no aversion to dark arts. But now, she really couldn't stand it. This unicorn might be. So she used her crying skill, which she hadn't used in a long time. Anna's crying truly made the two boys, who had just been so spirited, flustered. Quickly, comfort her. Abraxas hated crying children the most, but now he was afraid Anna would attract centaurs, and that she would cry herself hoarse. Why don't you try? Although Riddle was very displeased with Abraxas's commanding tone, he still wrapped his bloody hands around Anna's head, pulling her into his arms. Don't cry, he coaxed dryly. But Anna felt her wet scalp and cried even louder. It was over, she had gotten unicorn blood on her, and she was going to be cursed by the unicorn. The Dark Lord was indeed so malicious, dragging her down with him. Wah! I'm not talking to you anymore. As soon as she said that, Riddle's face instantly darkened. He no longer cared about studying unicorn blood and curses, nor about the relationship between its hair and his wand. Riddle pulled Anna and started walking back, wanting to find a corner without outsiders, to make her take back what she said. How could a little pet say such rebellious things to its master? We'll talk about it later. Riddle left with Anna without looking back. Abraxas tried to stop him. Aren't you going to research with me? Next time. She's scared. Riddle turned and used his wand to snap the net, freeing the unicorn. Abraxas didn't have time to curse and had to endure the unicorn's resentful attacks alone. As for why it didn't attack Riddle, it was probably because Anna was standing behind him. The unicorn instinctively filtered out Anna's direction. It wouldn't attack girls. You mark my words. Abraxas fled at top speed, choosing a direction opposite to theirs, which was quite loyal of him. Although Riddle was quite disloyal, if anything happened to Anna, Dumbledore and that adult would certainly not let him off. So, for Anna's sake, he sacrificed himself a little. On the way back, the two fell into an awkward silence. Riddle wanted to speak up and make her take back her words, but he didn't know how. Anna kept sniffling and crying to avoid the awkwardness. Just like that, after this incident, the two seemed to be at odds, especially with Anna deliberately avoiding him. Riddle didn't know how to resolve the conflict. He would only sulk and glare at Anna with resentment. Then Anna became even more afraid of him, and the situation worsened. On the other hand, Abraxas had long since reconciled with both of them. After all, how high was the Malfoy family's emotional intelligence? Until Anna's birthday. Darlings, do you want to continue with student Riddle and Abraxas, or go back to the student plot with the Weasley twins and Harry Potter Tilda? Chapter 127. Entanglement. Anna's birthday didn't seem to be a secret at all. Instead, it had become a universally known holiday. Professor Dumbledore had announced and apologized to the students early on, stating that he needed that day off to spend with his daughter, so their exams would be moved up. However, to thank everyone, he would make it an open-book exam. Although many people would still fail, even with an open-book exam, it was enough to send the students into ecstasy. And there was no need to mention the house elves. They even spontaneously cleaned Hogwarts with the number 9 ribbons and balloons floating everywhere. Even though Anna's birthday was still some time away, they tirelessly celebrated in advance, as if it were a goblin festival. Anna was particularly embarrassed by their enthusiasm, but she was also secretly looking forward to it. Perhaps the awkwardness with Riddle could be resolved now, using this as an excuse to make up. She had given him a birthday present, he should give her one too, right? Then they could go back to how they were. Speaking of which, if she didn't follow him now, she'd have to stay with Dumbledore and attend classes every day, which was really boring. So Anna eagerly awaited her birthday. She began to furtively observe whether Riddle had prepared a birthday present for her. He should know it's her birthday, right? The house elves were so exaggerated that they specifically set aside an area in the kitchen to research the menu for her birthday. Riddle often went to the kitchen, so it was impossible for him not to know. Besides, the entire school was filled with a festive atmosphere now. He couldn't possibly be unaware. Anna kept watching and used the house elves to inquire about Riddle's activities. Things like him recently catching and raising some creatures, toads, snakes, rabbits, birds, etc. But without exception, they all died mysteriously or disappeared within 3 days. Well, those definitely weren't gifts for her. Was he researching some dark arts? Anna always hovered on the edge of whether or not to report him. Instead, it was Abraxas who often came to block her. For instance, today she was observing Riddle from a corner when her pigtails were grabbed. It was a playful grip that didn't cause Anna pain, but it felt stifling. What are you looking at, little princess? Abraxas playfully released Anna's braids, and then reached his hand towards Anna's cheek. Now that that brat Riddle wasn't strictly guarding her, Abraxas had a much easier time approaching Anna. Although it was the instruction of that lord, Abraxas actually quite enjoyed teasing Anna. Each time brought new fun. No wonder that boy Riddle was so domineering and unwilling to let him play around. "It's you again, Tilda." Anna rolled her eyes and rescued her cheek. "I still miss you sweetly calling me Senior Anna." Abraxas leaned against the wall beside Anna. His lazy demeanor could make any girl's heart race, and his naturally charming eyes gazed at Anna. Yet Anna managed to step on his shoe with a blank expression and walk past him. "Go away, I don't have time to play with you," hissed Tilda. "What a rude woman. Is this how Dumbledore teaches you?" Abraxas finally revealed his true self, holding his foot and wanting to hop a few times, but he held back for the sake of his always maintained etiquette. He said through gritted teeth, "You stop." At that moment, Abraxas felt as if all the etiquette he had learned over the years had been forgotten. Why did he lose control of his demeanor whenever he met this bratty girl? "Wait, you haven't told me what you want for your birthday." He needed to ask for Grindelwald, but he also really wanted to know himself. "I told you, you don't need to give me a gift," Anna emphasized again. If she accepted his gift, she would owe another favor, and his gifts were always so valuable, she wouldn't know how to repay him. "You can choose not to accept it, but giving you a gift is my business." Abraxas was persistent. Anna could only casually brush him off. "I want a necklace that can travel through time, or a drawing of a necklace that can travel through time." Anna spoke her true thoughts. She thought with such a demanding gift, he would surely give up, but she didn't expect Abraxas to show up even before her birthday. A time turner? Anna looked at the time turner hanging from the golden necklace in her hand, suddenly understanding. No wonder Abraxas had seemed so determined when he left that day. So he had this trick up his sleeve. It perfectly matched what she had said. "That's right," but Abraxas snatched the necklace back from Anna's hand and held it high in the air. "You need to promise me that I must accompany you when you use it. Only then will I give it to you." "Got it." "And what should you say?" Abraxas loved the way the little girl looked up at him. How could she be so cute? He really wanted to poke her puffed-up little face. "Thank you," through gritted teeth. "Thank you, Senior Tilda." Abraxas poked Anna, not letting up. "Thank you, Senior." Anna finally got the time turner. However, Riddle happened to see this scene of Anna and Abraxas joking around. His eyes turned scarlet again. He glanced at them, then resolutely turned and returned to his dormitory. He pulled a box from under the window and directly threw the wooden doll he had prepared for a long time, the kind that could move and dance, into the fire. Watching the wooden doll turn to ashes in the fire, the scarlet in Riddle's eyes gradually returned to calm. He sat back on his bed, not understanding why he cared so much about others. But Anna and Abraxas's intimacy somehow made him feel vexed, and the more he thought about it, the more he regretted introducing Anna to him in the first place. Because of this silent sulking, Anna really didn't meet Riddle at her grand birthday party. This disappointed her greatly. She began to overthink things. Did Riddle have a problem with her? Was he planning to target her? He wouldn't seek revenge on her, would he? After all, it was a given that he hated Dumbledore, and she was Dumbledore's daughter. No, Anna needed to change this situation. So Anna thought of the time turner. She planned to go back in time to prevent the past Riddle from seeing their earlier interaction. However, she didn't expect that her identity was from the future, and the time turner was meant to take people back to the past, so all of the past's future was still the future. Anna had actually transmigrated again. Current opinions are split. She will spend more time with Riddle, but a younger version. Chapter 128. A Period of Chaos. Anna had already thought about how she should stop the past Riddle during the time traveling process. She would choose different directions to throw stones at him, attracting his anger. But this process was unexpectedly long. She didn't expect the time turner to take so much time. She had no idea she had arrived in the future, but it wasn't the future she had lived in. It was still Hogwarts, but the era was different. Anna walked down the empty corridor, not finding a single student's footsteps. She was a little scared. It was the place she was most familiar with, but now it looked exceptionally desolate and terrifying. Anna walked up to a dozing portrait and politely woke her. "Excuse me, Lady of Flowers, a portrait of a lady holding a pot of flowers. Is it a holiday now? There's a child here. The woman in the portrait suddenly woke up, extremely frightened to see a child at Hogwarts, and hid in a nearby portrait, behind a large tree. At the same time, her voice also woke up the other portraits. What child? How can there be students at Hogwarts now? It wouldn't be that person's child, would it? Child of the devil. Do you want to die? I'm Anna Dumbledore. Anna was also confused. What era was this? Why didn't they recognize her? Anna also became vigilant. However, after Anna introduced herself, some portraits showed expressions and voices of surprise. Anna? And surnamed Dumbledore? It's her. Anna is back. It really is her. All the portraits that had been scrambling to hide earlier now crowded together, chattering and greeting Anna. From their mouths, Anna learned that it was now Riddle's most glorious era. He was well known in the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding world, but of course, he also stirred up pure blood theory, which was resisted by a small number of people. His madness erupted in an instant. Recently, he had just organized a massacre targeting Muggles, destroying an airplane, but he completely denied it, claiming instead that it was the work of his followers, and he vigorously encouraged and praised their loyalty. As a result, Muggle attacks became frequent. Even Hogwarts had to temporarily close for a unified holiday because it couldn't simply suspend classes for young wizards from the Muggle world. Dumbledore himself was extremely busy, constantly running around to arrange compensation for the Muggles who had died tragically. Anna felt a bit helpless. She was too unlucky, wasn't she? She had arrived just as Riddle was at his craziest. Anna was now very flustered. She needed to write a letter to Dumbledore as quickly as possible. She rushed to Dumbledore's office, but unfortunately, he was now the principal, so Anna went to the wrong place. She didn't find any traces of Dumbledore's life in the charms office, only a portrait of a blonde man. The man was dressed lavishly, with slightly curly golden hair, sharp eyes, a frieze, bearded yet elegant fellow, greeting with a smile, but making you feel his authority. Is this Abraxas, the future him? No, the current him. Why is his picture in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts? Sorry, this seems to be my office. A melodious male voice came from the doorway. Anna subconsciously tried to hide under the desk, but her speed was no match for the other's wand. Then Anna crashed headfirst into an invisible barrier, falling onto the carpet, and then she heard the man's voice, full of surprise and excitement. It's you. You're finally back. The voice, it's you. You're finally back. From the Malfoy family? Anna looked up, seeing Abraxas's handsome face upside down, still with those deep features. Anna wondered why he was so happy to see her. You should call me Senior or Professor. Abraxas never thought he would actually see Anna again one day. Since Anna disappeared that year, Riddle had never again participated in his organized small activities. Later, even after he achieved success and became a pillar of the wizarding world, Riddle still deeply missed the long-lost Anna. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone against all opposition to arrange himself to teach at Hogwarts, so he could take her away the moment Anna appeared. Abraxas and Riddle still became close working partners. Abraxas, in particular, became Riddle's right-hand man. Unfortunately, apart from his relationship with Riddle, the current Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, the former Dark Lord, Grindelwald, had repeatedly emphasized to him during his downfall that if he ever met Anna again, he must give her this necklace and send her back to her original time period, otherwise, Anna Dumbledore would no longer exist in this world. Abraxas didn't understand why he would say that, but he knew Grindelwald would never harm Anna, and therefore wouldn't lie to him. He needed to send this girl in front of him back to the future. But looking at this beautiful and lovely little girl, he felt a little reluctant. If he sent her away, he probably wouldn't have a chance to see her again in his lifetime, would he? He should be like her great-grandfather? A sigh arose in his heart. He was still as young as she was back then, while he was already a mature adult. Being called Senior honestly felt a bit shameful. Just call me Uncle. Anna, I'll send you back now. Abraxas picked up Anna and sat her on his desk. This way was good. He wouldn't have to keep guarding Hogwarts anymore. Uncle? You're taking advantage of me. Anna, unceremoniously using the height of sitting on the desk, pulled Abraxas's tie, causing him to lean forward to resist the feeling of suffocation. Yet, he smiled very genuinely. If the Dark Lord saw this, he would probably explode with rage. Just like he was back then, Abraxas's smile was very genuine. He hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time, especially since Riddle began to gradually dominate everything. Even though they had a good relationship, he was still cautious, fearing he might say or do something wrong. Ha 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 ha, then calling me daddy isn't out of the question. Abraxas picked up Anna, preparing to take her back to Malfoy Manor. He wouldn't keep the necklace on him all the time. At the same time, he really wanted to see Riddle's expression when he saw Anna. At that time, Abraxas had already made up his mind to let Anna and Riddle meet before sending her back, which could be considered doing a good deed for Riddle. He just didn't expect the subsequent task to be so difficult to implement. The survey results show that more darlings want to go back, so we will return to the Sabira soon till to just make a presence in front of Riddle and then go back. Chapter 129. Death Eater Gathering. The reason Abraxas was so quick to bring Anna back was because Riddle's emotions had been completely out of control recently, and he had just messed up a task. He wasn't sure if Riddle would hold him accountable. If he could bring Anna back to him, perhaps this little thing in his arms could save his life. Thinking this, he held Anna even tighter, as if afraid she would slip away again. He was a Malfoy, and he would never let a cooked duck fly away. Just like that, Anna was brought back to Malfoy Manor by Abraxas. As soon as he stepped out of the fireplace, a wand was pointed at Abraxas's neck. It was that Karkaroff fellow who always loved to argue with him. He was probably thinking of how to make him look foolish again, wasn't he? The master is waiting for you. Malfoy! You didn't run away, did you? Karkaroff had a head of thick black curly hair and a large beard that didn't suit his age, making him look somewhat comical. But the ruthlessness in his eyes let Anna know that this fellow was not to be trifled with. How could I? Even if you died, I wouldn't run away, and besides, say it again, this is my home. Abraxas was not afraid of Karkaroff at all. He was just a fair, weather friend, even very easy to tease. If you delay me from bringing the young master to the master any further, watch your head. In an instant, a prank appeared in Abraxas's mind. What young master? What trick are you playing now? Don't think I'll take the blame for you. The master specifically assigned you that task. I had no involvement. Your failure was entirely due to your incompetence. Karkaroff was clearly thrown off, but he quickly realized something was wrong, so his tone became agitated, thinking Abraxas was toying with him. Didn't you see the young master return? Abraxas held Anna, whose golden hair cascaded over his arm, with one hand. The girl's appearance made Karkaroff slightly stunned. Where did this Vela come from? Wait, you said this is the young master? Karkaroff's eyes widened in disbelief. He had indeed heard that the master had been looking for a golden-haired girl, but he had never dared to imagine that the girl was the young master. Otherwise, who else would make me temporarily abandon the master's command? Abraxas realized that the fool had believed him, and he couldn't help but straighten his back further, forcing him to retreat several steps. Is it really the young master? Karkaroff was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the master had such a grown-up daughter. Anna was equally dumbfounded. When did she become the Dark Lord's daughter again? No, she was indeed the Dark Lord's daughter, but not this one. What shocked her even more was that the fierce-looking Death Eater actually believed it. How did she look like Riddle? Although she was also very beautiful, how could he, with black hair, produce her golden hair? If Grindelwald knew, wouldn't he explode? While Anna was secretly pondering, Abraxas had already carried her to a secluded spot, laughing so hard he could barely stand upright. Did you see that, Anna? Karkaroff's face just now. It was truly ridiculous. Karkaroff? Oh, another acquaintance. Anna felt her future was fraught with difficulties, having offended another villain. Remember to stay away from him in the future. He's no good. Coming from your mouth, it doesn't sound very convincing. At this moment, the long table in the dining room of Malfoy Manor was filled with Death Eaters. They were all uniformly clad in black robes, and the exceptionally handsome man seated at the head of the table exuded a low, oppressive aura that made the entire dining room extremely tense. Not a single Death Eater dared to look up. All they heard was the man at the head of the table impatiently tapping the tabletop with his index finger, a sound that was exceptionally harsh and terrifying in the dead silence. Where is he? A low, lazy voice finally emerged, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't vent his anger on them, which was good. An old man, trembling with fear, rose and shuffled to Riddle's front. Reporting to the master, Karkaroff is already waiting there. As soon as Malfoy returns, he will be brought over immediately. The old man wiped his sweat, afraid that even a slight delay in his words would displease the master. Oh, what if he doesn't come back today? Riddle looked up at the old man, his hateful gaze directly scaring the old man into falling to the ground. He will definitely come back. I guarantee it. I'm back, master. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to the silhouette at the doorway. It was Abraxas Malfoy returning. Excellent, they would live another day today. Oh, she'll have the nerve to come back. Riddle's wand was already aimed at Abraxas behind him. The next second, Legilimency was about to hit him, but Riddle's mind was slightly distracted. What did he see? A golden-haired figure? Riddle's raised hand lowered again, and he personally stood up. His heart was pounding with excitement, or rather, his heart hadn't beaten like this in a long time. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. How could it be that after so many years, the girl still looked the same as she did back then? He had always thought their meeting would be like when they were children, and he had fantasized about Anna's appearance many times during his long wait in the past. Yet, he hadn't expected her to perfectly resemble the girl in his dreams. Master, I'm back. There was a small mishap. I encountered an old friend of yours, which is why I returned late. The mission also had some difficulties. Abraxas, capable of bending and stretching, first knelt there devoutly, casting glances at Anna with downcast eyes, hoping for her help. But Anna didn't dare to breathe and could only kneel down with Abraxas. It was also her reflex, just like when you're daydreaming in class and someone claps, you instinctively clap along. She also unconsciously knelt down. Riddle saw this and became even more agitated, raising his voice. Get up! Riddle's shout was too penetrating. Abraxas instinctively stood up. He dared not disobey orders at this moment. Not you! Riddle yanked Anna up and simultaneously kicked Abraxas, making him immediately kneel again. Your problem, I'll deal with you later. With that, he picked up Anna. Meeting adjourned. Tonight's banquet is also cancelled. He left the dining room without looking back, leaving behind the bewildered Death Eaters and a triumphant Abraxas. Anna, held on his shoulder, suddenly felt a sense of dread. Why did she feel like her life was in danger? Chapter 130. Caged Bird. After Riddle dramatically left with the unfamiliar blonde girl in his arms, all the Death Eaters who had been cowering like quails instantly fell into a flurry of gossip. Is that our lord? That should be right. There's no one else with such a magnificent figure. But that girl. Exactly. It seems the rumors about the illegitimate daughter are true. At this, their voices noticeably lowered. Malfoy, you brought that girl. Tell us, what's going on? Someone couldn't contain their curiosity and asked Abraxas, who they usually didn't get along with. What's going on? Abraxas immediately felt vindicated, puffed out his chest, and haughtily questioned them again. That's the master's private business. Is it something you can gossip about? Are you tired of living? As pathetic as Abraxas had been earlier, that's how imposing he was now. Everyone who wanted to see him make a fool of himself had their plans thwarted and could only slink out of the dining room. But the discussions never stopped. Because every single one of them clearly felt that the moment the master saw that girl, his pupils constricted, his arm trembled slightly, he must have clenched his fist, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. He even used apparition to get from his seat to the girl's side. Anna was also very nervous, and no one had given her any warning. Riddle was so charming now, not at all like the little boy who would only throw her out of bed when she secretly farted under his covers. Now everyone who saw him, regardless of gender, was captivated by his face, marveling at the exquisite lines of his features. His deep, three-dimensional features also carried a hint of Eastern delicacy, preventing him from appearing too unrestrained. Mystery and danger remained the most thought-provoking aspects of his demeanor. Anna softly leaned on Riddle's shoulder. Is that you, Tom? With a hint of disbelieving grievance. Riddle's eyes subtly flickered sideways, as if wondering what mischief she was up to now. He hummed sexily as a response. He had waited too long. That year, after they all truly believed Anna had vanished, he went mad, smashing Abraxas Malfoy's room and feigning madness in front of Dumbledore, all to uncover any trace of Anna. Dumbledore did tell him of Anna's whereabouts. She returned to the future, Tom. She belongs to the future, my dear. That is her destiny. How could Dumbledore not be in pain? But he knew he couldn't break the laws of time. That would inadvertently cause many incalculable problems. The future? How far into the future? I don't know, but I believe it won't be a distant future. Riddle didn't understand, but he wouldn't give up searching for Anna. Dumbledore said they would meet in the future, so he would extend his own future. If he could achieve immortality, wouldn't he surely be able to see her again? So, Riddle began pursuing immortality from his early years, delving into the dark arts even earlier than in the original story, hoping for eternal life more than anyone, just to see his little pet, the only one who truly understood his soul again. Therefore, when Anna learned that Riddle didn't have a pet named Nagini, she was utterly shocked. "You mean you don't have a snake? Her name is Nagini?" Anna, trapped in a cage, incredulously asked, clutching the bars. But who knew why Riddle's room had such a gigantic cage? Its quality was so strong that she couldn't damage it. What kind of play was he into? "Nagini? That is indeed a good name. Why, do you want me to call you that name?" Riddle only showed Anna his back. He seemed to be looking for something, but it appeared he knew its location well. It just took some time to retrieve it. "No, I don't mean that. Nagini is a snake, your pet." Anna tried to pry the iron cage in front of her again, but it didn't budge at all. It seemed he had prepared this to lock her up in advance. "I already have a pet. I don't need any other friends," Riddle said very softly, but since it was just the two of them, Anna heard him clearly. What kind of talk was that? He was treating her as a pet. How infuriating. "Then let me out first." Anna knocked on the cage. "Let you out and then you'll run away again?" Riddle finally turned around, holding an exquisitely carved wooden box. "I wasn't running away. I couldn't control myself." Oh, Riddle clearly didn't believe her, giving a perfunctory response. He then opened the box in front of Anna, looking incredibly solemn. At this moment, he had completely shed the stern, imposing demeanor he had in front of all the Death Eaters. His gaze to Anna seemed very soft, at least in her eyes it did. "What's this now?" "A birthday present." "A birthday present?" Anna curiously examined the item inside the cage. It was a lifelike wooden figurine, a little girl wearing a black wizard robe, the Slytherin version, with golden yarn hair and large blue glass bead eyes. It even spiritedly waved at her. This was her own wooden doll? Looking at the patina of the wood, it must have been handled and played with a lot, and it wasn't new. How long had he kept it? "That's right. Once you receive the gift, you won't leave, will you?" Riddle's deep gaze seemed to pierce through Anna's eyes, traveling across the years to the one she disappeared. "What do you mean? He had kept her birthday present all this time, thinking she left because she hadn't received his gift?" "Nothing." Riddle covered his face with one hand, adjusting his emotions. There would be no more afterwards. He had caught her. She could only stay by his side. Once he perfected immortality, they could be together forever. That night, Anna once again ate the roasted meat Riddle had cooked for her. It was then that Anna noticed there was a bed inside the cage, a double bed at that. Was the Dark Lord planning to sleep beside her? When Abraxas arrived with the necklace, Anna was sleeping soundly, belly up. This was also the first time Abraxas had entered Riddle's room, even though it was his own home. Because Riddle needed to constantly monitor the heat to prevent the meat from burning, and he didn't want that fellow to eat cold roasted meat, he sent Abraxas. But he never expected it to become yet another deeply regrettable incident for him. If he could, he would definitely choose to do everything himself, without relying on anyone else. Thank you all for your active participation. Most of you still want to return to the future, so the original storyline will begin soon. Please, dear ones who haven't rated me yet, I beg you. Chapter 131, Back to the Future. Anna woke up to the smell of roasted meat, a natural reaction after being hungry for so long, and definitely not because she was greedy. Abraxas looked amusedly at the girl sleeping comfortably in the cage, then suddenly sniffed like a puppy, looking left and right, sat up, and abruptly opened his eyes. "Roast meat." His eyes lit up. "Looks like you're quite adaptable," Abraxas couldn't help but tease, sending the roasted meat in his hand to her mouth with a levitation charm. Anna really didn't stand on ceremony, biting into it without any sense of humiliation from being teased. She knew how to bend and stretch. "What? Do you want to be tortured?" "I came to help you escape." "Too bad. Someone doesn't appreciate it." Abraxas plopped down outside the cage, on the sofa Riddle had prepared for him to observe Anna. "You think I'd believe you?" Anna gnawed on the roast meat, not believing he would help her, until she saw him pull a very familiar necklace from his pocket. How do you have this necklace?" Anna was so surprised that the roasted chicken leg in her hand dropped to the ground and rolled a couple of times. She clearly remembered she had worn that necklace back to the future and given it to Dumbledore to deal with. But the necklace in front of her was one Anna would never forget, even if she died. She reached out her hand. "Give it back to me. Now, do you believe me?" Abraxas dangled the necklace back and forth, keeping it just out of Anna's reach. Indeed, teasing her brought him joy. Too bad, she was about to leave. Call me Senior. Let me hear it, Tilda, I'll give it to you if I'm happy. Senior tilde. Anna was best at acting spoiled. Abraxas was also made even happier by her sweet calls. Perhaps this was why she was favored by Riddle, pure and interesting and very smart, knowing what she wanted. It's really not easy to get you to call me Senior. Abraxas pretended not to care, picking at his ear on account of, I'll give it to you, but remember you're Senior. Abraxas stroked Anna's fluffy little head one last time, and personally helped her put the necklace around her neck. He watched Anna disappear into the cage with his own eyes, smiling and waving goodbye to her. See you in the next life, Tilda. Anna. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He actually quite liked this little sister. If he really had a sister like her, his life would probably be much happier. Anna hadn't expected to leave the cage so easily, returning to the future. That fierce Malfoy who always teased her seemed to genuinely only want to hear her call him Senior. However, she would never know that after her departure, Abraxas suffered consequences that nearly cost him his life, once again shattering Riddle's newfound hope and belief in the existence of Merlin. Gee, where is she? The roasted meat in Riddle's hand was clutched without regard for its temperature, as if the pain was utterly insignificant compared to his current fury. Then he threw it at Abraxas's face. Abraxas was quite the actor. He fearfully collapsed at Riddle's feet. She disappeared. Master, she's gone. Said she was going back to the future. You think? Who are you? Does he understand her here? Riddle cast a cruciatous curse, knocking Abraxas directly to the ground, where he curled up. Riddle then snatched Abraxas's wand to check it, finding that his last used spell was the levitation charm, so he indeed hadn't used any magic to get Anna out of the cage. And this cage was made by his command to the dwarves. No one could get out of it except with the key he held. Let alone Anna, who couldn't even do magic. She looked at most 9 years old, so she left again? Was it because she didn't like the gift he gave her? But she hadn't even had time for the other birthday gifts he had prepared for her, which he had prepared every year after she left. Or was it that she didn't like being confined in a cage? Riddle completely broke down. With a roar, his eyes were red and bloodshot. He blasted the cage, tore his own robes, and yelled, "Call them all for a meeting. Hurry!" That night, he organized the Death Eaters for the biggest massacre in the Muggle world's history. They directly annihilated everyone on a ship, but the Muggle world only believed that the luxury cruise ship had hit an iceberg and suffered a shipwreck. Abraxas, who was left in Riddle's room, naturally didn't participate in that riot. Instead, he smiled and turned over, laboriously hiding the wooden doll of Anna from the ground in his embrace. Being this Senior is really not easy. Later, Abraxas Malfoy was neglected by Riddle for a long time because of this incident, until he gained the support Riddle needed, and only then did he once again become Riddle's right-hand man. When Anna finally returned to the future, she landed in her designated transfer location, which was Malfoy Manor. It was the same room she had been in earlier, but it was clearly long uninhabited, even deliberately sealed off with cobwebs and insects everywhere. It was hard to imagine such a room existed in Malfoy Manor. However, thinking that Riddle, Lord Voldemort, had once lived here, anything here could become evidence, and Anna found it somewhat reasonable. She carefully surveyed the room. The cage was long gone, and the floor bore some indelible explosion-like marks. The bed was still the same kind of bed as before. Anna suddenly felt a little sad. So Abraxas knew everything. They were probably meeting for the last time. If only she had known, she would have called him Senior a few more times. It wouldn't have cost her anything. It's not too late to call now. Suddenly, a young man's teasing voice came from above Anna's head. Anna looked up and was surprised to find that the painting on the bed depicted Abraxas in his student days. I become a portrait, but I'm doing quite well. The Abraxas in the painting retained his most unrestrained and youthful prime. He was very content. Indeed, his hypothesis was correct. She would return, so he had a painter create his portrait while he was alive, to guard this room and wait for her return. I can tell that this suits you better. Anna felt like crying, yet she sincerely praised Abraxas. Thanks, I think so too. This way, being your Senior is better. Abraxas smoothed his hair with his hand, not telling Anna that even if she grew up, he had prepared portraits of himself at different ages. But they were all asleep and he didn't wake those old things, which was great. Senior. Malfoy Senior. Anna made up for her regrets in a string of calls. No need to be so enthusiastic. I haven't even agreed to be your senior yet. A familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Draco Malfoy, arms crossed, leaning against the door frame, wondering how Anna could be in his family's forbidden zone. Chapter 132. Negotiation. Draco Malfoy was about to become a first-year student at Hogwarts, and as he was leaving home soon, he felt a bit reluctant. So, under the cover of night, he secretly wandered around his house, and by chance, arrived at the front of a door that had been sealed for a long time. It was said that this room had existed since his father could remember, always sealed, and he had been warned that it was to be treated the same as the private study, not allowing him to enter. Draco knew very well why the Malfoy family private study was off-limits. It housed many books on dark arts and alchemy products, and they feared for his safety. But as for this room, he had curiously pressed Lucius about it for a long time, yet never received an answer. However, tonight, when he passed by that door again, he was surprised to find that the locked door had actually been opened. He bravely walked in. It was his house. What did he have to be afraid of? Although his face was still pale, it was only after seeing that familiar blonde hair that Draco Malfoy's face flushed with excitement. Could it be her? The girl who had appeared once, with whom he had a past conflict, but whom he didn't dislike. Draco still remembered their first meeting. He was pinned down by a tiny figure, so young yet possessing such immense strength, which left a deep impression on Draco. Senior! Senior! Well, you don't have to be so eager. I haven't agreed to be your senior yet. So cute. Riddle didn't see the portrait of Abraxas Malfoy hanging high above the bed in the darkness, or even if he had, he wouldn't have recognized it as his grandfather in his youth, only thinking it was some old Malfoy family ancestor. Tilda. Ah! Anna was startled by the sudden words, and upon realizing it was Draco, an intense feeling of resentment rose within her. Do you not make any sound when you walk? You scared me to death. Still a little brat. A coward. Draco walked over and took Anna's small hand, only to find it covered in grease. He had just finished eating Dark Lord brand barbecue. What is this? Draco looked at his greasy hand, dumbfounded. Did you go steal oil? Draco shook off Anna's hand, annoyed, yet reluctant to let go of the long-awaited girl, though he didn't know why she had disappeared or why she had suddenly appeared in his house. Draco changed to holding Anna's sleeve, saying with disdain, "Go wash up quickly." Anna came out of the corridor, and under the light, she finally saw Draco's current appearance. Even at home, he was still neatly dressed, his hair meticulously combed, and his features were delicate, inheriting his grandfather's cunning, but without that sinister edge. At most, a mischievous smile of a little boy always hung at the corner of his mouth. What era is this? What year is Harry Potter in? Hearing Harry Potter's name, Draco Malfoy's upturned mouth drooped, and he even let go of her sleeve. How could he be standing right in front of her, and she wasn't asking what year he was in, but instead asking about that scar head? I don't know. Never seen him. Draco's tone was very unfriendly, but he didn't sulk and quickly leave Anna. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for her to come forward and coax him, but he was overthinking it. Never seen him? So he's not in first year yet, right? That's good, that's good. She still had enough time to strengthen herself and find a Horcrux to save her life. If Riddle was strong, she would hand over the Horcrux to show her loyalty. If he was weak, she would also hand over the Horcrux to show her loyalty. Eh? Why aren't you walking? We haven't reached the bathroom yet. Anna's words made Draco completely lose his composure. He shouldn't have placed his hopes on that stupid fellow. Whatever you want. Huh? Why are you angry again? Anna began to chase Draco's footsteps. She was truly overjoyed. She was back on the original track, and she also received good news. Nagini hadn't become Riddle's pet, so Snape wouldn't be poisoned to death by Nagini in the future. Compared to Anna's happiness, Draco Malfoy was much more frustrated. His usually pale face flushed red, and he clenched his fists, wanting to turn around and grab her ear to ask if she even considered him a friend. He often asked his father to inquire about her, yet she didn't show any sign of missing him. Just as Draco Malfoy was still silently sulking, they ran into Lucius, who was wearing a silk bathrobe. Draco, what time is it? You're still not in bed. It seems you don't want to go to Hogwarts. Perhaps I should just send you directly to Durmstrang. They'll teach you to follow rules. PFFT. Anna saw Draco's hunched back from a distance as he was being lectured, and almost burst out laughing. The proud and swaggering youth from earlier now looked as meek as a cat. Speaking of which, going to Durmstrang isn't bad either. Should she go? Lucius quickly pulled Draco behind him for protection, drew his wand and pointed it at the source of the sound in the darkness. Who's there? Come out quickly. How dare you? Don't hurt her, Dad. It's me. Anna Dumbledore ran a step into the light, and Lucius, startled, withdrew his wand, raising an eyebrow. How are you here? But he remained cautious, asking Anna a few questions. Who is Dumbledore to you? Which Dumbledore? Albus or Aberforth? Anna didn't fall into the trap, knowing that not many people knew about the Dumbledore brothers. Albus Dumbledore! He's my dad. He's your dad? Really your dad? Impossible, he's old enough to be your grandfather. Lucius hadn't said anything yet, but Draco bristled first, jumping out from behind Lucius. Unfortunately, he really is, and there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Anna was a little sad. She thought of Dumbledore's future death. Although Dumbledore had done many wrong things, and had always used Harry Potter, he had truly been beyond reproach towards her. In her previous life, though she lived in luxury, her parents were extremely busy. Besides providing money, she hadn't really enjoyed their care, and seeing them twice a year was considered good. From him, Anna had received 200% of love. She missed him and wanted to hug him right now. Anna truly regarded Dumbledore as her father. I want to see him now. Can you please send me to Hogwarts? Anna said with a slight whimper. No, Draco interrupted fiercely again, but he quickly realized his impropriety and added, it's too late. It has to be tomorrow at the earliest. We need to sleep. A guilty Draco pursed his lips. Lucius saw it. His son was still so disappointing. He sighed and completely put down his wand. He's right, I'll send you back tomorrow morning. Headmaster Dumbledore should be asleep by now. All right then, Anna could only compromise. Sure enough, Lucius saw Draco's eyes instantly light up in the darkness. Let's go. I'll take you to the guest room. If you're scared, you can sleep in my room, but you have to call me older brother. Watching Draco walk ahead, looking smugly triumphant, Anna couldn't help but sigh. How was he just like his grandfather? Always trying to take advantage of others. No need, thank you. I can manage myself. Thank you all for your ratings. Finally reached 8.0. It wasn't easy. Starting tomorrow. Book testing. Wish me luck. Chapter 133. Pick up Harry Potter. Anna once again stood on the grounds of Hogwarts. She nervously knocked on Headmaster Dumbledore's office door, while turning to signal to the Malfoy father and son that they could leave. But those two Malfoys, big and small, one was looking at her with a doting smile, hoping to see the heartwarming scene of the old man crying, while the other held his chest with an expression of disbelief, waiting to see if she would really call Dumbledore Dad. In short, they couldn't be driven away. Especially Lucius, such a good opportunity to make Dumbledore owe him a favor, how could he miss it? Come in. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore was already busy at his desk so early. With the new school year approaching, he was always very busy, but he still politely put down what he was doing to greet them. The moment he saw Anna, his eyes became a little moist, but he tried his best to appear as if he had long anticipated her return. He opened his arms and stood watching. Welcome back, my child. His sincerity was heartfelt. Anna felt that he had aged quite a bit, but the older he got, the more energetic he seemed, which somewhat comforted her. She rushed over in one swift motion, throwing herself into Dumbledore's embrace, inhaling the sweet candy scent on him, feeling her entire heart being healed. It was worth all the hardship she endured to return. Anna is back. Boo-hoo-hoo. Dumbledore was fine, but she started crying first. I apologize for interrupting your father-daughter reunion. I've delivered the person, so if there's nothing else, I'll take Draco and leave now. Lucius seemed quite disappointed. He casually greeted Dumbledore and then left with a still, shocked Draco. Dumbledore and Anna hugged, and he took a good look at her. Just as he was immersed in the joy of their reunion, Anna learned that today was the day Hagrid was taking Harry to Diagon Alley. Anna immediately forgot her old father. I want to go too. She didn't want to miss such a classic beginning. All right. Although Dumbledore was very reluctant, he was even more unwilling to disappoint Anna. So he decided to put aside his current busy tasks and go with Anna to find Harry Potter. Is that okay? Anna remembered that Hagrid was helping Dumbledore retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. He was very busy, and the Philosopher's Stone couldn't be exposed. If he went, wouldn't it expose that the Philosopher's Stone was with him? Of course, whatever my dear Anna wishes, I will fulfill. She was his everything, from the moment they recognized each other. Hagrid, who was about to set off, was flattered and overjoyed. As soon as he saw Anna return, he lifted her above his head, almost bumping her into the decorations. "Anna, you're back. My beautiful little darling. My little beauty. Let Uncle see if you've lost weight." Cough cough. "Hitting late, Hagrid? Let's catch up on the way." Dumbledore, just in time before Anna rolled her eyes, stopped Hagrid. Hagrid then came to his senses. "Right. We still have to pick up a little darling to the Wizarding World. We can't delay." So Anna was gently placed by Hagrid onto his cool motorcycle, in that seat. But Dumbledore the next second picked Anna up again. "To save time, it's best if we split up, haha." Dumbledore would never be willing to hand over Anna, whom he had just found again, to Hagrid. But Anna showed some regret when she left the motorcycle. She really wanted to try riding such a motorcycle with a sidecar. So Dumbledore put Anna back, silently fastened her seatbelt, and apologized to Hagrid. "It seems we'll meet in Diagon Alley." "Sorry, Hagrid. Children just love new things. I'll have to trouble your precious motorcycle. I'll take good care of it." With that, Dumbledore swept his robes, personally mounted the enormous motorcycle, and soared into the sky with Anna. Only a dumbfounded Hagrid was left. His motorcycle was borrowed by Headmaster Dumbledore? Did he still need to pick up Harry Potter? After some thought, he decided to go to Diagon Alley first to wait for them. Even if he didn't need to pick up Harry, he still wanted to see the little fellow Harry, and spend more time with Anna. Anna was also impressed by Dumbledore's dashing figure riding the motorcycle. She hadn't expected Dumbledore to be so spry in his old age, but she was still very happy to be sitting in that spot, looking down at all of Hogwarts. If Draco knew, he would surely be green with envy. Dumbledore was also very happy to see Anna's radiant smile. For this, he almost broke the motorcycle's rear-view mirror, just to see Anna's movements and hear her cheers. Dumbledore felt that perhaps he should also custom-make a vehicle for Anna. Because she didn't like broomsticks, this kind of vehicle was perfect for her to play with. That vehicle should preferably be pink, and have Anna's name painted on it, Tilda. Just like that, Anna soon had her own motorcycle, the kind of Death Barbie pink that she'd be too embarrassed to ride out, complete with wind chimes and streamers. Finally, they arrived at Harry Potter's lighthouse at night. It was strange. Anna clearly remembered that this night should have been a stormy one, just like the terrible weather when Hagrid first took Harry to his aunt's house. But now, the sky was clear, with occasional dark clouds. Anna strongly suspected that Dumbledore, fearing he might get wet, had used magic, because she saw that when there were dense dark clouds earlier, he had waved his wand in the air a few times, muttering something. Perhaps it was then. And then they saw Harry Potter, hiding in a corner, frail and slender, wearing round glasses, with messy hair, and a distinct lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, a little boy. Finally, the original plot begins. "I'm already thinking about new projects, darlings. The new project might be Interstellar Beast, kin after 4,000 followers. But I'm not very confident, so if it goes well I'll write 300,000 words, if not 100,000 words. But I won't stop writing Harry Potter fanfiction. I've already planned the general direction for the next 3 books. Feel free to dive in and look forward to it, Tilda." Chapter 134. Confrontation. Dumbledore's appearance made the Dursleys less terrified, perhaps because, compared to Hagrid, an old man with a little girl didn't seem threatening. So when Dumbledore announced he was from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Aunt Petunia rambled on and on. "Magic? What kind of rubbish magic? Everyone there is crazy, especially that person called Dumbledore. My sister was killed by him. Don't even think about my nephew going to that dreadful place. I deeply apologize for what happened to Lily Potter." Dumbledore didn't know how they had come to understand it, or why there was a rumor that he had caused Harry's parents' deaths. It has nothing to do with Dumbledore. Anna couldn't let Dumbledore take the blame for Peter for no reason. This would directly affect Harry's feelings towards Dumbledore. He was already miserable enough, he couldn't lose another pillar of support. Anna was also quite shocked that they dared to badmouth Dumbledore right to his face. They really weren't afraid. "You lied to me. You said my parents died in a car accident." Harry angrily and urgently jumped out of the darkness in the corner. "A car accident? No, my child, a car accident cannot kill 2 excellent wizards. Dumbledore was not bothered by the Dursleys' insolence and rudeness. It seemed he had anticipated this. "Shut up! This is my house. Get out now or I'll shoot." Seeing that their long, hidden secret was about to be exposed, Dursley raised his shotgun. "We don't want to disturb your lives, but Harry, we must take him tonight." Dumbledore smiled and extended his hand. The moment Dursley fired, he cast a spell, and what shot out of the gun barrel was not a bullet, but a bouquet of flowers. "Devils!" The Dursleys shrieked and ran upstairs. Dumbledore turned around and pulled a letter and a gift from his embrace. "Happy birthday, Harry." "You know my birthday?" "Happy birthday." Anna had actually forgotten that today was Harry Potter's birthday. She gritted her teeth and gave him the candy from her pocket. Harry was exceptionally excited to receive the gift, tears glistening in his little green dog-like eyes. This was the first time anyone had remembered his birthday and given him a gift. "Thank you." Harry looked at Anna, stammering, "We've met before, haven't we?" Otherwise, why did she feel so familiar? A strong sense of déjà vu, but he was certain he had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life, or how could he have forgotten her? But where did that feeling come from? Was it what people call the past life? Harry Potter's emotions were complex, but in a good way. He could finally happily read his letter. He suddenly felt as if he was about to experience a life-changing event, one that was positive and wonderful. Dear occupant under the stairs, the more Harry read, the more excited he became. The intense joy in his heart was like an effervescent tablet dropped into a bottle. His fingers, gripping the envelope, trembled continuously, and when he looked up, there were truly glistening tears. "Can I really go?" "Of course. You are my student." "Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry." "But I don't have any money." Harry awkwardly and somewhat aggrievedly rubbed the back of his head. He was very poor and probably couldn't afford the tuition. "Don't worry, you might be very surprised in a moment." Dumbledore stroked Harry Potter's head, feeling a little wistful. What a good child, but now, he would receive the best care at Hogwarts. Then Anna and Harry squeezed into the motorcycle sidecar next to Dumbledore. Fortunately, both of them were very small, so sitting together was quite spacious. Are we going by motorcycle?" Harry was still surprised. Was Hogwarts that close to them? Close enough to reach by motorcycle? "Fasten your seatbelt." Dumbledore winked mysteriously, twisted the motorcycle's handlebar, and the motorcycle, which should have gradually accelerated into the sky, shot straight up. "What?" Harry Potter instinctively held onto one side of the motorcycle with one hand and tightly gripped Anna's arm with the other. "Be careful." His worldview, built over 11 years, was completely shattered and rebuilt. If Dumbledore's earlier performance was similar to magic, then this flying motorcycle completely conquered him. "It's flying?" Harry looked at Anna with surprise, his eyes full of her, as if he had already taken her as his confidante. "Of course you can too in the future, and he would be top-notch." "Really?" "Really truer than gold." Anna truly loved seeing Harry's innocent, pure little boyish look. She finally understood the charm of a puppy. He was so cute, she really wanted to pat his fluffy head. "Ahem, sit tight and hold on." Dumbledore glanced sideways at Harry's hand gripping Anna's, deliberately reminding him. Harry, realizing what he had done, nervously moved his hand away. Sorry. I was afraid you'd fall just now." His pale little face instantly flushed red, and his eyes didn't know where to look. "It's okay, thank you, Harry." Anna's smile made Harry even shyer. He lowered his head and mumbled softly, "You're welcome." It was late, and the two little ones, after a few words, couldn't help but fall asleep in the night, their heads resting against each other, a warm sight. Then Dumbledore pulled Harry to one side, keeping him at a distance from Anna. "That looks much better." Dumbledore was finally satisfied and continued on his way, completely disregarding the fact that Harry Potter's head was almost hitting the side frame. Finally, at dawn, they arrived near the leaky cauldron. When Harry woke up, he found himself sleeping alone in the motorcycle seat. In the distance, Headmaster Dumbledore held the bundled, serious Anna, gazing at her with a loving expression. There was even a harmonious father-daughter feeling, but their ages, he must be overthinking it. He looked down at the piece of cloth on his body, pink with some writing. Anna's favorite daddy? Was this Anna's blanket? Harry was immediately filled with guilt. He had actually slept with Anna's sister's blanket, causing her to have to sleep wrapped in Headmaster Dumbledore's robe for a night. So he quickly ran off the motorcycle and returned the thin little blanket, which was like a sheet, to Anna. However, Dumbledore took the little blanket, used a shrinking spell, and the blanket gradually shrunk, becoming a handkerchief, and it was Dumbledore's. He tucked it into his pocket. Headmaster Dumbledore, that is... It's my private collection, isn't it cute? Dumbledore explained softly, worried about waking Anna. Huh? Harry didn't know what to say. Indeed. Too bad I only have one, sorry. Dumbledore smiled slyly, accidentally waking Anna. What? I want one too. A groggy Anna rubbed her eyes. Okay, Dumbledore was always obliging. Harry was confused. Didn't he say there was only one? He was puzzled. Chapter 135, Gringotts. After Anna was fully awake, Dumbledore took the two children to buy sandwiches, and then headed to the leaky cauldron. The closer Anna got to the leaky cauldron, the more uneasy she felt, because she knew that today was the day Harry Potter would meet Professor Quirrell, and Professor Quirrell represented the Dark Lord Riddle. And it was truly in the literal sense of behind. Anna hid behind Dumbledore, only peeking her head out, carefully tugging at the back of his robe. Dumbledore also wrapped an arm around her, thinking she was just uncomfortable. Harry Potter also wanted to reach out and hold Anna's hand, but Dumbledore didn't give him a chance, enveloping Anna, and with Dumbledore's introduction, he was instantly surrounded by the crowd. Harry Potter? Is this the famous Mr. Harry Potter? Merlin! I've actually seen him alive! Quick, move aside, let me see Harry Potter. It's true, he really is the savior. Of course, the great white wizard Dumbledore would never lie. Thank you all. Just like in the original story, Harry Potter was bewildered by the enthusiastic wizards. But what puzzled Anna was that her popularity didn't seem to be low either. People kept squeezing in front of her, greeting her and praising her cuteness, beauty and charm. Anna even thought she was as famous as the savior. She had no idea that Dumbledore had already made her the wizarding world's most beautiful young girl while she was gone, with countless portraits of her, all personally drawn by Dumbledore, being released. Even Professor Quirrell squeezed through to greet Anna, with an almost imperceptible deference, as if Anna wasn't a little girl but a true lady. Even his kiss on her hand was very devout. However, more often than not, Quirrell had the back of his head facing Anna. Anna knew that was Riddle, but the smell of garlic on him was just too overpowering. Anna kept burrowing into Dumbledore's embrace, stinky. Then Harry almost cried from the pain and the scar on his forehead. It was Riddle's anger because Anna was so intimate with that old man. Seeing Anna's resistance and Harry's pained expression made Dumbledore realize they needed to leave. Quirrell's back watched their departing figures, not moving for a long time, until someone came up to talk to him, and he shakily sat down. Just like in the original story, Dumbledore first took them to Gringotts. Along the way, Harry Potter, in his astonishment, didn't know how many times he stepped on Anna's feet. He gazed up at the magic things, his mouth never closing. What's that? Harry curiously squeezed with other young wizards in front of a bright display window, looking at a broomstick. That's a broomstick, you'll use it. Can you, Anna? Hearing that he also had a chance to fly, Harry asked Anna excitedly, but when he saw her somewhat awkward face, his earlier happiness instantly vanished by more than half. He didn't like it. Harry secretly made a mental note. I can't. Anna pouted. Why do all these people like to ride these sticks? How uncomfortable. Come on, keep up. Dumbledore turned back to call the two who were almost lost, and glanced at Anna, instantly guessing what had happened. Don't worry, you don't necessarily have to ride a broomstick to fly. In Arab countries, people have traditionally traveled by controlling flying carpets. Dumbledore's demeanor made it seem like he was about to go buy Anna a flying carpet right then and there, which of course, he later did. But for now, Anna was most interested in the goblins on the high platforms and the dragon guarding Gringotts. Is that a real dragon? Of course it's real, but it's a bit dangerous. I'll take you to Romania to see dragons sometime. Dumbledore began to envision a future trip with Anna to watch dragons. Anna was truly curious as to why the seemingly aloof goblins all seemed to be paying close attention to her, pushing up their glasses to observe her and nodding in greeting. Could it be that her prodigious eating habits in the house elf community had spread to the goblin world? Anyway, they successfully boarded the roller coaster to the Potter family vault. But unlike in the book, Dumbledore didn't seem to exchange secret codes with the goblin or retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Instead, he said he wanted to take a look at Dumbledore's own vault. Could the Philosopher's Stone be hidden in Dumbledore's vault? With such doubts, Anna got into the mine cart that felt like a roller coaster. Harry had hoped to sit with Anna, but his dream was instantly shattered. Anna, very naturally, sat into Dumbledore's embrace, on his lap. Dumbledore also very naturally put his arms around her. It seemed as if this was only natural. They had never considered other seating arrangements. Anna was still wondering why Harry Potter wasn't getting on the cart. "Harry, hurry up and get in." Oh, okay." Harry suddenly understood and quickly got into the cart and sat down. Anna also witnessed how spectacular the Potter family vault was, with piles of galleons. Harry Potter couldn't believe his eyes, repeatedly wiping his glasses. "These? Can they really be used? I mean, are these really mine? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Harry never imagined that yesterday he didn't even have 10 yuan, and now he had piles of gold coins. "Of course you didn't think your parents left you nothing, did you?" Dumbledore was also eager, wondering how happy Anna would be when she saw her own vault later. When Anna was brought to Dumbledore's vault, she almost died of embarrassment. Unlike the mysterious and heavily guarded vault Anna had imagined, this vault was 5 times larger than the Potter family's, and equally filled with the wealth Dumbledore's family had accumulated over the years, surpassing the Potter family's. But, inexplicably, there were countless portraits, all of Anna, big and small, numbering in the hundreds, and they were all Muggle-style oil paintings that didn't move. Why were there so many portraits of her? "Do you like them? Anna, these are all yours," Dumbledore informed Anna grandly, extending his arms, waiting for Anna to fly into them like a little bird. But Dumbledore was disappointed. I like them." Her tone was extremely perfunctory. What did she need so many portraits of herself for? "As long as you like them." Dumbledore deliberately pretended not to hear. Harry Potter, go! Chapter 136, Encounter with Malfoy. Dumbledore then took Anna and Harry Potter to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Anna was greeted with enthusiastic welcome by Madame Malkin the moment she stepped in. She covered her chest with one hand in a dramatic gesture, letting out a gasp. "Merlin, is this Anna Dumbledore? She's come to my shop. Heavens, she's my inspiration." Madame Malkin directly embraced Anna and spun her around, preparing to have her try on all the beautiful little dresses she had accumulated over the years. "Careful, Tilda!" Harry exclaimed loudly, and only then did Madame Malkin realize that Dumbledore had also brought a boy. The black-haired boy watched the woman warily, afraid that Anna might be dropped. "This is Madame Malkin," said after gently setting Anna down. "This is Harry Potter. Today we're here to get a set of school robes for young Harry." Dumbledore pushed Harry forward again, quietly pulling Anna closer to him. "Harry Potter? Welcome, my dear. Come quickly. Let me see." Madame Malkin became even more enthusiastic, ushering Harry Potter to stand on the central platform. However, the mischievous measuring tape completely ignored Harry Potter, soared over his head, and wrapped directly around Anna's waist, rubbing back and forth, occasionally measuring her head circumference, and gently caressing Anna's cheeks. Everything happened so fast that Dumbledore didn't even react. By the time he did, Harry had already grabbed the mischievous measuring tape in his hand. The tape reacted strongly, so Harry, somewhat flustered, threw it to the ground. "It's broken, isn't it? I'm sorry, I didn't know." His innocent expression made Madame Malkin never suspect that he had intentionally thrown the tape on the ground. "Of course, it's not your fault." Madame Malkin gave an awkward smile and picked up another measuring tape. Anna was almost dying of laughter. How was this measuring tape still acting like this? Anna thought she could leave after Harry was measured, but then she was picked up by Dumbledore and placed on the platform again. "Anna should get measured too, Tilda, for new little dresses, Tilda." "Huh? Don't I already have so many?" Anna thought of her wardrobe, which had been enchanted with spatial magic, filled with all sorts of dresses and accessories. He still thought she needed new dresses? Those might not all fit. Dumbledore could, of course, use a simple little magic to check, but he always felt that those dresses were outdated and no longer suitable for his dear Anna. And so, Anna would soon receive countless new dresses from Dumbledore, along with Madame Malkin's fervent affection. Next, they went to Ollivander's wand shop. Anna knew what would happen, so she didn't want to go through it again. To her, going to the wand shop with Riddle for training felt like it was just yesterday. "I need to go to the restroom first." Familiar words, familiar scene, but the slight difference was that as soon as Anna stepped out, she ran into Draco and his parents. "Anna?" Draco was the first to exclaim with delight, raising his voice, then seemed to realize he was too excited and immediately lowered his voice, saying haughtily, "What? Don't want to stay at Hogwarts so soon?" Draco still couldn't resist taking Anna's hand. Malfoy Manor is better, isn't it? You can still have cookies made by my mother there. Dumbledore brought me. We're going back to Hogwarts in a bit. Anna quietly pulled her hand away. She had already seen Narcissa starting to search her pocket for a welcome gift. She wouldn't really try to kidnap her to Malfoy Manor, would she? Hi, Anna, long time no see. Narcissa smiled and nodded at Anna. She was quite annoyed that her husband hadn't woken her up when he saw Anna, but had instead sent her directly back to Hogwarts. She had always been very fond of this girl. If she could have a daughter like Anna, it would be absolutely perfect. Even now, Narcissa hadn't given up the idea of having a daughter, hoping to catch some good fortune from Anna. Lucius awkwardly touched his nose. Why were his wife and son so obsessed with that little girl? It seemed he would have to invite her to dinner. But he never expected her to refuse. What did you say? You're not coming? Lucius had never imagined that someone would so bluntly refuse a Malfoy's invitation, and the invitation of the current head of the Malfoy family. You. He was at a loss for words. Even if Abraxas Malfoy came, I still wouldn't go. Anna pouted, as if their invitation was incredibly precious. She knew that in the past, Abraxas would invite her to Malfoy Manor every day, only to be met with Riddle's death glare. You know my father? Lucius instantly tensed when he heard that name. Even though he had passed away so long ago, hearing his name again still made him very nervous. He remembered that from childhood, his father would always sigh in front of him, asking why he wasn't a girl. If he were, he would dress him in beautiful dresses and take him out to play every day. But he was a boy, so he had to grow up quickly and become a pillar of strength. Wait, something suddenly flashed in Lucius's mind, connecting many things. He thought of his father's strictness, the chamber of secrets he left behind, and the legacy left for a blonde little girl. Lucius had once believed that his father was projecting his dream of having a daughter onto him. Those gifts were all prepared for his daughter, but alas, he only had a son. So, those gifts would remain sealed, to be passed down to the next generation of blonde girls. This was also why Narcissa was so insistent on having a daughter. They all wanted to inherit that mysterious legacy, but now it seemed that the person his father was waiting for didn't have the surname Malfoy, or even Dumbledore. Why was that? How could a little girl of a few years old be connected to the infamous Malfoy of yesteryear? Anna, how do you two know each other? Lucius's emotions became complicated. Given her age, she wouldn't necessarily know his father. Dumbledore wouldn't be so idle as to tell her his story. There was only one possibility. They really knew each other. So Dumbledore was her old father? She was born long ago. Not really known. I've seen his portrait. In that room. Anna quickly distanced herself from that man. She didn't want to know him. He would only bully her. However, in the future, she did receive gifts from Abraxas that spanned many years. Woo. I feel like the book title test failed again. The bookstore only gave 3,000 views, and it's only the first day. Woo. Why? I haven't stopped updating. Crying a storm? Chapter 137. Meet again. Lucius couldn't find any fault with Anna's words. Indeed, many portraits of his father were hidden in Malfoy Manor. But just as he was about to ask more questions, Dumbledore appeared, as if he had a radar constantly sensing Anna. Or to be precise, even though Anna had left, his gaze remained on her. So he quickly came out to rescue Anna. Anna didn't dare to act alone anymore, fearing she would run into them again. Anna had just been thinking that it was a good thing she hadn't run into the Weasley family, otherwise the scene would be even more spectacular now. It was a pity she couldn't see Bill, because according to his age, he had already graduated by now, including Charlie. Anna really missed them, especially Bill, Fred, and George. Truly. So she decided that as soon as she returned to Hogwarts, she would immediately write to them to let them know she was safe, and to ask if there was a chance to gather at the Burrow. It was a good thing they didn't dramatically appear here, otherwise Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy would surely be bickering for half the day again. Under Dumbledore's intervention, Lucius had no choice but to take Draco and leave first. This caused Draco to feel wronged and confused. Why couldn't he buy a wand now? Why couldn't he take Anna back to Malfoy Manor? Draco's whys made Lucius uncharacteristically lose his temper at Draco. They could come back later. After Harry Potter chose his wand, Dumbledore took Anna and Harry Potter to Flourish and Blotts. As soon as Anna stepped into the bookstore, she was stunned by the familiar faces that greeted her. What was that? Why were there so many books with her portraits on the shelves? 365 kinds of household magic? 100 ways to make people fall in love with magic. The 36 stratagems of becoming beautiful? 300 essential knowledge points for preschool wizards. There were all kinds of categories, but without exception, the covers all featured her face. Some were rather blurry photographs, others were oil paintings with obvious brush strokes. Why is it all my face? Preschool wizards' books are one thing, but why is my face, even on essential healing magic for middle-aged and elderly? Anna desperately wanted Dumbledore's explanation, or anyone's explanation, as to what was happening and why she was so famous. Unfortunately, she was once again surrounded by people. Anna, it's true, the rumor from this morning is true, she really is back. Those wizards had a great enthusiasm for Anna, though she didn't know why. They even considered touching her hair a joyous event. Don't push. Everyone, don't push. Because everyone was too enthusiastic, Anna was pushed away 5 meters distant from Dumbledore. Harry was also squashed, both of them pressed together, but Harry still kept his arm bent, allowing Anna, who was squeezed into his embrace, some time to breathe. It wasn't until Malfoy's appearance that many people dispersed. It seemed that those common folk didn't want to get too involved with the Malfoy family. Perhaps it was because the Malfoy family members were not to be trifled with, or because of their families' past as Death Eaters and absolute loyalists of the Dark Lord. Finally, Anna could breathe some fresh air, but Draco's sour heart made him blurt out, without thinking, that Anna was unchaste and shameless, casually hugging other men. She's not like that. Anna is very good. Before Dumbledore could intervene, Harry Potter, full of righteousness, stood between Anna and Draco. This moment, the two boys finally had time to examine each other. Draco saw the black-haired boy's dirty clothes and was utterly disgusted, thinking that Anna had truly poor taste in men. The next second, he saw the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and instantly understood something, pointing excitedly at Harry's face. "You're Harry Potter?" Harry, on the other hand, looked at the boy whose appearance and heart were completely opposite, instinctively thinking he was Anna's relative. He was even more filled with disdain for him, believing he was bullying Anna, and even wanted to rush up and punch the brat. In front of his friends, Harry was always full of infinite strength and righteousness. "It's none of your business. Because of your rudeness, you need to apologize to Anna." Although the boy opposite him had softened his attitude somewhat, Harry still couldn't forget the humiliation Anna had just suffered. "It's none of your business either." Draco squeezed in front of Harry, glaring at him with a fierce look. At this moment, Draco was more than half a head taller than Harry, overwhelming him with his imposing presence. But Harry wasn't afraid of him at all. Instead, he imitated him, puffing out his chest and bumping into Draco. Two boys glared at each other, bumping chests, testing the most primitive form of struggle. "She's my friend. She's my sister. Sisters aren't for bullying." Who bullied her? Draco was extremely wronged. When had he ever bullied that little girl? Wasn't it he who was ridden by Anna? Just when the two of them thought they looked particularly tall in Anna's eyes, Anna looked at their intimate appearance and showed a slight ant-like smile. Anna's mind was completely filled with the brotherly affection between them. Who was on top? Who was on the bottom? They were such a delightful pair of rivals, truly a perfect match. If those two men knew how they appeared in Anna's mind, they would surely regret competing with each other in front of Anna. Unfortunately, at present, they were both immersed in their handsome and heroic image of standing up for Anna, unable to extricate themselves. Fortunately, Lucius was nearby. He used his snake-head cane to stop their earnest squabble. "Draco, how did I teach you?" "All right." Draco finally retreated, obediently returning behind Lucius, but his gaze remained unfriendly as he glared at Harry Potter. Draco had originally thought he could have a savior friend, but now it seemed he couldn't stand to be with an idiot. Thus, the adults pulled the two apart. It wasn't a big deal to begin with. Lucius and Dumbledore exchanged pleasantries again, thoroughly separating the two. Anna had originally wanted to browse Flourish and Blots for more interesting magic books, but now she was scared. She, a person whose cursive writing looked like chicken scratch, had already signed so many autographs that her hand was sore. Couldn't she just use magic to sign? Chapter 138, Old Friend. By the time they left Diagon Alley, Anna was already exhausted. Heaven knows how many times she had signed her ugly, florid name, and Dumbledore kept praising her writing, which was truly embarrassing. Then Dumbledore knelt down in front of Anna, offering her his back, asking her to climb on so he could carry her. "Isn't this a bit much? I'm already so big." The most important thing was that he must be over 100 years old, right? She couldn't bear to impose, but Dumbledore didn't mind at all, and easily picked Anna up. "This is fine. Isn't it normal for a father to carry his daughter? And father can live for another 500 years. Don't worry." Anna found that Dumbledore was indeed as he said, walking with great strides, each step steady. Later Harry Potter even had trouble keeping up and had to jog. She deeply suspected whether he had truly found a way to achieve immortality. Immortality. Oh right, the Philosopher's Stone. Anna hadn't seen him make any move to retrieve the stone. Did we forget to get something at Gringotts?" Anna whispered into Dumbledore's ear like a little squirrel, her head resting on his shoulder. "Forget what? Your painting? It's fine, I can go back and get it anytime you want." Dumbledore loved how Anna snuggled up to him and whispered secrets. It showed the intimacy of their relationship. "Not that. It's the kind of thing no one else should know about." Anna couldn't be too direct, or he would definitely question why she knew the Philosopher's Stone was in his possession. Naked photos of Anna when she was 3? "Don't worry, father has kept them safe. No one else will see them, absolutely not." As he spoke, a glint flashed behind Dumbledore's spectacles. "No, never mind." Anna could only end the topic, otherwise, she didn't know how hard Dumbledore was working to create souvenirs for her in places she didn't know about. Dumbledore could have taken Harry directly to Hogwarts, but doing so would deprive him of the fun of making friends on the express train. So Dumbledore arranged for him to stay at a hotel in Diagon Alley and then had the late-arriving Hagrid look after him. It took some time because there was no motorcycle. Then, on the way back to Hogwarts, Anna encountered Professor Snape, who had come after them. Snape seemed to have not left his house for a long time. His hair was still greasy, and the same oppressive black robes covered his feet. His eyes stared intently at Anna, blocking their path. He looked utterly decadent and haggard. How long had he been holed up at Spinner's End without going out? "Hi, Tilda Severus. Long time no see. How was your holiday?" Dumbledore greeted Snape warmly. But Snape, feeling betrayed, questioned, She's back? When did this happen? Why hadn't he been informed?" Although Snape hated looking after children, that little girl was his certified direct disciple. He hadn't taught her anything yet. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to his name if word got out? And it might even be a disgrace across different timelines? The thought made Snape restless, and he would always instinctively seek out news about Anna. Finally, one day, when a house elf came to deliver something to him, he overheard that Dumbledore had left with Anna early that morning. This almost made our potion master blow up his cauldron. So he immediately rushed to Diagon Alley, not even having time to clean up the mess. "Hello, Professor Snape." Anna felt a chill run down her spine from Snape's glare, but it wasn't her first time being stared at so intently today. She quickly wondered if she had offended him before her transmigration. Probably not, right? Was it that one time, out of boredom, she accidentally got a drop of saliva on his cherished handwritten letter from Lily? Or did she secretly write numbers on his clothes to see if he changed them? It couldn't be that she secretly poured away the potion he gave her, could it? The more Anna thought, the more scared she became, so she simply hid behind Dumbledore, giving up. Never mind, once she got back, she would just study with Dumbledore. During these days of time travel, she deeply understood that she needed to diligently study magic, grow stronger, and not always rely on Dumbledore and them. Who knew Snape wouldn't give her that chance at all? "Yes, Anna is back just this morning. We haven't had time to inform everyone yet," Dumbledore explained with a smile, which ignited an unidentifiable anger in Snape, who then smoothly interjected, "That's truly wonderful. She has missed too many classes and needs to work hard. Let's start tonight. I'll be waiting for her in my office, tonight at 6. With that, he strode away, giving Anna no chance to refuse. No way was she going to start studying with that guy again. Anna looked to Dumbledore for help, but Dumbledore's back of the head couldn't see Anna's pleading little eyes. After Anna returned to Hogwarts, she felt like a deflated ball. How could someone chase after another person for classes? That was too inhumane. She lay back on her bed and fell into a deep sleep, but as she slept, she felt someone continuously stroking her cheek, which startled her awake. That face, like an ancient tree spirit, suddenly appeared before her. It was Aberforth Dumbledore. How did he get here? Oh right, he would definitely come. So he stole her from Hogwarts. Aberforth's old tears flowed, yet he deliberately tried to maintain his composure. Did I wake you, Anna? Sorry. Then, Anna was pressed into Aberforth's embrace. He smelled of soap, clearly having just showered, and his beard was still damp, so it wasn't very prickly. But Anna didn't like the damp feeling. Let me see you, Aberforth. You should call me brother. Aberforth was very insistent on this point. Brother? Shouldn't it be uncle? From this, it seemed Aberforth didn't know she was actually Dumbledore and Grindelwald's child. Even though she had returned to the past multiple times and changed history, her identity was still very well kept a secret. Brother, but what did it matter? Regardless of the address, his love for her was equally sincere. Anna, of course, was not stingy about making him a little happier. Anna, it's really you. A sudden sound of hooves appeared in the room. Anna curiously looked up and saw a horse, no, a centaur about 1.75 meters tall with curly brown hair. Although he didn't look very old, his physique was athletic and very familiar looking. It's me, Anna. Cassie. We used to play together all the time when we were little. The centaur's ears shyly twitched a few times. Cassie? What are you doing here? Anna remembered him, the centaur she used to fish and play with, who seemed to have a distinguished status. But didn't centaurs never leave the Forbidden Forest? Chapter 139. School starts. Cassie, what are you doing here? Me? I can go to Hogwarts. As he spoke, the centaur made a big leap in place, his head hitting the chandelier on the ceiling, which Aberforth had specially customized for Anna. You're going to Hogwarts? Your family agreed? Anna felt as if she had heard a tall tale, like Riddle becoming a Hogwarts professor. Ahem, I guess so. A hint of discomfort appeared on Cassie's dark face. He didn't want to tell Anna that he went on a hunger strike to come to school, and they only agreed out of desperation. Anna would definitely think he was too childish. You're a first year now? 11 years old? Anna found her neck getting sore from looking up at him. He was only 11? 11 years old and 1.7 meters tall? If you count by human age, it's about right. Cassie bent his knees and knelt on the carpet by the bed. Although this action for assent or signifies absolute submission, Cassie was willing. He was too worried about Anna's slender, fragile little neck. If Bane and the others were here, they would lecture him tirelessly, saying he disgraced the centaur's honor. Good thing they wouldn't appear. Aberforth was arranged by Dumbledore to look after Cassie and to enter Hogwarts through a secret passage on the first day of school. The reason Dumbledore would be very busy was that he had been applying to the Ministry of Magic for the centaur to attend school. This was a historic, yet worthwhile endeavor. A centaur willing to be close to humans had appeared, and he might even be the future leader of the centaur tribe. Then, cooperation between humans and the centaur tribe could be smoother. So, these days, Cassie had been studying human common sense and etiquette with Aberforth. Anna somewhat admired Cassie's courage. This would be a very risky undertaking, because he would surely be ostracized and looked at differently by most students. He would need to work even harder to adapt to classes, such as flying class. Anna really couldn't imagine a centaur riding a broom. Perhaps as a creature that runs freely on land, he couldn't accept flying at all? Anna was overly worried for the centaur, but Cassie was very happy that Anna kept looking at him, wondering if she was very satisfied with his physique. He had always focused on training, and his mother had also said that his build was definitely outstanding among centaurs his age. He could certainly become an excellent centaur leader. When I brought you back, did I jostle you? When? Oh, you brought me back. Anna quickly guessed that Cassie had carried her to Hogsmeade. She didn't expect him to still be so good to her, willing to let her stay on his back. Yes, you should go to sleep. I won't disturb you anymore. Cassie wagged his tail, but showed no intention of standing up. He remained lying by Anna's bed, looking at her with Aberforth. How could she sleep like this? Then, I'll go to sleep first. Why don't you two rest outside for a while? It's fine, you just sleep. I'll protect you here. Cassie patted his chest, his strong pectoral muscles powerful. Anna's eyes went wide. Anna thought she could avoid the fate of tutoring tonight because she had been snuck out, but she was quickly found and brought back by Snape. Snape saw hoof prints in the room and guessed that the legendary first centaur student in Hogwarts history had been there. Combining this with the current situation, it must have been Aberforth's doing. So Anna was ultimately taken back by him for class. Anna was truly looking forward to the start of school. When school started, Snape would be busy and hopefully wouldn't keep dragging her to study, right? Finally, the day school started. Anna was dressed by Dumbledore early. Perhaps for revenge, Dumbledore, for once, did not dress Anna as a princess in a frilly skirt, but instead put her in a mini-sized Gryffindor school uniform. This was probably a lingering effect from Riddle making her wear a Slytherin uniform before. He was determined to brainwash his precious daughter from now on about what a loving family Gryffindor was, even though his daughter was too much like her father in some aspects. Anna also had the honor of sitting in the professor's seat at the opening ceremony. Of course, she couldn't think of a better position, but the problem was her chair was still a heightened baby chair. Anna felt like a lifeguard sitting in that position. She could take in all the scenery, which was so embarrassing. On one side was Dumbledore, and on the other side was Professor Quirrell, who had taken Professor McGonagall's seat. Help! How was she supposed to eat delicious food? Wouldn't everything taste of garlic? Sorry. I want to play with Anna for a bit. Okay. Professor McGonagall couldn't bring herself to refuse him, and sat aside with a serious expression. Anna's expression was so wrong, she was almost in tears. She didn't want to sit next to Riddle. Anna. Long time no see. Tilda, in Anna's ear, at a distance only she could hear, Professor Quirrell suddenly stopped stuttering, and there was even a hint of seduction. What was going on? Snape also sat next to Quirrell with a displeased expression, pressing down on his shoulder as he tried to get closer to Anna. You're early, Tilda. Professor Quirrell. This temporarily saved Anna from being suffocated by the smell. But it only created a distance of half a meter. Snape and Professor Quirrell stared at each other. Professor Quirrell looked very frightened. Did I do something wrong? Professor Snape? Is there something wrong? Professor Quirrell cleverly shifted his gaze, avoiding Snape's eyes. Snape couldn't force his eyes to warn him, you sit over here. He could only risk being seen as bullying a colleague. This isn't good. Quirrell tried to decline again, but Snape wasn't having it. He grabbed his collar and lifted him. Can't you see she's afraid of you? Suddenly, everyone seemed to side with Snape because of Anna's pained expression. So that was it. Snape, no matter how much he disliked contact with people, wouldn't just bully a new colleague right away. Dumbledore cast a look of relief. As principal, he couldn't stick up for Anna. And so, Snape became the person next to Anna. Immediately, the air was much fresher, but the awkwardness was no less. Chapter 140. Riot. Anna sat there, awkwardly smiling at the students diving in below, praying for the feast to start soon. That way, she wouldn't have to keep being stared at by the backs of Professor Snape's and Professor Quirrell's heads. Unexpectedly, it was Snape who broke the silence. He propped his chin on one hand, looking very inquisitive, and asked Anna, Did you finish the homework I assigned last night? Homework? He assigned homework? How come she didn't know anything about it? Got it. Snape's tone immediately became a bit stern. Anna visibly shivered. She was probably too sleepy and confused, completely unaware of any homework. Haha, homework, what's the big deal? It's not essential, is it, Professor Snape? Anna is still young. To her surprise, Professor Quirrell interrupted Snape's speech. He used his trembling voice to defend Anna. Oh, do you have an opinion on my teaching methods, Professor Quirrell? Snape's tone grew even deeper, so menacing it could drip water. Anna lowered her head, unable to bear it. Sorry, Riddle. She didn't know how to deal with Snape's death glare either. Thanks to you, my good friend. So Snape turned to communicate with Professor Quirrell, allowing Anna to finally catch her breath. Then, house elves kept secretly feeding her from under the table, first a banana, then an apple, and even a whole roasted chicken? How was she supposed to catch that? So the entire roasted chicken fell directly onto Snape's robes. Snape's attention finally returned to Anna, but his expression, it was even worse. Everything was cleaned up. The stains, the roasted chicken, the snacks on the table, and even the banana in Anna's mouth were confiscated. It's time to eat. He warned her with his eyes that she shouldn't eat so many random things before the meal. Anna swallowed the last bite of banana, looking wronged, hoping to gain Snape's pity. Please, it's hard for anyone to remain indifferent with so much delicious food right in front of them. But Snape was unyielding. He even pulled out a potion from his robes, intending to make her drink it. Anna guessed it was for digestion. Then Professor Quirrell spoke again. No, she can't drink that. She's still young. She shouldn't drink random things. Shut up. Snape's patience was truly exhausted with the persistent Professor Quirrell. Fortunately, Dumbledore finally appeared. The feast was about to begin. At the same time, Anna didn't notice a group of red haired teenagers at the Gryffindor table constantly waving at her, almost standing on the table. Fred and George, upon entering the Great Hall, were excitedly discussing whether their little brother would cry from fright and how cool Harry Potter's scar was, thinking they could get one too. Then Percy immediately stopped them. Mum would absolutely never allow you to get tattoos. Don't even think about it. Who said we wanted tattoos, Prefect? Esteemed Prefect, may I breathe? Fred and George would mock Percy whenever they got the chance. Ever since Percy learned he was the new prefect, he'd been walking back and forth in front of the mirror every day with his prefect badge, practicing his prefect smile and prefect speeches. So much so that now he acted like a prefect in everything he did, which is why Fred and George had been making fun of him ever since. Just as Percy was about to scold his brothers for their rudeness, he spotted Anna at the professor's table, and his attention immediately shifted. Look, is that Anna? Is it her? He said, both certain and uncertain, making the two red-haired instigators instantly quiet down. Nah, no May? Where? Upon realizing it really was Anna, whom they had been searching for, they gave her a big, happy hug. Nah, no May is alive again. It really is her. Fred and George joyfully began waving their arms, hoping Anna would see them, but she seemed very scared. Looking closely, did that old bat scare her? You're right. Is he scolding her? Damn it, that's our no May. Fred and George's minds were already picturing how Anna was suffering under the old bat's hands. They wanted to cause trouble for that old bat, but they needed to design a more perfect prank. Even though they stood on the bench, Anna still couldn't see them, until they made an even more astonishing discovery. Among the new students there wasn't just the savior, there was also a centaur. Many people were seeing a centaur in real life for the first time, and some young wizards from the Muggle world were even scared to tears. Kessie stood in the crowd with his arms crossed. His height made him stand out like a crane among chickens. His quiver was empty, but to hide his nervousness and discomfort, he still held his bow, standing aloof from the world. He cast a disdainful look at the little human girl he had scared to tears. Ridiculous, Anna was braver than her when she was 3. The aloof Kessie caused an explosive discussion among everyone. It was truly unexpected that people weren't constantly discussing the savior. Instead, the centaur diverted some of the attention. When Kessie saw Anna sitting in the high position, his cool demeanor instantly vanished. He happily waved his arms, his ears turned shyly red and twitched constantly, as if bothered by flies, and his tail swished back and forth, almost hitting Ron next to him. Good heavens, his tail! It's so annoying. Ron, disgusted and a little fearful, edged closer to Harry. Harry's attention, which had been too nervous to focus, then noticed Anna, and also showed a happy puppy expression. Anna! You all know Anna? At this moment, Ron had completely forgotten that he and Harry had met once before. Of course we're good friends, Harry said very confidently, making Ron's expression even more shocked. Sage, keep your voices down. You're too loud. Little Queen Hermione, hands on her hips, rolled her eyes at them and excitedly approached the centaur. She had a love for all creatures, not to mention a magical creature with human intelligence. This was just like what she had read in books. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. You have such a good physique. Unfortunately, Kessie was still very wary of humans other than Anna. His hooves almost kicked Hermione away, barely controlled. Stay away from me, otherwise I won't be responsible. Kessie's steps faltered for a moment, avoiding an accident. He hadn't yet learned to fully control his reflexes. Silence. Dumbledore's announcement signaled the start of the feast. He first introduced Kessie, this distinguished guest and also everyone's good classmate. He hoped everyone could become good friends with Kessie. Of course, everyone knew how difficult that would be. Chapter 141, Sorting Ceremony. Anna also spotted Kessie when the new students entered, as he was too conspicuous to miss. Anna smiled and waved at him, and at Harry and the others, feeling a surge of worry for Kessie's Hogwarts life, thinking she would just have to spend more time talking to him. However, if she stepped in, Fred and George would definitely bring the Gryffindors to play with him. Oh right, those twins who were always obsessed with taking her on adventures. She almost forgot about them. So Anna immediately looked towards Fred and George, who were equally shocked and still standing at the Gryffindor long table. Percy next to them was covering his forehead in embarrassment, trying to dissuade them from excitedly rushing over. Fred and George, who frequently ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, of course knew Kessie. In their memories, Kessie was still that naive scent, or who had been deceived in love by a human woman, otherwise he wouldn't have constantly pestered them about Anna. But they never believed that the Anna Kessie was looking for was their no Mei. After all, there were many girls named Anna. How could no Mei be targeted by that centaur? But now it seemed that the bad woman he had been frantically inquiring about was indeed their own sister. They both really wanted to rush over, pin him to the ground, and tell him to quickly return to his forbidden forest and stop thinking about no Mei. But now he was the first to be called to the front to put on the sorting hat. They even found it a little funny, because Kessie was so tall that he had to bend down significantly for Professor McGonagall to place the sorting hat on him. Anna was also curious which house he would be sorted into. Surely it wouldn't be Slytherin, right? Sure enough, after some deliberation, the sorting hat shouted, "Ravenclaw." There was some applause at the Ravenclaw house table. Presumably, their studious nature made them very curious about Kessie. Anna was surprised for a second, but then considering the long history and cultural heritage of the Centaur tribe, coupled with their innate role as astronomers in their study of the stars, it seemed quite fitting for Ravenclaw. Good, as long as it wasn't Slytherin. Slytherin discriminated against even humans, half-bloods, muggle-borns, let alone magical creatures. Kessie should be quite happy in Ravenclaw. To accommodate Kessie, Dumbledore had already prepared a specially sturdy chair that allowed him to kneel, a height that made him just right for dining at the table. Kessie, having gone through the sorting, finally relaxed a bit. And Harry Potter, as in the original story, went through a longer period of deliberation and inquiry by the sorting hat, which finally sorted him into Gryffindor. The same went for his future companions. An unprecedented cheer erupted at the Gryffindor long table. After Harry settled down, he subconsciously looked towards Anna, wanting to exchange a glance with her, but he saw the hook-nosed, black-haired man next to Anna constantly staring at him, and at the same time Harry's forehead began to ache slightly once more. Why? At the feast, many more people were watching Anna, such as Wood, and the cheerful young man at the Hufflepuff long table, who kept looking at Anna, his eyes forming crescent moons as he smiled. Cedric was overjoyed to see Anna again. He had been quietly following her activities and would send her gifts every year. After the dinner, Anna had just gotten off her stool with Dumbledore's help when Snape stopped her, forcibly taking her away. Come on, tonight we continue with remedial lessons. But Professor Snape, don't you need to speak to the new students? As Dean? Anna tried to find an excuse to refuse. Yes, Snape really wanted to answer no, but Dumbledore was looking at her benevolently. In an hour, wait for me in my office. He then rushed towards the Slytherin common room, preparing to finish quickly. Anna's face fell again. Sure enough, she couldn't escape Snape's torment. Then that garlic smell wafted over. Anna, why don't I teach you? Professor Quirrell blocked Anna's path, almost causing her to bump into his waist. Luckily, she stopped in time and quickly refused. No, I'm going to study now. It's going great, Professor Snape's teaching. She was terrified of the chance of being greeted alone by Riddle. Anna's legs ran incredibly fast, even flying directly past Harry and the others. They couldn't stop her. Harry and the others were a bit disappointed, especially Fred and George, who decided to raid Anna's room that night to play with her. But as soon as they suggested it, their own brother Percy reported them out of righteousness. Professor McGonagall immediately called them to her office for a lecture. Fred and George quietly made another mental note against Percy. Other people with centaurs also wanted to express their longing to Anna, but the crowd was surging, making it difficult for them to move against the flow. They could only keep looking back at Anna as they were swept along by the crowd back to their respective dormitories. In Snape's office, Anna sat on her special little chair, swinging her legs, only to be met by an injured Snape. The smell of blood was so obvious that Anna immediately jumped off the chair. You're injured? No way? Riddle made a move so quickly. No, Snape thought she wouldn't come, so he had recklessly dragged his bleeding leg back to his office, wanting to find some potion to stop the bleeding. Were you attacked? No, I accidentally slipped. Snape, dragging his injured leg, walked around Anna, not wanting her to see the bloody scene. Impossible. That's too fake, that excuse. You need to go to the medical wing. Anna chased after him again. Snape sped up, blood already soaking his pant leg. No need, tonight's lesson is cancelled. Hurry back to your room. How can I be at ease when you're like this? Anna didn't understand why he was being so stubborn again. She took a quick step and hugged his waist, forcing him into a chair. With Anna's strength, Snape actually found himself unable to move. That girl was famously as strong as an ox. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade Anna, Snape pursed his lips and slowly told her the location of the potion, asking Anna to get it for him. Anna spent the entire evening helping Snape with his wound. She suddenly realized she was quite suited for this kind of work. But when she asked Snape what had happened, he refused to say anything, which was truly frustrating. Pressing Snape's calf, Anna noticed he seemed a bit dazed, as if recalling something. He didn't need him to say it. Anna could guess he probably saw Harry Potter and then remembered Lily, right? Anna stopped bothering him, quietly left, and closed the door for him, letting him have some peace and quiet. But she couldn't just let Snape's injury go. She had to find the truth. Chapter 142 Magic Carpet Flight. Anna followed Snape's blood trail until she reached the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Not knowing the password, she had to give up for now. Turning to go back to her room, she met the house elves who had come to find her. A wave of relief washed over her. It was great, she wouldn't have to walk back, they would carry her. But they didn't take her back to her room as Dumbledore had said. Instead, they carried her all the way to the kitchen. Good heavens, they even secretly threw a welcome-back party for her. She really wanted to sleep, she was so sleepy. However, she couldn't let down the house-elf's enthusiasm, and couldn't resist eating another large plateful. Anna couldn't get up the next morning, so she missed Harry Potter's charms class. But Dumbledore intentionally reminded her, since it's already late, why not go watch flying class? Perhaps it could encourage Kessie. Kessie's flying class? Was this a tricky question for Anna the moment she woke up? He really was going to flying class? That's right, this will be Kessie's first flying class, Dumbledore said, helping Anna comb her hair while mentally preparing her. Hopefully, it won't be his last. Of course not. Dumbledore winked playfully again, pressing a gift into Anna's hand. You'll like it, he smiled mysteriously. It's not a broomstick, is it? She was underage, was he giving her a broomstick? Openly defying the Protection of Underage Wizards Act? Of course not. Dumbledore left breakfast by Anna's bed and departed. He had new innovations to fight for at the Ministry of Magic. Not. Anna opened the gift box with a skeptical look. It was 2 flying carpets. They had been enchanted with spatial magic. They would return to normal size once taken out. Needless to say, the Death Barbie pink one was hers, and the green one, which could blend into the forest, was Kessie's. Dumbledore wanted her to give Kessie a flying carpet. Well, this really was a good idea. Sitting on a flying carpet, Anna wouldn't have her bottom bruised, and Kessie wouldn't have to worry about falling off at any moment. Anna was so excited she wanted to try it right now. She ran all the way to the flying practice grounds. Many young wizards were already floating 2 or 3 meters in the air, but they dared not fly higher, due to the professor's orders. Kessie, meanwhile, was holding a book on the principles of flight in the distant shadows, occasionally looking up at the humans in the sky. Kessie hadn't expected to encounter such an insurmountable problem on his first day of class. He was utterly dejected. Most importantly, he hadn't seen Anna at mealtime today, otherwise he wouldn't be so disheartened. Why hadn't Anna come to see him? Was she sick? The scent, or wasn't paying attention and accidentally broke his book in half. Luckily, the first thing he learned from Aberforth was repairing magic, otherwise he would have damaged too much public property. Kessie! Kessie! Anna's call made Kessie's attention focus on Anna's face, from far to near. He evidently thought he was hallucinating, and the expression on his face instantly changed from grievance to joy, so quickly that Anna didn't even react. Did they bully you? Anna shook Kessie's arm, feeling like he'd gone silly with laughter. No. Kessie thought of his book disappearing and reappearing in a tree, and the extra carrot on his bed, etc., which Anna shouldn't know about. So he shook his head, leaned down, and hugged Anna, nuzzling her cute little face. He immediately felt energized again. All right then, if you need help, you can come directly to Headmaster Dumbledore. No, never mind, just tell me directly. Anna felt his chances of seeing Dumbledore were much higher than hers. Okay, no problem. Kessie always answered quickly when it came to Anna. Even if she told him to jump off a cliff, he probably wouldn't hesitate. Centaurs have absolute loyalty to their chosen partners. Look what this is. Anna delightedly took 2 flying carpets out of the gift box. She could finally unfold them and look, as she had been suppressing her curiosity for fear of not being able to put them back once opened. Kessie had clearly never seen a flying carpet before. Flying carpets, from the Middle East. With these you can fly safely, Anna said, unfolding the pink one. Emblazoned on it in ornate script were the words "Daddy's Little Princess Anna," along with a portrait of a blonde girl wearing a crown. Anna's smile instantly froze. She shouldn't have expected too much. It must have been custom made by Dumbledore with a lot of thought put into his aesthetic. The other one was very ordinary, perhaps a finished product displayed in a shop window, but its exotic charm still made Anna envious. Kessie's attitude was completely opposite to Anna's. When he saw the carpet with Anna's portrait, he showed genuine amazement, exclaiming, "Oh wow! It's truly exquisite, Anna. The craftsmanship of this flying carpet is perfect, and it has Anna woven into it. This flying carpet is amazing." Kessie's delight was evident. He was practically about to pick up the flying carpet and kiss it. Anna had a confused expression. Was he serious? Then let's switch tilde. But I can't bear to let go of your face. Kessie couldn't bear to use this flying carpet. It should be hung on his wall as a tapestry. But seeing Anna already excitedly sitting on the black flying carpet, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Okay, Kessie also carefully mounted the pink flying carpet and began to try flying it. Professor Hooch was moved by Kessie's spirit and came over to explain, but then turned to Anna and said, "You, stay on the ground." Madame Hooch dared not imagine Anna falling off a flying carpet. Dumbledore would go mad. But Madame Hooch truly overestimated her. She indeed tried as hard as Kessie to control her magic, but she couldn't gather it at all. She could sense the magic but couldn't use it smoothly. Were they really as Neville's grandmother said? No, she needed to go talk to Dumbledore about this. While Anna was working hard, Kessie on the other side actually floated up. Although he was only about half a meter above the ground, it was truly a historic step forward. "Look, Anna, I'm flying! I'm really flying!" From that moment on, Kessie suddenly developed an interest in flying. "That's great, Kessie! You're amazing!" Anna was genuinely happy for Kessie. Kessie even comforted her, patting her head. "Don't worry, you're still young, you can ride a broomstick. Don't mind me." Kessie actually thought Anna was deliberately trying to boost his confidence by pretending to be bad at it. This made Anna even more restless. She had to go see Dumbledore right now. Chapter 143, Mrs. Longbottom. Anna, thinking of this matter, was eager to complete it. Otherwise, she always felt she might forget it again. She needed to recover her magic as soon as possible, so she ran to Dumbledore. As luck would have it, Professor Snape was discussing something with Dumbledore. When they saw Anna's face, they both fell silent, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Anna couldn't help but wonder if they were discussing something about her and didn't want her to know. "Why are you here? Don't you know how to knock?" Professor Snape stood up and offered his chair to Anna. Anna, still panting, didn't forget to retort, "I came to see my father." Professor Snape pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something but swallowed it back. Professor Snape stood up and left, leaving the space to the overaged father and daughter. He had to face that savior again. Why couldn't that brat be his trouble? Free as Anna. At this moment, after the comparison, Professor Snape increasingly felt that Anna was a lovely, well-behaved, and intelligent child. She was indeed worthy of his personal guidance. "What were you talking about? Is it about me?" "Of course not. There are some school matters. You should know, some parents cannot accept their children going to school with magical creatures. They'll need some time and understanding." Dumbledore told Anna another beautiful lie, holding her on his lap. Feeling the weight on his lap, Dumbledore felt a little sad. He didn't know how much longer he could hold Anna like this. She had grown up, but unfortunately he didn't seem to have much time to accompany her as she grew. It was truly a pity. Dumbledore did hide many things. The matter of Kessie was true, but they were just discussing Anna's birth, which could now be definitively attributed to Grindelwald using forbidden dark arts. He should have been imprisoned in that place until his death, but they had just learned that Grindelwald had disappeared from his captivity. Someone had even seen him in a small town in Germany. Although the news was not entirely reliable, Dumbledore and Professor Snape were very worried that he would come to take Anna away. After all, his regard for Anna was also obvious to all. Anna was half believing, half doubting, but she also knew she wouldn't get any answers, so she simply told Dumbledore her question. "You mean you want to see Neville Longbottom's grandma?" Dumbledore's hand, which was peeling an apple for Anna, paused. He of course knew about the magic sealed within Anna's body. He had tacitly allowed this because he worried that if Anna couldn't control the immense magic well, it would only harm herself. He dared not imagine Anna disappearing from his side like Ariana. So he had always wanted to wait until Anna started first year before dealing with the seal. Now it seemed to be effective, as her instances of magic outbursts were indeed much fewer than her peers. Exactly. I want to break the seal. Seeing that Dumbledore wasn't surprised at all, Anna had a premonition that he had known all along. That's quite a coincidence. She happens to be coming over this afternoon. You can talk to her. This afternoon? Anna never expected that Grandma Longbottom, so eager for her grandson, couldn't rest easy alone at home. As soon as she was idle, her mind was filled with images of Neville falling from the moving staircase, being injured by exploding cauldron, and being knocked flying by that centaur. So one day after school started, she resolutely wrote to Dumbledore requesting a visit. As a parent, she needed to tour the school. And Dumbledore, feeling guilty about the Longbottom couple, of course agreed to her visit, but he would not let her appear in front of Neville Longbottom, as this would cause dissatisfaction among other students. Initially, Grandma Longbottom was even more displeased. Her purpose in visiting was to ensure her grandson was safe and sound, but now he wouldn't allow it. But as soon as Dumbledore explained that other students might mock Longbottom for being unable to leave his grandma, or discriminate against him, the poor old lady immediately relented, suddenly looking 10 years older, although she was already quite old. However, to support the entire Longbottom family, she had always presented herself as shrewd and sharp. Now, slumped on the sofa, asking Dumbledore for a cup of tea, she revealed a vulnerability and confusion befitting her age. Seeing her like this, Dumbledore secretly added some calming potion to her tea, so at least she could get a good night's sleep tonight. He also shared his treasure with her to look at. "Oh right, Anna has been wanting to see you. Do you want to meet her?" Dumbledore knew that mentioning Anna would certainly perk her up. Sure enough, the woman who had been slumped moments before, her eyes instantly brightened considerably, and she said spiritedly, "Anna? That little girl? Where is she? Our Neville talks about her every day. Have they met? Did Neville play with her?" Grandma Longbottom's attitude was like someone scrutinizing a prospective granddaughter-in-law, eagerly anticipating meeting Anna, so much so that when Anna entered, she was almost suffocated by her enthusiastic hug. By the way, it was still summer, wasn't it? Why was Grandma Longbottom still wearing fur? The fluffy trim made her nose itch, and she really wanted to sneeze. Didn't she feel hot? "Anna, good child, you've grown so big. Do you still remember when I held you when you were little?" Grandma Longbottom pulled Anna to sit beside her, held her hand, and put the candies she brought for Neville into Anna's hand. "Eat quickly. Grandma has plenty." It's fine, you should save them for Neville." Anna knew that one shouldn't accept favors without earning them. What if she went crazy again and made her Neville's wife? She still wanted to try several other big trees. Don't be polite with Grandma. How could the old lady let Anna refuse? It's like you can never refuse the bite of food your grandma thinks you haven't eaten enough of. However, from Grandma Longbottom, she indeed got the answer. "I will help you break the seal, but I have one condition. Or rather, a request." "It's not marrying Neville, is it?" "Anna would have to consider that then." "That would be best, but for now, I need him to have a friend." Grandma Longbottom of course knew her dream was a bit difficult. They were too young and Dumbledore wasn't someone to be trifled with, but she would still make an effort for her grandson. "He has many Gryffindor friends, including Harry Potter. Books don't lie." "Yes, but none of them are you. I need you." Grandma Longbottom, who was able to support the Longbottom family by herself, was certainly no ordinary person and of course knew what was best. "All right then," Anna could only agree. "But it's just friends, that shouldn't be a problem, right?" Chapter 144. Friend. Anna also put the plan of befriending Neville on the agenda. She really hadn't noticed Neville before. He seemed to have a very low sense of presence in the crowd. She remembered him as a timid little boy with big ears and eyes full of fear and panic. But this time, when Anna saw him, the boy had grown into a teenager, politely helping Professor Snape clear the tables. He wasn't afraid of Snape anymore? Or had she remembered wrong? The young man moved quickly between the tables, skillfully gathering all the beakers. Anna was a bit puzzled. How could he be so agile? Was this really Neville? Neville Longbottom? Anna held her gift, suddenly feeling that the teddy bear she had chosen was too childish. For that teenager, even though he was 11, he had a maturity that didn't match his age. Anna till the little baby. When Neville noticed Anna, he immediately dropped the beaker in his hand and rushed over to hug Anna, spinning her around 3 times. She wasn't that petite anymore, was she? Where did he get so much strength? "Put her down. Mr. Longbottom, you may leave." Snape was initially quite pleased with Longbottom's tact, thinking he could deduct fewer points from Gryffindor in class, but now forget it. Gryffindor 5 points. Bullying a child. Snape hurriedly snatched Anna from Neville's hands. Goodness knows if he would have thrown Anna away. Okay, Professor Snape. Neville's follow-up to Snape was barely audible, and upon closer listen, it carried a hint of teasing. He immediately noticed the gift in Anna's arms. Although the wrapping was crooked, he just knew. Is this for me? Thank you. I love it. Before he finished speaking, Neville tore open the gift, picked up the teddy bear inside and kissed it repeatedly. Although he was kissing the bear's face, Anna always felt his gaze was on her. She was very familiar with this feeling, like how elders look at juniors. Snape, Dumbledore, McGonagall, they all looked at her that way, but when it was Neville Longbottom, she found it strange. Neville, are you all right? Me? I couldn't be better. Neville poked Anna's cheek, and then left the potion classroom. Professor Snape, he's still Neville, right? I'm not sure, but what I am sure of is that you're late again. Open your textbook. Snape didn't know much about Neville Longbottom, nor did he care. He was now solely focused on cultivating Anna to be successful. Huh? But it's not evening yet? At most, it was 4:30, right? Are you questioning your professor? Snape raised an eyebrow, and Anna had nothing to say. She didn't want to be lectured by Snape again. Understood. Anna obediently climbed onto the desk. Her magic wasn't strong enough now, so she could only make up for it with more theoretical knowledge. Fortunately, Snape let her go before 6, and she could finally go to dinner. As soon as she stepped out, she saw a wall blocking the doorway, like a little puppy waiting for her to come home. Oh no, Fred and George and others were behind him. Cassie? Fred and George? How did you find me? As she spoke, Cassie had already picked Anna up onto his back. Fred and George tried to touch his back, but he lashed out with his horse tail, hitting them hard. But Cassie on the surface was shyly shuffling his feet in place. It's Anna's scent. He had long ingrained that scent deeply into his mind. We came following our scent, or big brother. We're good friends now, right? Fred and George exchanged glances and moved closer to the centaur's body. Seeing that Cassie didn't instinctively recoil or attack, they hugged each other proudly. See, I told you we're friends. Who's friends with you two human liars? Cassie subconsciously didn't dislike Fred and George. Sometimes he even admired their ingenious ideas. At least that's what everyone in the tribe said when they were in the Forbidden Forest. But that didn't mean he would fully accept their closeness now. Moreover, when he had repeatedly asked them about Anna, they all claimed not to know her, deceiving the feelings of a centaur warrior. So, Cassie pressed Anna against his back to protect her, leaped over their heads, and ran off. Anna hugged Cassie's horse back, once again marveling at the centaur's well-developed athletic abilities. His arms were long, and even when reaching behind him, he could protect Anna very well. Cassie carried Anna all the way to the Great Hall. Along the way they received many stares, even from ghosts. There were also house elves, fearing Anna would fall, who followed Cassie, holding up their arms. Slower, slower. Miss Anna is going to fall. In the Great Hall, Cassie encountered another obstacle. A boy in a puff uniform stood there, greeting Anna very warmly. His appearance was so striking that even Cassie found it notable, so Cassie wanted to dodge past him, but Anna clearly recognized who it was. Cedric? Anna recognized the dashing, charismatic person with full marks for amiability in a crowd. She hadn't expected Cedric to already be a heartthrob. She slid down Cassie's horse back. You still remember me, Anna? Cedric gave Anna a friendly, warm hug. He had always liked Anna, and ever since she disappeared, his father spent an hour every day searching for her to get the bounty. So his home had many photos and portraits of Anna. Sometimes he would even go out with his father to look around. Of course, he wasn't after the reward, but for Anna's safety. You know him, Anna? Cassie walked over and shoved Cedric away. Stay away from her. Calm down, I'm not bullying her. I'm just expressing my goodwill. Although Cedric was also wary of the centaur, he remained very composed, even more so than most Gryffindor students. He spread his arms to show he meant no harm and slowly retreated, moving away from the centaur. I wouldn't expect you to dare. Cassie quickly shielded Anna behind his horse body. Move aside, quickly. Can we go together? Cedric wasn't intimidated. Okay. Anna accepted Cedric's invitation before Cassie could object. She still wanted to help Cassie make more friends, and Cedric, Fred, and George were all excellent choices. Cassie's voice held a hint of grievance, but he still respected Anna's decision, sitting alone in his designated spot and looking at Anna with a mournful expression. Chapter 1. 145. Strange Neville. Anna was a bit embarrassed at first. She had thought Kessie would sit and eat with her, but she completely forgot about his custom-made table and chair set. He could only sit alone, which was truly a pity, though she could still exchange glances with him at any time. Later, Anna had to concentrate on answering Cedric's questions. For a student like Cedric, Anna needed to ponder things for a long time before answering, or else loopholes would appear and he would discover them. "You mean Dumbledore is your father? Then who is your mother? Professor McGonagall?" Cedric lowered his voice. He knew such things shouldn't be spread, but he was truly too curious. No, I don't know who she is." Cough, cough, cough. Anna truly regretted running her mouth. She should have just said she had amnesia and didn't know what happened before. Unfortunately, she didn't react at all. Cedric was serving her food and analyzing things about time travel, and she almost choked to death, because he actually guessed it was related to a time turner. Anna didn't dare to say anything more, afraid of revealing her true identity, or being found out that she was the Dark Lord's and the White Wizard's daughter. Then she might have to be even more civilized. Fred and George finally arrived. They completely ignored the exaggerated, incredulous stares from the Hufflepuff youngsters and sat directly next to them at the Hufflepuff long table. "If you don't mind, include me." "Include me too." The two identical red-haired teenagers, one on each side, surrounded Cedric, incidentally separating him from Anna. Fred was on one side of Anna, and the other side was being eyed by others. "This isn't Gryffindor." Anna couldn't help but remind the twins. She was afraid they were too enthusiastic, and would scare the little badgers at this dining table. "Of course, the spirit of Gryffindor is with us." Fred saluted, completely separating Anna and Cedric, and they always finished speaking to Anna before Cedric could say anything. Cedric quickly realized their intentions. In his opinion, their little schemes were too obvious. He casually found an excuse and moved to sit across from Anna, leaving Fred and George looking at each other in dismay. He didn't expect him to be so persistent. Just as they were secretly competing at the table, there was another commotion and an explosion at the Gryffindor long table. The moment the explosion sounded, Fred moved to protect Anna, circling her. When he realized it was just a low-grade magic outburst, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pick up Anna. "Non, no may non, no little sister, why are you so light?" "Put me down." Anna was extremely shy. She was a big girl now, wasn't she? Why was he still carrying her like that? George, seeing this, was very displeased and jumped directly from his stool. "That's not fair. I want to hug Non. No may non, no little sister too." George made a move to snatch Anna. So Cedric could only smile awkwardly as he watched Fred and George playfully chase each other, taking Anna to the Gryffindor long table. The two of them truly worked together perfectly. Kessie, on the other side, who had almost bitten through his fork, instantly felt much brighter. He even found Fred and George much more agreeable, thinking they were quite good teenagers. But Draco at the Slytherin long table couldn't sit still. Ever since school started, Anna had been hanging out with the Savior, and now she was so intimate with the beast. He deliberately acted aloof, waiting for Anna to come and congratulate him on getting into Slytherin, but she really knew how to hold her ground. He had been sulking, but because of the danger at Gryffindor, Draco couldn't keep up the Cold War any longer. He rushed to the Gryffindor long table, grabbed Anna's collar and said, "Come with me. Don't be with those lunatics." Such words were normal coming from Draco, but for him to say them on Gryffindor's territory was truly a provocation. "They're not lunatics. They're my good friends." With that, Anna shook off Draco's hand. Her immense strength was no joke. Draco was also glared at by everyone at the Gryffindor long table. "Please leave here. This is not the Malfoy family's territory. Nor is it Slytherin's." Percy, as a prefect, was the first to speak out. His seriousness and earnestness made his brothers look at him with new respect. They never expected Percy to be willing to offend Draco for everyone's sake. "As if anyone wants to come here." Draco gave Percy some face, also because he was intimidated by the unfriendly faces of the Gryffindor students. He hadn't brought Goyle with him and felt a bit flustered. Next time, he would definitely call them to act together, including Anna. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know the danger. When they got closer, they realized someone had misused magic, causing an outburst, and the owner of that outburst happened to be Neville. The person who misused magic was indeed the little genius of explosions. Anna immediately understood. Such days would likely occur frequently. But even though Neville was implicated, Besides a pained frown on his face, he didn't shed a single tear. Was Neville such a tough guy? In Anna's impression, wasn't he still a crybaby? This Neville was too strange. Even when the professor came to take him to the medical wing, he walked there himself. He just clutched his blasted arm, his expression somewhat grave. Anna had a premonition that if this Neville wasn't someone in disguise, then it was someone else's soul inhabiting his body. Had another transmigrator appeared? The burger in Anna's mouth instantly lost its appeal. Fred and George were still assembling mini burgers for her by hand, which required someone to cut and reassemble the large burgers provided by Hogwarts. It was perfect for tiny Anna, or so it used to be. But now, Anna only wanted to follow along and see. For Neville, and also for her own seal, she needed to become Neville Longbottom's friend. Only then would Grandma Longbottom help her unseal it. "What's wrong, Anna? Do you want a mini banana? Or ice cream? You must be tired. I'll take you back to sleep." "No, I'll go. You must be exhausted." Fred and George's concern instantly made Anna feel guilty. They were still worrying about her. To avoid making them worry, Anna decided to act alone after curfew tonight. But she didn't expect Hogwarts to be so lively at night, especially after curfew. Chapter 146. The Truth. After an incredibly vexing meal, Anna could finally implement her plan. She bid Fred and George goodbye countless times, stating that she couldn't go adventuring with them in the Forbidden Forest after curfew. Dumbledore would be watching her fall asleep. Only then did the two of them give up, by which time Anna already had one foot inside her room. Dumbledore's voice also came from inside the room, and only then did they turn their heads and reluctantly go to carry out their own plans. They hadn't expected Dumbledore, who had just been in the medical wing, to suddenly appear in the room, so they had to scurry away. They couldn't possibly openly violate school rules with Anna in front of the principal, could they? Actually, what they didn't know was that it was a return-home doll Dumbledore had specially designed for Anna, just like the dolls at store entrances that say welcome. As soon as Anna entered the door, the little Dumbledore-like doll would say in Dumbledore's voice, "Welcome home, Daddy loves you forever." It was sickeningly sweet. This time, it was a great help for her plan. Anna lay on the bed, pretending to be asleep, waiting for Dumbledore to check on her before setting off. However, the dormitory Dumbledore had designed for her was simply too cozy, with its faint aromatherapy, soft music, and dim lighting, which made Anna truly fall asleep. When she woke up, she assumed Dumbledore had already left and rushed out in a hurry. Along the way, she encountered many ghosts. Anna made a few gestures to them, and they understood, deliberately closed their eyes, and floated away. It was a cute, ostrich-like act. Even Mrs. Norris was very cooperative, rubbing against Anna's feet before happily chasing after Harry Potter and his friends. Of course, at this moment, Anna didn't know that the trio had already started violating school rules so early. Relying on her connections, she smoothly made her way to St. Mungo's and found the bed concealed by a curtain. Anna wanted to take them by surprise, not giving the problematic Neville a chance to disguise himself. So, she pulled back the curtain with such force that she almost ripped the whole thing off. Then what did she see? Neville was riding Dumbledore. Anna shrieked in terror, and ran away. That speed must have been the fastest she'd ever run in her life, without exception. At the same time, Dumbledore's stunned and bashful expression, and Neville's playful gaze, kept flashing in her mind. Anna completely understood that wasn't Neville, it was the Dark Lord Grindelwald. It was her daddy. No wonder Neville was so strange, carrying an aura completely opposite to his own, and Dumbledore was extra attentive to him. There were secrets between them that had to be told. After Anna ran off, Neville on the bed curled his lips with an evil smirk. "You scared my daughter away." "She's probably scared of you." Dumbledore moved his body, but under Grindelwald's torment, he was completely defenseless. "Impossible, that's my seed. You should know that. Then you'll have to figure something out. I can't stay like this forever." Grindelwald's meaning was for Dumbledore to alter Anna's memory. If he exposed his identity now, he might have to change identities. "How about the Savior? Your golden boy? You seem to like him quite a lot." Grindelwald's words were full of intense jealousy. "Don't touch him." Dumbledore's voice gradually lowered. Someone was preventing him from continuing to speak about the Savior. Panicked, Anna rushed forward, head down, and crashed directly into someone's arms. Both Anna and that person were stunned. "Anna, how are you here?" Fred and George looked at Anna in surprise, who should have been sleeping in her room. Anna, in turn, was even more embarrassed, like someone caught secretly playing with their phone. "Ah ha ha, where did you go? It's so late." Anna pulled herself out of Fred's embrace, ready to retreat, but was stopped by both of their outstretched arms simultaneously. "It seems someone needs to explain. Which little girl isn't sleeping in the middle of the night, Tilda? Running around outside?" The two of them closed in, cornering Anna against a door. "I think I was sleepwalking. Yes, I haven't woken up yet." Anna deliberately feigned confusion, rubbing her eyes, trying to get around them, but how could she get past the vigorous physiques of those two teenagers? They immediately pulled her back. "Oh Tilda, it seems no Maymay is sleepwalking. Sleepwalkers shouldn't be woken up." "That's right, and it's said that sleepwalkers only tell the truth." Fred and George played along with Anna, bantering back and forth. Fred and George really enjoyed playing games with Anna. As they spoke, they held Anna's hand, making sure she wouldn't run off. No Maymay. Who do you like more, me or George?" Anna's forehead was covered in black lines. What the heck? Such an old-fashioned question. She wasn't a 3-year-old child. Why didn't they ask her who she would save if they both fell into the water? "Then if Fred and I fall into the water, who would you save first?" George asked, not to be outdone. Anna truly regretted not checking the almanac before going out. Just as Fred and George's two youthful faces closed in on Anna's little face, the door behind Anna suddenly opened. Anna leaned backward and directly fell onto the person who opened the door. Anna could have gotten up, but Fred and George both leaned forward, like hungry tigers pouncing, and tackled Anna down. Fortunately, there was still an unlucky person beneath Anna. Fred stretched out his hand as he fell, protecting the back of Anna's head. Otherwise Anna might have fallen very badly. Ah. Careful. Careful. Ouch. Who? The four of them fell in a pile, like a human pyramid. Anna didn't feel the expected pain, only that she had fallen on a boy. Hearing that familiar voice, "Harry, why are you here?" However, at this moment, Anna was out of breath from Fred pressing down on her, and George was tangled with his legs. "Harry, what are you doing?" Interrupting their fun. Anna was almost unable to keep up the pretense, and was about to be exposed, but then it abruptly stopped. You guys come and see." Harry, seeing the mirror of Arized, was so emotionally agitated that he struggled out from under their entangled three-person pile. Now he was excitedly pulling them in to see. Anyone who didn't know would think he was a madam enthusiastically soliciting customers. "What?" Anna was also helped up by Fred and George, and slowly walked in. She saw that tall and majestic mirror, adorned with ancient and intricate patterns. It looked like the magical mirror that reflected one's inner world. Harry Potter gazed at the mirror in a daze, his eyes filled with tears. He was crying. Did any darlings guess Neville's special nature? It's our Anna's dear daddy who's back, although he might go offline at any time. Ha ha ha. Chapter 147. Mirror of Arized. Harry Potter stared blankly at the mirror. In his eyes, the mirror showed his loving parents, embracing each other, gazing at him in the mirror with immense affection. Anna stood beside him, wearing a beautiful little dress, holding his hand. They looked like a happy family. Harry was once again captivated by the scene. After a long moment, he remembered Anna, Fred and George beside him, and excitedly pointed to them, saying, "Look, do you see my parents? They're alive, right behind me." But Harry noticed that Fred and George were also in a daze, staring intently at the mirror, unmoving. Anna, unable to contain her curiosity, saw her desired self in the mirror. She was so beautiful. She had become a goddess in every gesture, feeling both familiar and strange. Her beautiful hair was meticulously styled. A pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind her, helping her comb her hair. It was a much younger Dumbledore. Then, Grindelwald, with equally mature charm, embraced Dumbledore's waist from behind. The three of them looked incredibly happy, with house elves behind them having prepared a table full of dishes. They all lived together at Hogwarts, serving as principal and professor, respectively. Anna felt a bit incredulous, not expecting that deep down, she yearned for such an unusual family. But then she thought, even if it was a family with two fathers, the love she would receive would be immeasurable. Anna wondered if Dumbledore saw a similar scene when he looked into this mirror. In Fred's eyes, the mirror showed him holding a cute blonde girl, whose eyes and brows resembled Anna's. She sweetly hugged his neck and kissed him. The Fred in the mirror was a handsome, adult man, a businessman, exactly as he dreamed of being. So was the grown-up George behind him, and in his arms was a red-haired little boy, about a year younger than the girl, with the same blue eyes as Anna, but with those freckles and mischievous look. He was clearly a Weasley. They had children? Who was the mother of the children? A graceful, pregnant woman, radiating maternal glow with blonde hair and blue eyes. Anna emerged from behind the counter. Had they both married Anna? This realization finally brought Fred back to his senses. He turned incredulously to look at the petite girl beside him, and inadvertently met George's eyes, which held the same shock and surprise. Did George see the same thing as him? After all, they were twins, and their thoughts were always astonishingly similar. George saw his own flustered expression in Fred's eyes. Did Fred see what happened between him and Anna in the mirror? George couldn't help but take another look. Anna in the mirror was wearing a white wedding dress, he was holding a ring, and Fred was their best man. Fred said something, and Anna, smiling radiantly, leaned on his shoulder. George truly felt that the scene was incredibly real and pleasing to the eye. "Did you see my parents?" Harry was still persistently asking. "No, Harry, that's probably something only you can see. I saw Headmaster Dumbledore holding me and telling me stories." Anna dispelled Harry's doubts, making him realize that his parents had passed away, and these were all illusions. "You and Headmaster Dumbledore?" Harry still trusted Anna deeply. He believed her. Her relationship with Headmaster Dumbledore was so good, there was no need for her to lie to him. He was completely unaware that Anna was hiding the fact that it was actually Grindelwald embracing Dumbledore. Fred and George quickly reacted. Apart from their mutual knowledge of their own and each other's peculiar visions, everyone tacitly assumed their dreams were the same. They said nothing in unison, holding it in until they returned to their dormitory. Anna was escorted back by Fred and George. Just when she thought this wild and long night could finally end, Anna ran into Draco. Had he been waiting for her at her room door all this time? "You actually came back? Do you know what time it is? How dare you, fooling around with men?" Draco had originally intended to find Anna that night to get a clear answer. Was she choosing the savior or him? But after knocking on her door for a long time, there was no response. He had waited there all this time, and what happened? She actually ran off to play with those two troublemakers from the Weasley family, and stayed out so late? Did Dumbledore know? Did the Weasley family know? The Weasley family members were as ill-mannered as ever. Draco's barrage of questions completely stunned Anna. When did Draco Malfoy start caring about her so much? "I didn't make an appointment to meet you, and I was out with friends. What does it have to do with you?" It was strange, but Anna just wasn't afraid of Draco. She probably knew since childhood that he was a paper tiger, the kind she could ride on. What did you say?" Draco's face contorted with anger from Anna's words, and then he bellowed, "I'm going to tell Dumbledore. You were out after hours." He completely disregarded that this was a tactic that would harm himself as much as his enemy, but he was so enraged now that he wasn't thinking about the consequences. Then Fred and George together clamped their hands over Draco's mouth. All right, we know you have a loud voice. Don't worry, the upperclassmen will take you to the principal's office now." "Are you going to tell on us?" Fred and George cast Petrificus Totalis on Draco, then dragged him away. "Go get some rest, Anna, don't worry about it. We'll handle it." They blew kisses to Anna as they spoke, and Anna could finally go back to rest. Lying in bed, Anna couldn't fall asleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw Dumbledore being pinned down by Neville. Why couldn't they be a little more discreet? Or go somewhere private? And where was Neville now? How was she supposed to complete the friendship quest and get the method to unseal from Grandma Longbottom? She completely forgot that she could directly contact Grindelwald to unseal it, though whether he would unseal it for her was another matter. Anna then thought about Riddle's situation. He should still be looking for the Philosopher's Stone, but Dumbledore hadn't revealed anything about it. Was the Philosopher's Stone already at Hogwarts? Anna, her mind completely exhausted, finally fell asleep, though fitfully and waking often. But at least no one could disturb her anymore. Chapter 148. Breakfast Controversy. Anna's morning was again filled with the sound of hooves, neighs, and shouts. She didn't know where Fred and George got so much energy to wrestle Cassie right outside her door early in the morning, even if it was 2 against 1. So Anna happened to see Fred and George hanging on Cassie. Cassie was jumping around like trying to shake off a plaster, but Fred and George were determined to win the chance to have breakfast with Anna. Besides, they were seniors. He needed to respect them. Unfortunately, Cassie didn't have the human concept of seniors. In his tribe, the strong were respected. He didn't think these two fragile guys could beat him. Tessie, of course, was not convinced. Stop, stop, stop. No more fighting. You're too noisy. I'm not choosing anyone, Anna yelled as she opened the door, and the boys outside immediately quieted down, obediently waiting by the wall for Anna to come out. Anna felt a bit weary. It was still unclear who had injured Snape, but now there was another suspect, Grindelwald. Good heavens, if it really was her father, could she really uphold justice and sacrifice family? This time, to silence Fred and George, Anna sat on a Hogwarts bench, to prevent them from mentioning their nighttime escapade from last night. Everyone was fine last night, but Draco was miserable. He was found by McGonagall at the principal's office door, aching all over, and was severely lectured, then handed over to Snape for another scolding. So now Draco, in a fit of pique, had taken sick leave to catch up on sleep in his dorm. Otherwise, Anna would definitely not be appearing at the dining table so easily, and it would probably be another brainstorming session and battle of wits. Harry Potter and Ron also quickly gathered around Anna after arriving, greeting her, but the seats next to her were all taken by Fred, George, Percy and Wood opposite. They had to sit diagonally across. "Good morning, Anna." "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley." Ron made a small joke. In his opinion, Anna would eventually be a Weasley. His mother prayed for her every day, and his brothers were always distracted because of her, so he was very sure Anna would be a Weasley. But he was still scared away by the spider Fred and George conjured. "Is Ron okay?" Harry stood up worriedly. Hermione happened to pass by and sat in Ron's original spot. She was a bit surprised by what had happened, then glimpsed the spider on the table. "Ah, a spider. Asterisk splat asterisk." She killed the spider with a dining plate, astonishing everyone. Hermione, as if nothing had happened, said, "What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me? Did you notice?" Hermione suddenly lowered her head, a little shy. She also wanted to try Anna's hairstyle, and she had styled her hair like that this morning. She thought her imitation of Anna had been discovered and lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. She was completely unaware of how her feet sharply contrasted with Ron's. Harry suddenly felt that chasing after Ron would make him seem afraid of spiders too, so he sat back down. I heard Neville stayed in the medical wing last night. Ron and I are planning to visit him in a bit." Harry wanted to divert attention for his friend, so not everyone would focus on his fear of spiders. Because he had already seen Professor Wood's face turn red, stifling laughter must indeed be painful, right? Perhaps not, needed Tilda. "That's right, George." Fred and George suddenly looked into the distance, craning their necks with a surprised expression. Anna followed their gaze. Neville Longbottom was sitting spiritedly at the end of the table closest to Slytherin, quietly eating his meal. His elegant way of cutting steak was like playing a violin, completely devoid of the clumsy feeling they remembered. He was completely healed? The boys at this table exchanged glances, and only Hermione was genuinely happy for Neville. As for Anna, she was the one who lowered her head. She suddenly felt so ashamed. Why did she feel a sense of satiated satisfaction when she saw him? Her heart was too dirty. Neville seemed to notice their table's special attention, so he elegantly wiped the corner of his lips with a napkin and gave them a generous smile. The Gryffindor boys immediately looked at the ground, the ceiling, or their fingernails to hide their embarrassment. Hermione, however, walked over very dominantly, and, like a queen, patted Neville's shoulder. "I'm glad you're discharged well, that you've left the medical wing. You must be careful next time." "Thank you." Neville nodded steadily, thanking Hermione, though inwardly he had long since sneered, "If I don't get hurt, how can I earn the affection of Albus Dumbledore?" Hermione was very satisfied with Neville's strength and said some more encouraging words. Anna couldn't bear it anymore. She really couldn't stand to watch Hermione playing with fire. She had already seen the veins on Neville's hand, gripping the dining knife, bulging, indicating he had reached his breaking point. She quickly pulled Hermione's hand off his shoulder. "All right, Hermione, let him eat quickly. He definitely didn't have a good appetite last night." But Hermione hadn't understood Anna's good intentions yet. With a smiling face, she pinched Anna's little cheeks and joked, "You little girl, you should call me Big Sister Hermione." Clang! Neville slammed the dining knife into his plate. Grindelwald was truly furious. His daughter was being pinched in the face and threatened by a Muggle. Born? Misunderstanding, he was already thinking about how to make her die. Anna's heart was in her throat, truly fearing that Hermione would be in trouble the next second. Thankfully, Merlin favored her. Several bird calls interrupted all their attention. Looking up at the ceiling, it was mail delivery time. Owls, carrying messages from various homes, flew in. Hermione also happily returned to her seat, pulling Anna to share a large bag of sugar, free shortbread cookies her dentist parents had sent her. Anna also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Fred and George also received a warning from Mrs. Weasley, cautioning them not to lead Anna into breaking school rules, especially not to wander around with Anna after curfew. Truly, a mother knows her sons best. Mrs. Weasley really understood them. The twins stuck out their tongues and handed Mrs. Weasley's letter to Anna, which also contained a hand-knitted sweater and scarf from her. It was still very early for winter, but she just couldn't resist knitting for her, and thoughtfully indicated that she could save it to wear in winter. Ron also received a homemade baked good from Mrs. Weasley, but he wasn't there, so it was shared by everyone. Even Harry received a stationery gift package from Professor McGonagall, enough to last him until graduation. Harry shared his gifts with everyone with extra joy, waving to Professor McGonagall at the faculty table to thank her. He also quietly shared some quills and parchment with Anna. And Anna received a quantity of gifts that summed up everyone else's combined, as if she were a first-year student herself. Chapter 149, Gift. Anna first received gifts from the villagers of Hogsmeade. The packages, big and small, were all exquisitely wrapped. To celebrate her return, she unwrapped so many that her hands ached, so she simply asked her friends to help her, even though she received so many gifts every day that the space for them was already overflowing. How could she still be receiving more? There were beautiful dresses, delicious candies, and items from the magic trick shop. Anna had no use for them, so she passed them all on to Fred and George for their research. They looked at her as if she were a kindred spirit. You understand us too well. As expected of our no little sister. Fred and George quickly tucked their pockets away, not giving others a chance to peek. Then Anna opened a black package. Just looking at the color reminded Anna of that gloomy man, Severus Snape. He wouldn't send her potions again, would he? But when she opened it, she saw notes on wound treatment. 36 ways to tie a bandage. Beginner healing spells? Was he implying that her previous treatment and bandaging of him weren't good enough? Damn him, she wasn't his personal nurse. Anna directly handed those thick books to Hermione, who was overjoyed, and gave Anna the rest of her big bag of sugar, free biscuits. She really loved reading. Dumbledore also joined in the fun, and gave Anna a very cute kitten. Anna guessed he might have seen Cassie always clinging to her, and deliberately found an even cuter creature to attract her attention. She even received a gift from Grandma Longbottom, a bottle of potion. Anna's heart instantly tightened. Could this be a potion that could break the seal? But when she read the letter, it said she had forgotten to give Neville this potion, and it would help him develop better. Remember to make him drink it. Because Neville didn't like the taste of the potion, and he listened to Anna, Grandma Longbottom deliberately had her give it to Neville, even calling it a good way to get closer to Neville. Anna was speechless. What she should be worrying about now was her precious grandson staying far away from her, right? If Grindelwald knew what she was planning, it would be terrible. He didn't care if you were the only heir. Anna quietly put away the potion, and continued to unwrap other gifts. The Malfoy family also sent gifts. She didn't dare to look at them too much for fear of them discovering that she, as a Dumbledore, had an unclear relationship with the Malfoy family. Mainly, she was worried someone would slander her as a Malfoy family illegitimate daughter. Otherwise, who would believe that the Malfoy family would be so enthusiastic towards a Dumbledore? Finally, she opened 2 unsigned gifts. One was a sharp dagger with a flowing cursive inscription, "Protect yourself." Anna couldn't guess if it was from Grindelwald or Lupin. It couldn't be Riddle, could it? If it were from Riddle, it would more likely say "Watch your neck," wouldn't it? The other gift was a bit intriguing. It was a mirror. Anna suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be a communication mirror? Then she should quickly find out who sent it, but there were some people she simply didn't want to communicate with. Who would send a mirror? It should be an antique, right? Wood scratched the back of his head. He was still wondering what gift he should give Anna to welcome her back. He felt like she already had many of the things he thought of, and everyone else had already given gifts. This mirror gift further confused his thoughts. Could it be that sending the most practical item would stand out? This mirror should be 300 years old. Hermione was practically a walking encyclopedia. How do you know that? Ron, who had returned at some point, sat beside Hermione, grumbling. It says the production year there. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron again, making Ron look like an idiot once more. It seemed their conflict as a bickering couple was escalating well, and they would soon usher in the original plot. At this moment, a commotion arose in the crowd again. Look, Neville got a remembrall. What's a remembrall? It's when you forget something, the smoke inside turns red. Anna was drawn by this fated moment, and no longer felt lost. She stood on a stool to see what he was doing, and if the remembrall turned red like in the original story. Unfortunately, Anna was to be disappointed. The balloon not only didn't turn red but seemed to stick to Neville's palm. He flipped it over and over, then slowly stood up, full of imposing presence, and carelessly approached Anna. Anna didn't notice and plopped back down on the table. She watched as Neville took one of her hands and put the remembrall into her palm. This remembrall is for Anna Tilda, seeing how cute she is. Don't forget anything, okay Tilda, like someone or something. Anna stiffly nodded under everyone's gaze. How could she be intimidated by Grindelwald's aura? She was his daughter, and she hadn't done anything wrong. She would always support Gad. Anna clutched the remembrall and held it to her ear, vowing, I promise I haven't forgotten. Excellent, Anna. Grindelwald, in Neville's form, hooked Anna's little nose and sat back down. Anna didn't know why he gave her the remembrall. Was it a warning, or something else? Actually, Grindelwald hadn't thought that much. He just thought this remembrall was a rare treasure and gave it to his daughter to play with. How could he have known Anna would think of him so complexly? And Kessie, seeing Anna receive so many gifts, thought everyone had prepared gifts for Anna and became anxious. He actually skipped class, went back to the Forbidden Forest, hunted a wolf alone, and carried it back for Anna. In the Centaur tribe, this was an absolute grand gift. He made sure the wolf hide didn't have a single hole, and the anesthetized arrow accurately hit the wolf's eye. Such perfect and superb skill would earn praise from any tribe. But it scared Professor Flitwick, who was in class. A wolf taller and longer than him. Anna, who was happily watching Hermione teach Harry and Ron the levitation charm, was also scared. Kessie, what are you doing? He interrupted her most exciting part. Gift. For you. Kessie always treated Anna with his most sincere heart, which was touching. Chapter 150. Fly and Bill. Anna's gift-receiving story wasn't over yet, because there were still gifts to be delivered to other members of the Weasley family. The eldest brothers, Bill Weasley and Charlie Weasley. Charlie Weasley had written a letter inviting Anna to Romania to see dragons during the Christmas holidays, as he was researching dragons there, just like in the original story. Anna recalled that this indeed seemed to have happened, and then Ron and Harry had stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. They also took the opportunity to study the Philosopher's Stone, but that was based on the premise that a Philosopher's Stone existed. Now, Anna wasn't even sure if there was a Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts Castle. She also didn't know if Harry and the others had encountered the door guarded by Cerberus, so Anna was full of worries about future events. But Bill Weasley's sudden appearance at Hogwarts was something she had never expected. He had truly come back just to see her, not just writing letters, but traveling all the way from Egypt. When Bill appeared, Anna was on the Quidditch pitch, watching Wood watching Wood coach Harry in Quidditch. Ron also squeezed in, because Harry had become the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history, so he received one-on-one coaching. Ron came to steal skills, and Hermione also came. She felt she was a bit weak in flying class and needed more practice. Anna had a good opportunity to ask Wood to teach her how to fly a magic carpet, and to see Wood's twisted face as he reluctantly accepted flying a magic carpet. It was like someone who advocated the 9-grid input method being forced to teach someone to use the 26-key input method, equally painful. Wood, who had an almost obsessive devotion to the broomstick, sat on Anna's magic carpet with an expression like he had betrayed his wife, demonstrating for her. Anna was almost dying of laughter. Can we stop? Anna, did you understand? Wood wanted to jump off in a minute. A little. Anna covered her mouth, afraid of laughing too loudly. Why don't you get off first and I'll try it myself? Wood was relieved, quickly landed, and turned around, his frustrated expression gone. He said sternly to Harry, Harry, don't look at me, continue your training. His upright figure reappeared in the sky above the Quidditch pitch. Fred and George, who were practicing in a team nearby, took the opportunity to fly over and flirt with Anna. "See, non, no May, aren't your brothers gentler? Let your brothers teach you to fly." The two who wanted to poach her were directly dragged away by Wood for a one-on-one. "Are you kidding? He was about to graduate." He had already been recruited by a Quidditch team, and the days he could spend with Non-Meme were few. These two brats, they didn't know how to respect the elders and cherish the young. They even wanted to steal his job. So Anna and Hermione practiced flying together. With Anna as a reference, Hermione had more confidence in flying than in the original story. She could even give Anna some pointers. Anna seemed particularly weak and pitiful. She sat on the magic carpet, concentrating on chanting spells. The edges of the carpet would flap like a manta ray, but it absolutely refused to leave the ground. At that sight, Ron burst out laughing, but he quickly crashed into the stands because his broomstick lost control, falling face first. Luckily, he was very close to the stands at that time. Everyone was curious why the broomstick malfunctioned, but Anna probably guessed why and looked towards the stands far behind her. Because Anna was here, Neville also came. Grindelwald couldn't understand why Dumbledore would give his beloved daughter such a dangerous thing. Her magic was sealed by him because he was afraid that Anna, who had his and Dumbledore's bloodline, would have an accident due to her magic being too powerful and uncontrollable. But now it seemed, perhaps he should give Anna some confidence, at least not to damage herself, confidence so much. At this moment, Grindelwald began to consider whether to unseal Anna, but at the same time, making her a little happier should be very simple. So Grindelwald used silent magic to control Ron to fall from the sky, and also made Anna's flying magic carpet finally move, carrying her slowly into the sky. At the same time, there was a roar of an engine in the sky. Grindelwald immediately transferred Anna, along with the flying magic carpet, in front of him. He vigilantly looked at the unusual black dot appearing in the sky. "Crouch down and hide!" Grindelwald pressed Anna, who was full of curiosity, down under a chair. Everyone simultaneously saw the black dot getting bigger and bigger, turning into a red-haired man wearing goggles and riding a stylish flying motorcycle. He was wearing a brown trench coat, with a fitted shirt underneath, belted with a leather belt. The metal buckle of the belt glinted coldly, and a dagger hung from the belt. This was the Tomb Raider of the magic world, Bill Weasley. Bill's here. It's really him. Shouldn't he be in Egypt? Fred and George all dismounted their broomsticks and rushed towards their eldest brother. "Bill?" Anna heard the name, and Bill's handsome face instantly appeared in her mind. Her lying on his chest, him playing an instrument and coaxing her to sleep, him telling her stories, and him sewing dolls for her. In that instant, Anna suddenly realized that she missed him so much, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. Grindelwald watched his beloved daughter with a headache and couldn't help but say, "Let me make this clear, no dating before you're 30. Huh? What was he talking about? Bill was like a family member who had watched her grow up since childhood. "He's my brother. We grew up together." "Humpties," Grindelwald snorted, "you never know." Anyone who could actually be by Anna's side and watch her grow up was equivalent to stealing his fun. He found them all unpleasant. Bill enthusiastically greeted his brothers and old friends, Harry and the others. He leaned against his motorcycle with his arms crossed, waiting for Anna to rush into his embrace. Seeing the boy next to her, Bill even politely waved at him. Grindelwald turned and left, giving Bill his back. Fortunately, Bill didn't take it to heart. He thought the child was just introverted, and he also knew Neville. Therefore, Anna also had the confidence to abandon her old father and go to catch up with Bill. Walking up to Bill, she felt even more his tall and graceful presence. Before Anna could hug his waist, Bill wrapped his arms around her and lifted her above his head. In the sunlight, the earring in his right ear shone exceptionally brightly in Anna's eyes. "You're still so light, little one." Chapter 151, Fire of Jealousy. "Bill, you've gotten even more handsome." "Isn't your brother always this handsome?" Bill joked, placing Anna on his motorcycle and letting her ride it for fun. "That's not fair. You've never let us ride your motorcycle." "Exactly. We're your brothers," Fred and George, along with Ron, all complained. Bill felt no remorse for his favoritism. Instead, he said bluntly, "That's right, only my lovely sisters can ride. What about you?" As he spoke, a cold arrow whizzed past Bill's face and embedded itself deeply into the motorcycle's dashboard. Bill immediately pulled Anna to his chest, pushed Fred and George away, and tackled them to the ground, shielding Anna beneath him. Fortunately, there was no gasoline in the motorcycle, so it wouldn't explode. Anna's heart was in her throat. Bill, are you being hunted? Of course not. Bill gripped his wand, calming Anna with feigned composure. At this moment, Anna suddenly remembered something. Someone who could shoot arrows. She quickly used her immense strength to wriggle out from under Bill. She shouted towards Kessie, who was hidden somewhere in the distance, "This is my friend Kessie. Stop!" Then everyone saw a swift scent, or leap out from behind a section of the audience seating. "Sorry," he said, looking a bit embarrassed. Everyone was relieved, but only Bill noticed how powerful this centaur's ability was. The distance between him and her motorcycle must have been over 100 meters, yet he was able to precisely graze his face and hit his dashboard. No one would believe it wasn't intentional. "Anna, let's go." Today was the weekend. He had returned home, and then learned there was a gathering in the centaur tribe tonight. He had come back to take Anna, and then saw a strange man trying to take Anna away, so he couldn't resist shooting an arrow. This violated the 3 rules he had agreed upon with Dumbledore, and he felt a bit guilty. He quickly pulled out the arrow, picked up Anna, placed her on his back, and was about to leave. The result shocked Bill even more. "You're letting Anna ride on your back?" Regardless, Bill worriedly took Anna down. He was afraid the centaur might suddenly go mad and kick Anna away. Of course Kessie frowned unhappily and put Anna back on his back. He was too lazy to explain why to them over and over. He only cared about not caring. "Where is Kessie going?" "Bill is my brother, and we haven't seen each other in a long time." "Sorry, maybe we can play together next time." Anna also slid down from his horse's back. Bill now realized that this centaur named Kessie had a very special attitude towards Anna, treating her like one of his own kind. "Hello, I'm Anna's brother, Bill Weasley. Are you Anna's new friend?" Bill affectionately put his hand on Anna's shoulder, asserting his status as brother. "I know you, that nanny." When Anna was little, Kessie remembered that Dumbledore had found caregivers for Anna. His description might not be accurate, but nanny was the only fitting word he could think of. The caregiver. Bill didn't deny his identity. Haha, this helped him even more to let Anna know his special status. "Did you hear that, Anna? You really need to repay me. I almost suffocated to death several times while sleeping because of you." "Impossible. I'm always very well behaved when I sleep." Maybe Bill is right. Wood couldn't help but interject. He too had experienced napping with Anna, only for the little one to fall asleep on his face and almost suffocate him. Bill and Anna's playful banter made Kessie's eyes burn with envy. "There's a gathering in the centaur tribe, aren't you coming?" In front of Anna, Kessie's ears folded like a flower, looking very wronged. Bill saw Anna's dilemma and suddenly felt that the centaur's problem was a bit tricky. However, the Weasley family was used to outsmarting their brothers and parents, so he quickly thought of a plan. "That's truly wonderful. May we, as Anna's relatives and friends, also attend? I've always been fascinated by the mysterious centaur tribe." Bill intended to make him retreat in the face of difficulty, his enthusiastic and sincere demeanor making Kessie's mood even more complicated. The Weasley family was truly troublesome. "I'm afraid not." Kessie dryly refused Bill, then turned, bent down, and whispered a few words into Anna's ear before returning to the Forbidden Forest. Everyone was curious about what Kessie had said to Anna. Anna gave a wry smile. She couldn't very well say that Kessie had very directly whispered in her ear, "I don't like your brother. I'll bring you a gift." So she decided to keep it a secret for him. He said he left. She gave an awkward smile and changed the subject. "How do you have a motorcycle too? Want to try it? I designed it based on Hagrid's." Bill also tacitly didn't press further. Instead, he raised his hand, restored his motorcycle to its original state, and once again lifted Anna onto the motorcycle. He wouldn't tell her that it was because she was afraid of riding a broomstick that he thought of making a flying motorcycle. "You designed it yourself?" Anna looked up in surprise to find herself sitting in Bill's arms, able to see his firm chin. He wasn't a child anymore, but Bill still doted on her like one, even designing a seatbelt that secured her and him together. "All right, Prefect. Let's have a race." Wood immediately perked up at the sight, hopped on his broomstick, and prepared to race Bill's flying motorcycle. Thus Bill's plan to privately share their longing with Anna was ruined, turning into him racing with the Gryffindor boys. "There's no dealing with them. Hold on tight, Anna." Bill coolly pressed the clutch, leaning forward and lowering Anna to reduce drag, like a sword unsheathed, flying off with Anna, Fred, and George, and Harry. Only a bewildered Hermione remained on the ground, and the house elf responsible for watching Anna pounded its chest and stamped its feet. Dumbledore doesn't allow Miss Anna to fly. That Abbey. That Abbey. This is what drew Hermione's attention to the house elf community, the SPEW organization, cough cough, an organization for the protection and rescue of house elves, which Hermione founded in her first year, beginning to knit hats for them every day, dedicated to working for their freedom. For a time, Hogwarts was filled with the wails of house elves. I don't want to leave Hogwarts. I want to serve Miss Anna. Thank you again for all your love, reviews, donations, and for recommending books to me when I'm out of things to read. I love you so much, and I will definitely work hard to keep updating. Chapter 152, Reminiscing. In the face of absolute power, Fred and George naturally failed. Bill, with an overwhelming advantage, left them far behind, and at the same time, an invisible button disappeared into the clouds. They were hovering in midair. It was only then that Bill had a chance to ask Anna what had happened, and Anna also learned that Bill had been using his position for years to search for her all over the world. He had indeed become a curse breaker for Gringotts, but the kind with more flexibility. He might be at Sidiria in Sri Lanka today, Angkor Wat in Cambodia tomorrow, and rushing to Peru the day after. Although it was exhausting, finding Anna was the driving force in his life. Whenever he asked about Dumbledore, he would always smile without speaking or speak in riddles like, I miss her very much too, Tilda. I believe she will be back soon. Bill had heard such unhelpful words too many times, which was why he placed his hopes on himself. But now you're back. That's wonderful. Perhaps I can apply for a position at Hogwarts. Bill kissed the top of Anna's head. He was truly overjoyed and hoped to see her every day. They landed in front of Hagrid's hut, just in time to see Hagrid furtively boiling eggs and occasionally dabbing them. Bill made a shushing gesture and deliberately walked behind Hagrid, startling him. Hey, what are you doing, Tilda? He clapped Hagrid on the shoulder. Hagrid flinched guiltily, almost dropping the egg into the fireplace. Who? Nothing. Will? You're back. Hagrid's emotions, from initial panic to angry turning around, then to surprise, were too overwhelming, and he started to cry again, wiping his tears with his tattered apron. You're back again? That's really good. He sniffled and quietly hid the egg behind his back. That's right, old friend, I'm back to see you all. Tilda. Bill's gaze lingered on Anna's face, but he made a feint and went behind Hagrid. It turned out to be a dragon egg. You wouldn't want to raise a dragon at Hogwarts, would you? Bill's smiling face suddenly turned serious after he clearly saw the object. A dragon egg? Anna hadn't expected the plot to progress so quickly. Hagrid had already obtained a dragon egg. What dragon egg? It's just an ordinary bird egg. Yes, it is. Hagrid, as expected, adamantly denied it. Don't lie to me, I've seen plenty of these things. Bill tossed the egg up and down, his dragon-hide boots making crisp sounds on the floor. Hagrid cautiously extended both hands, ready to catch the egg at any moment. Impossible, that person said it's very rare. Hagrid was too naive and accidentally blurted it out. Huh, you admitted it. Bill stopped and tucked the egg into Anna's arms for her to play with. I do often see them in tombs, for example, offerings to pharaohs. You know, Tilda. Bill's words easily made Hagrid believe him, and he even rubbed his hands with slight excitement. Then you must know what kind of dragon this is. Do you think I can hatch it? That's hard to say, but I know who definitely can. Who? Hagrid completely fell into Bill's trap. Charlie, of course. Bill subtly hinted for Anna to put the egg in her pocket. He was going to take this dragon egg away. Although he felt sorry for Hagrid, he couldn't allow Anna to be in potential danger. So, he impartially took the dragon egg and gave it to Charlie, promising Anna that he would wait for her in Romania during the Christmas holidays and show her how to ride a dragon. Of course, this was illegal, but what else would you expect from an adventurous Weasley? Hearing Bill's description of Romania, Anna was very tempted and wanted to go there for the Christmas holidays. Unfortunately, more and more issues became entangled with her, making her Christmas holidays exceptionally eventful. After seeing Bill off, Anna prepared to consult Dumbledore in advance. However, on her way, she heard the news that Professor Snape had furiously arrested Fred and George. What bad things had they done again? Upon hearing this, Anna immediately changed direction and headed to Snape's office, following behind the crowd of onlookers. They even consciously made a path for Anna. After all, once at the door, Anna was the only one daring enough to enter. Before reaching the door, Anna had already heard Snape's roar from inside. Anna suddenly got cold feet. Although she really wanted to know what had happened, Snape might transfer his anger to her and give her extra homework. She just wanted to wait a bit longer. Unfortunately, when she tried to turn back, she found her retreat blocked. The students who should have been enjoying their weekend were looking at her eagerly. She had no way out. She had no choice but to brace herself and go in. Anna quickly learned that Snape's accidental injury last time was a prank by Fred and George. They had exploited the feud between the Bloody Baron and Peeves, deliberately designing the Bloody Baron to attack Snape, mistaking him for Peeves. That was why Snape was so severely injured. Just as Anna had expected, as soon as she entered the room, Snape threw a potion textbook at her, telling her to study it, and that he would check on her later. He probably had no expectations for her magic anymore, at least hoping she'd remember more things in her brain. What about them? Anna still deluded herself into thinking Snape would let them go. They'll keep you company. Since your affections are so deep, then you might as well do volunteer work together. Snape knew Anna was there to plead for them, and unceremoniously brought in 3 buckets of potion ingredients for them to process together. Now this was great. Anna felt it would have been better to just read a book, but fortunately, Anna often helped out around Snape, so processing these potion ingredients was effortless for her. Knowing Snape was in a bad mood, he would awkwardly give her afternoon tea later. Fred and George, on the other hand, showed a look of deep remorse, but in a corner where Snape couldn't see, they were secretly making faces again, trying to make Anna laugh and lighten the mood. Snape's back of the head seemed to have eyes. He turned around and smacked Fred and George on the back of their heads. "Don't slack off." His piercing gaze swept over Anna, then consciously softened. "You don't have to do anything, just watch them here." Okay. Anna didn't expect Snape's mercy to appear so quickly, and even more, she didn't expect the person who rushed to save her to be Professor Quirrell. Before Professor Quirrell's face appeared in Snape's office, the smell of garlic on him had already permeated the entire room. Snape had to forcefully cast several freshness charms to keep the air fresh. Snape, good afternoon Tilda. As soon as Professor Quirrell entered, his gaze locked onto Anna on the small stool. He was here to take her away. "What do you want?" Snape frowned, not wanting to socialize with him. To be precise, he didn't want to socialize with anyone. I have something to discuss with Anna." After Professor Quirrell's rapid-fire speech, Anna, wanting to get out and breathe fresh air sooner, compromised. Ignoring Snape's displeasure, she followed Quirrell out. Professor Quirrell's appearance had scared away all the students at the door. Anna initially thought he had some conspiracy for her, but instead, she received a plate of roasted meat. Was this roasted by Riddle himself? Anna was a bit confused by Riddle. Did he really consider her his pet? For those who wanted to see Bill Weasley, we'll now intersperse A Christmas with the Weasley Family and a Romania Extra. Chapter 153. Christmas Holiday Extra 1. Romania is a small country in Eastern Europe with a long history, and Anna was very much looking forward to this Christmas holiday. However, the process of getting this opportunity to spend the holidays in Romania was a bit convoluted. The moment Dumbledore heard the news, he took off his glasses and pretended to ask Fawkes in disbelief, "Did I mishear, old friend? Anna is going to leave her old father to spend the holidays alone? An entire Christmas holiday?" His dejected figure and wronged eyes filled Anna with guilt, and she quickly snuggled into his arms from his armpit, cooing, "Daddy Tilda, I'll be back very soon, and it's only for a few days. We can still spend part of the holidays together, right? I'll bring you gifts." "I don't agree." Grindelwald, who was sitting on the sofa behind them with his legs crossed, reading the Daily Prophet, immediately rejected Anna's request. Anna then realized that Dumbledore wasn't the only one in the office. Neville was there too. "Daddy, I've never seen a dragon." Although Anna somewhat regretted that she should have informed them one by one, which would have increased her chances of success, she wasn't flustered. She used all her charm, but acting cute towards Neville's face was still a bit inexpressible for Anna, significantly reducing the effect. It wasn't until Anna said, "But, if I'm not here, you two can go on dates every day, right?" that the teacup in Grindelwald's hand boiled over and tea splattered out. Dumbledore suddenly remembered something he had forgotten and needed to go out, and Grindelwald promptly chased after him. However, not long after, Anna received a lesson from Snape, all sorts of knowledge about dragons, and how to protect herself in moments of crisis when encountering dragons. They had agreed But for others, there was joy and sorrow. Kessie was very disappointed. Anna couldn't attend the tribal party again. Only after Anna promised him that she would definitely go next time did he happily pack his bags and return home, looking back every few steps. Draco had also invited Anna to Malfoy Manor for the Christmas dinner, and he even sent a fragrant invitation card, which Anna put in the bathroom as an air freshener. "What? You'd rather go to that god-forsaken place than come to Malfoy Manor to play?" Draco really wanted to pry open Anna's head to see if she had been brainwashed by the penniless Weasley family. "But there are a lot of dragons there, and Charlie promised he'd secretly let me ride one." Anna looked at the young master's disdainful expression and deliberately provoked him. Sure enough, a hint of unnaturalness flickered across Draco's face. "Dragons? What kind of dragons?" It was a mix of disbelief and envy. "Any kind of dragon, I guess, like Rex, pterodactyl, Norwegian ridgeback." "Oh, come on, some of those don't even live there." But some indeed were dragon habitats, and Draco, who was very knowledgeable about his favorite dragons, began to consider the feasibility of spending his Christmas holiday there. Then Anna was almost driven crazy by Harry Potter and his friends. Harry always looked at her with puppy, dog eyes, making him seem pitiful. "Anna, are you really not going to stay and celebrate with us? Ron is here too." "Ron?" "Right, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley couldn't afford the cost of more children going to Romania, so thinking about that, she felt quite sorry for him. However, thinking that they could stay behind to look for clues, she was very relieved. At least it was still following the original plot. "I'll buy you and Ron gifts when I get back." Only after receiving Anna's promise did Harry reluctantly wave goodbye as she got on Bill's motorcycle. Two figures at the principal's office window also watched her depart. "That motorcycle, did you give it to him?" A deep voice carried a strong sense of displeasure. No, Dumbledore was trapped in Grindelwald's embrace, desperately wanting to give Anna a few more instructions, but Grindelwald showed no sign of letting go. "That's more like it. There will still be a punishment, my dear." Anna once again enjoyed the speed and thrill of a flying motorcycle. This time, Bill, for her comfort, even specially built a compartment next to his motorcycle, just like Hagrid's motorcycle. Thus Anna arrived after a nap. Bill teased her about sleeping like a little pig and gently carried her off the motorcycle. At that time, Charlie was already waiting there, holding a cute little dragon in his arms, with another winged one perched on his shoulder. "Anna, we finally meet again." Charlie had by now fully grown into a strong, athletic man. His sleeveless top revealed bulging biceps, and the childishness on his face had faded, leaving only sunshine and steadiness. "Brother Charlie," Anna was extremely excited, waving her arms, wanting to give him a warm hug, and Charlie also extended a hand to reciprocate, but unfortunately, Anna was stopped by someone else just as she ran up to him. "Watch out!" No sooner had Bill's words fallen than the dragon on Charlie's shoulder actually spat out a spark, almost burning Anna's hair. Thanks to Bill's quick reflexes. Thank you." Anna finally regained her focus, pulling Charlie's arm and listening to him explain the dragon's habits. Although she had learned a lot from Snape, seeing a living dragon truly appear before Anna's eyes still made her incomparably excited. "Anna, no need to thank your brother." Bill put his arm around Anna's shoulder, constantly wary of the power of the two little dragons, afraid that something might happen to her. He had also made a pact with Dumbledore. If anything happened to Anna, he would not be able to get a position at Hogwarts from him. However, if anything really did happen to Anna, he wouldn't be able to work at Hogwarts anyway. His purpose was all for Anna. They entered a small wooden cabin in a field together, which was said to belong to Charlie's colleague, who, knowing his family was coming to Romania to see him, had kindly lent them his home to stay in. Chapter 154 Christmas Vacation Extra 2. This cabin also utilized space magic. From the outside, it looked unremarkable, but the interior was very cozy, as if specifically prepared for a vacation. It had large French windows, a bright and spacious fireplace that could even roast a whole lamb, and an open-plan kitchen that could accommodate 15 people at once. There were many rooms to choose from on the 3 floors. Charlie even thoughtfully hung a dragon-themed doorplate on the door of the room prepared for Anna. An exclusive bed sheets were also prepared for her inside. Well, they were pink, so it seemed they really liked hot pink. It's worth mentioning that this seemed to be a suite with a door connecting to the adjacent room. Anna originally thought the room opposite was for Ginny so they could sneak over for a chat in the middle of the night, but then Anna walked over to look. Bill had actually put his luggage on that bed. "Bill, you're going to sleep on pink bed sheets?" Bill didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about taking his sister's room. He lay down with a mischievous smile, his long legs crossed, and lazily said, "Yeah, aren't you sleeping on pink too?" Anna was really stumped by the question. She couldn't judge gender by pink, could she? That would be too stereotypical, and Bill, he seemed to actually suit pink. Thinking this, Anna's mind conjured an image of Bill wearing a pink shirt. It would probably make him look very healthy, but not feminine. Instead, it would make him seem gentler and more refined, toning down his natural wildness. "What are you laughing at?" Bill hooked his leg and Anna's knee pit was caught, causing her to fall directly into Bill's arms. Anna let out a small gasp, and Bill smiled even more brightly. He was still just a child after all. "What about Ginny then?" "She's staying with Mom." Bill hugged Anna's body and rolled over once, like a koala holding a doll, rubbing Anna's little cheek, a look of satisfaction on his face. Sure enough, his sister was the best. It was the first time Anna had seen Bill show such deep affection. He had always been the image of a big brother, a dignified elder brother. Now with a handsome, god-like male model face, what was going on with him acting spoiled towards her? He hadn't expected this. He was truly a puppy love type. So, did Fleur see his true nature? An older sister with a puppy love? No, perhaps Bill was a wolf dog? Anyway, when Charlie came looking for him, he sprang up with a speed that suggested it. For the sake of his elder brother's dignity, he changed back into that cool handsome guy, leaning against the table with his arms crossed. "Sorry, I've already claimed it. If Ginny cries later, I'm not getting involved." Charlie had already anticipated this. His brothers were completely Anna-brained, sometimes even Ginny would be put second. He was a little surprised. "She won't." Bill mysteriously pulled out a photo from his pocket with 2 fingers. It was of Harry Potter, and it even had Harry's autograph. It seemed Bill had come prepared. "Hi, Charlie." Anna scrambled up from the bed, her cheeks flushed. It was strange. She and Bill were siblings, pure and innocent, so why was she shy? One could only say Bill was simply too charming. "Anna, Ginny and Mom are here. Do you want to come down?" Charlie had come up to give an update, only to see his carefully prepared room usurped by his elder brother Bill, a room he himself hadn't even dared to stay in. "Ginny? Of course!" Anna excitedly ran down the stairs, only to crash into a boy who was sent flying back by her strange strength. The boy didn't make a sound, but a man's startled cry was particularly jarring. "Son, my son, are you all right? Cedric, are you okay?" "Cedric?" Anna was confused. Why was Cedric here? "I'm fine, Dad. Don't worry." Cedric clutched his swollen back of the head and stood up with old Diggory's help. He didn't forget to give Anna a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, I just accidentally missed a step on the stairs." "How could you be so careless?" Old Diggory tenderly stroked Cedric's back of the head, repeatedly asking Mrs. Weasley for help. Anna stood guiltily beside him, quietly tugging at his sleeve and softly apologizing. Cedric shook his head reassuringly. "Don't worry, I feel clearer than ever before. Maybe I've suddenly become smarter." Anna still felt a bit guilty. "It's all because I'm too strong. It was indeed my own carelessness, don't take it to heart." Cedric then extended his hand and gently pinched Anna's cheek. "There, we're even." He was completely coaxing her like a child. Sometimes this feeling wasn't good. Anna wanted to say something more to Cedric, but was tackled by Ginny. This was the first time Ginny had seen her since Anna returned. "Anna, you really came. I thought Bill was tricking me." Ginny, who was about to start her first year, had completely inherited the Weasley family's good looks. She had completely lost her baby fat, and the beginnings of a delicate, pointed face were emerging. Anna touched her own round face. Help, why was there such a big difference between them for only being 1 year apart? Although Ginny kept telling her how much she had missed her over the years, Anna couldn't help but let her thoughts drift to Cedric. Anna watched as Cedric was pressed into a chair by Mrs. Weasley and forcibly disinfected. His expression, as he tried to endure the pain, reminded Anna that she could probably help, just like she helped Snape. "Can I help?" Before Mrs. Weasley could react, Anna had already taken the medicine from Mrs. Weasley's hand. Mrs. Molly once again felt Anna's strength. She couldn't possibly defer to her. It was the first time Ginny had seen such a handsome young man as Cedric, and she shyly hid behind Mrs. Molly. She had no reaction to Bill at all, but she reacted strongly to Cedric. If she saw Harry, she'd probably try to hide in a keyhole. Anna thought she should help Ginny practice in advance, otherwise, how could she leave a good impression on her future husband? But for now, the urgent matter was to quickly treat Cedric's head. When Cedric saw that the person treating his wound had become Anna, he immediately shrank back, humbly adjusting his head to a height suitable for Anna. Charlie and Bill gestured a few times upstairs, and when they came down to find Anna, they happened to see their lovely sister treating Cedric. It should have been a heartwarming scene, but it looked very irritating to them. They wouldn't even let Anna do such things, yet this outsider was quite content to accept her care. Hey, Cedric, you're not that delicate, are you? Let's go. Haven't seen you in a while, let me show you my motorcycle. Charlie and Bill hooked their arms around Cedric's neck and led him away from Anna. His wound. Anna had just applied the medicine, it wasn't even bandaged yet. I'm fine, thank you, Anna. Cedric cooperated well and walked off with the big brothers. Anna chased after them. Were they going to race again? Chapter 155. Christmas Holiday Extra 3. It turned out Anna was right. After observing Bill's motorcycle, they indeed chose to race. The race was about who could catch the baby pterodactyl first. The baby pterodactyl was a child Charlie found pushed out of its nest by its mother. It was the last born and the weakest, so it was pushed from the glass of the cliff. Because it was difficult to raise, Charlie, who was on patrol, found it and brought it back. After Charlie's careful feeding, its wingspan was now over a meter, and it flew very swiftly. A deep bond had formed between it and Charlie. It completely regarded him as its mother. So at Charlie's whistle, the little pterodactyl flew like lightning towards the valley. Because this place was still some distance from the reserve, the adults felt relieved to let the children play here. With Charlie as the referee, everyone else mounted their broomsticks and chased after the baby pterodactyl. Cedric, Bill, Percy, Mr. Weasley, and old Diggory, even Ginny mounted a broomstick. Although she hadn't started school yet, how could anyone in the Weasley family not know how to ride a broomstick? Only Anna was left there staring blankly, because there was a prize for the race. The winner would receive a baby pterodactyl's shed milk tooth, a rare potion ingredient that could also fetch a good price in Nocturne Alley. So everyone was very enthusiastic. As soon as Anna heard it was a potion ingredient, she really wanted to get one for Snape. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought her flying carpet and could only stay on the ground, watching everyone's exciting competition in the sky. Bill took the lead, leaving everyone far behind, but some people used strategy. For example, Mr. Weasley deliberately told Bill to give Ginny a chance, which led to Bill going easy. But even with Bill going easy, Ginny would never be able to reach the top 3 positions. This gave Mr. Weasley an opportunity. Percy had been following closely behind old Diggory, and since old Diggory was from the Ministry of Magic, Percy deliberately showed him respect, letting him know that he could have surpassed him, but chose not to out of deference. Although Ginny displayed flying abilities beyond her age, she was still left far behind by them. Old Diggory, needless to say, was putting in a great deal of effort for that prize. Cedric was somewhat interested in the prize. He thought that if he won it and gave it to Anna, she might be happy enough to forget what had just happened. Anna was riding on Bill's flying motorcycle as the others gradually disappeared into the distant sky. Seeing this, Charlie picked Anna down. He needed to call them back because he was worried they might accidentally fly into the reserve and be attacked by dragons. Sorry, Anna, I'll compensate you with something later. With that, Charlie mounted Bill's motorcycle and soared into the sky. Anna simply turned back to Mrs. Molly to find something to eat. When they returned and wanted to play with her, she wouldn't agree. She stayed with Mrs. Molly, holding the little dragon that Charlie had originally been holding. Anna still liked it very much, because the little dragon L-O-O-K-E-D Chinese letter simple and honest, had a round horn on its head that nudged Anna's belly, and its eyes were smiling. Under the cute dragon baby's coaxing, Anna quickly recovered her mood. She even named the dragon baby Jiao Giao Horn, and shared a pie handmade by Mrs. Molly with it. Mrs. Molly also complimented her on becoming more and more beautiful. Feeling delighted, Anna thought they should be back, so she went outside with Jiao Giao to greet them. But what she saw was Grandma Longbottom in a deep purple velvet striped coat, wearing a tall hat made of raven feathers and carrying an old-fashioned handbag. "Why are you here?" Anna's heart sank, and sure enough, she saw the shrinking figure behind Grandma Longbottom. Neville was here too. Had he not gone home, but was brought back directly by Grandma Longbottom? Surprisingly, This Neville really seemed to be Neville. The indescribable powerful aura that Grindelwald had possessed was completely gone. Now, upon seeing Anna, he was even too shy to look at her. "Hurry up and say hello, Neville. How have I taught you?" The old lady directly pushed Neville forward. "Anna, hello. Mrs. Weasley, hello." Neville was like a child forcibly pushed out to build courage, awkward yet well behaved. "You are Mrs. Weasley?" Was also very surprised why Grandma Longbottom was here. "Ahem, it's all my fault for insisting on bringing him to see dragons, to broaden his horizons. Otherwise he'd just waste away cooped up at home all day. It started out fine, but then we got lost. I wonder if we could stay for the night." Grandma Longbottom's words were full of holes. Everyone knew she had done it on purpose. But who would drive away such a pitiful old lady? They were all old family friends, and Neville's parents were also their comrades in arms. So when the old lady sadly mentioned, "It's also my fault. This old woman is useless. During the holidays, I can't provide a home atmosphere for my grandson, so I can only take him out to play and see things, and then something like this happens." Those words made Mrs. Weasley almost cry, her eyes welling up with sympathy. She quickly helped her into the kitchen to serve tea and water, insisting that they must stay and celebrate the holidays with them. There were plenty of rooms. At this, the old lady's eyes lit up. She left Neville with Anna, telling them to have a good time. Anna! Now that it was just the two of them, Neville became even shyer, his head almost touching the ground. "Neville, is that you?" "It's me." Neville suddenly raised his hand, as if his name had been called. Anna could now be 80% sure that this person was not Grindelwald. "Are you doing well recently? Have you felt anything unusual?" Anna was very curious what Grindelwald had done to him. "No, I don't remember." Neville looked very confused, though he always looked confused. "Oh right, the luggage." Neville suddenly realized at this moment that he had left his and Grandma Longbottom's luggage at the door. He ran out to get it, and as he struggled to lift the large suitcase and walked back, he caught sight of the dragon in Anna's arms and shrieked, fainting. Did Neville really actively clamor to see dragons? Anna was very puzzled. If it were Draco, she might think it possible, but was the old lady deliberately bringing her grandson to find her? Chapter 156, Christmas Holiday Extra 4. Just then, Bill and Charlie returned and saw Neville collapsed on the ground. Charlie effortlessly scooped up Neville in a princess carry, and Bill, mimicking Charlie, picked up Anna. Ginny chased after them, exclaiming, "Me too!" Cedric, ever the gentleman, extended his hand to her. "May I have this honor?" Ginny's cheeks flushed crimson again, but she shook her head and caught up to Bill, indignantly hitting him on the back. Cedric could only shake his head, pick up the luggage bag and follow. After Bill gently placed Anna on the sofa like a princess, he turned to offer Ginny the same princess carry service. Ginny, however, became shy. "So many people are watching." Bill felt a little disappointed. Had his sister already reached her rebellious phase so quickly? Anna was so much better. She was still soft and sweet, letting him kiss, hug and lift her up. Ginny was indeed at that stage where she liked the idea, but also felt she was grown up, an older sister, and such behavior was inappropriate, especially in front of a handsome stranger like Cedric. She felt a bit embarrassed. So, under Ginny's strong protest, Bill had no choice but to put her down. Ginny quickly moved to Anna's side and hugged her, signaling that she was Anna's best friend. Unfortunately, she already knew that her original room had been taken by Bill. If he hadn't given her Harry Potter's autographed photo, she wouldn't have let it go so easily. Now it was her time to get revenge on Bill. Ginny became inseparable from Anna, even going to the restroom together, completely denying Bill any chance to hug Anna. A dejected Bill seemed to lose some of the luster in his hair. At the dinner table, Ginny also quickly sat next to Anna. Bill couldn't possibly wake Mrs. Molly, and he was a step too late, allowing Cedric to sit opposite Anna. He could only slowly sit at Anna's diagonal, serving her food from a distance. Neville and Grandma Longbottom were seated at the main guest table, just like Cedric and Old Diggory. Old Diggory and Mr. Weasley drank heartily, their faces flushed, and in their boisterous conversation about whose son was more outstanding, they almost came to blows. "My son just beat yours." "You calculate how much older Bill is than Cedric." When Bill was his age, he was much faster than Cedric. The two tipsy men caused displeasure among the ladies at the table, so they were shooed aside. Meanwhile, Mrs. Molly and Grandma Longbottom found kindred spirits in each other, lamenting the difficulties of being women and the heartache of raising children. As they spoke, both their eyes welled up, and they held each other's hands. The other children didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing they would disturb them and be singled out as examples, especially Neville, who was practically trying to burrow under the table. He was genuinely worried that his grandma, in a fit of anger, would call him over and make him recite the family rules. Only Ginny dared to whisper to Anna, telling her about the recent excitement. Bill had indeed won, but when he caught the baby pterodactyl, he encountered an adult pterodactyl, also a mother. So the baby pterodactyl's cries attracted the mother dragon's furious attack. Luckily Charlie found them in time, otherwise they might not have had a good holiday. Ginny excitedly described her brother's bravery while cautiously observing Mrs. Molly's state, fearing she would be overheard, but she simply couldn't hold back her desire to share. Last night, they all went to bed early because the past half-day had been too stimulating for them. However, Bill had been looking for an opportunity to give Anna the tooth he had won, but Ginny was still clinging to Anna, even wanting to sleep in the same bed with her. Tonight I'm sleeping with Anna. Just thinking about it, Ginny, now in her pajamas, couldn't help but give Anna a bear hug. Anna and she, wearing matching sister pajamas, looked absolutely adorable. Mom's craftsmanship was truly excellent. No, Bill instinctively refused. How else would he find time to give her the gift? But Mom already agreed. Ginny was still pouting. No, Anna isn't a still sleeper, you'll get hurt. Charlie also had a gift to give Anna, but what he said was too truthful. This time, Anna became the unhappy one. She knew that because of her immense strength and poor sleeping habits, she might indeed accidentally hit Ginny flying, but having Charlie blurt it out so openly in front of so many people only made her feel like a monster. She couldn't control her super strength, even when she was asleep. Who made her a product of dark arts? Anna sulkily said that she could just sleep by herself. She was indeed very dangerous. Charlie was green with regret. What had he said? He had said such an inappropriate thing, hurting Anna's young heart. Anna, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Charlie explained in a panic, but Anna was no longer interested in him, and went into her room, locking the door. I'm fine, I'm good. So that night, several letters were slipped under her door. Bill's comfort, Ginny's concern, Charlie's apology, plus a string of tooth necklaces. These were all baby pterodactyl teeth. Was this Charlie's compensation? Everyone else got one tooth, but she got a whole necklace of teeth. Charlie really had a heart. Anna's mood instantly brightened, and Bill also slipped in the tooth he had obtained. She really didn't know how they managed to stuff all these things through the door crack. That night, everyone except Anna slept poorly, filled with guilt, worry, and disappointment. They were all waiting for dawn to take Anna to the dragon's sanctuary, but in the middle of the night, their house began to shake violently. Anna, half asleep, heard someone knocking on her door. Wake up quickly! Open the door, Anna! It's an earthquake! Then she heard a bang as Bill kicked open her bedroom door. Let's go, Anna! As the whole house shook, Bill wrapped Anna tightly in her blanket and carried her out of the cabin. After everyone was outside, they realized Neville and Grandma Longbottom were still inside. So Mr. Weasley and Charlie rushed back in. Anna shivered in Bill's arms, looking at the violently shaking house, which seemed unreal. So this was an earthquake, Tilda. She had never experienced one in all these years. Her cowering made Bill cast several warming charms on her. Anna suddenly felt surrounded by warm air, and instinctively snuggled into Bill's chest. Bill's embrace was incredibly secure. She felt completely at ease. Chapter 157. Christmas Holiday Extra 5. Luckily it was just a false alarm. The strong tremors disappeared an hour later, and everyone was fine except for Neville, who was startled and hit his head on the wall. Ginny was immediately carried out by Mrs. Molly and Mr. Weasley, and Charlie whistled, waking up two young dragons to escape. Neville and Grandma Longbottom were also helped out by Mr. Weasley and Charlie. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, huddling together. Anna lay in Bill's arms, and soon fell into a deep sleep again. Neville tried to get close to her many times to ask about her condition. Unfortunately, Anna was always surrounded by people, so he could only stay by his grandma's side, watching from afar. It wasn't until dawn that everyone returned to the cabin, not taking the incident to heart. Anna had been asleep the whole time and didn't even know when she was carried to Bill's bed. But when she woke up the next day, looking at the crooked cracks in the ground outside the window, she realized that everything from last night was real and not a dream. No wonder Ginny's crying was so clear in her ears. That earthquake was too strange, wasn't it? Awake! Bill's lazy voice sounded exceptionally charming in Anna's ears. Bill had appeared behind her at some point. Last night. Last night really tired your brother out. Anna has indeed grown a lot, but this is really nice. Bill subconsciously touched his jaw, which Anna had accidentally hit. He didn't dare to say things like good strength, good punch, for fear of upsetting the little girl. Bill had learned his lesson. Where are you going? Anna turned around and found that Bill was already fully dressed, looking ready to go. His dragon hide boots, the close-fitting leggings, a large bag on his back, and a familiar doll tied to it. Wasn't that her first creation from when she was little and chased Bill to teach her how to make dolls? Bill taught her to sew a small crocodile, but she made it into a green duck. She didn't expect him to still keep it. Because of last night's earthquake, Charlie is very worried about the safety of the newly delivered mother dragons in the reserve. There might also be more young dragons who have lost their mothers. He's going to patrol and there might not be enough people. Father and I are going to check it out. You stay here with Mom and Ginny. Bill should have left earlier, but he still wanted to say goodbye to Anna and check on her condition. Was she not scared? Was she not angry about yesterday? Thankfully, she was fine, so he could confidently enter the reserve. I want to go too. Anna of course wanted to see it, but she knew she couldn't help much. If she went, she might even hold them back and Bill and the others would slow down to protect her. So, after Bill refused her, she didn't continue to plead but saw him off on his motorcycle. It seemed this holiday wouldn't be as relaxing as she had imagined. Anna looked at the endless snow, with occasional cracks in the ground, like stitched wounds, looking so abrupt. A hint of lonely panic rose in Anna's heart, so she quickly ran back into the house to find Ginny. The two little girls held hands and sat by the fireplace, warming themselves and praying for their loved ones. She didn't know how long it had been, so long that a snowstorm had even started outside, and they still hadn't returned. Mrs. Molly looked like she couldn't hold on much longer. Her man and two of her most excellent sons had gone, leaving only Percy and Ginny to look after everyone here. She looked like she could break down and cry at any moment, but she couldn't. She had to be the backbone here, comforting everyone. Anna looked at her with great admiration, truly a strong and great woman. Even Neville felt this oppressive atmosphere and kept serving tea and water to everyone, wanting to make himself useful. Ginny for once didn't cry. Grandma Longbottom held a necklace in her hand, muttering something, seemingly praying. Anna really wished she was a powerful wizard, so she could rush into the snowstorm without hesitation and bring everyone back unharmed. Just when everyone was really in no mood to find topics for conversation, the door was broken open. The snowstorm, carrying cold, blew into the house, and a tall figure appeared at the doorway. Looks like we can still make it for Christmas Eve. Wouldn't you say, Professor Quirrell? Why, yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Oh. Anna was the first to run out and saw Dumbledore dragging Mr. Weasley on his shoulder, and Professor Quirrell dragging an unconscious Bill appearing at the doorway. Headmaster Dumbledore? Mrs. Molly shrieked, only then realizing that the ice-cold lump was her husband. Arthur, what happened to you? What happened? Bill. Anna's heart also leaped into her throat. She rushed to Bill's side, wanting to see what was wrong, but Professor Quirrell deftly dodged her, dragging Bill around Anna, seemingly not wanting her to touch Bill. Let him lie down first. Professor Quirrell looked intently at Anna's face. Anna suddenly realized, this was Riddle. He had come for her? Charlie, wrapped in clothes and carrying a young dragon, and Cedric, supported by old Diggory, came in one after another. He gently explained everything to everyone, his words firm, describing such dangerous events with a calm demeanor as if they were ordinary. Our group split into two teams to patrol. As expected, we found some young dragons whose nests had been shaken out by the earthquake. So we started transporting them back to their mothers. At first, it went smoothly, but then the snow got heavier and heavier. We accidentally angered a mother dragon, but it was difficult to dodge in the snow, and we were ambushed by the enraged mother dragon and her clan. Is it serious? Don't worry, Headmaster Dumbledore arrived very promptly. Bill should have lost too much blood, but now the wound isn't bleeding anymore. He'll be fine after a blood-replenishing potion. Cedric recalled that because they were attacked and the snow was too heavy, they lost their medical kit and got lost. Just as they were about to be discovered by the winged dragons, Dumbledore arrived, bringing Professor Quirrell. Although they didn't know they would be together and appear here, they were indeed saved. Thank you. Thank you so much, Headmaster Dumbledore. Thanks to you. In Mrs. Molly's eyes, Dumbledore's image became even more grand, almost their family's savior. Anna now had too many things on her mind. Was Bill okay? How did Dumbledore get here? Where was Grindelwald? Why would Riddle come? A series of questions made Anna absent-minded while bandaging Bill. She accidentally wrapped his head like a mummy. Chapter 158. Christmas Holiday Extra 6. Bill, who was unconscious, quickly woke up due to difficulty breathing. Unfortunately, his arm was injured, making it difficult even to tug at Anna's skirt. But he couldn't help but let out a muffled chuckle, so this was the treatment he got when he was injured. Bill's arm had been scratched during a struggle with frenzied dragons, and while dodging, his head had accidentally hit a rock wall, causing him to pass out. However, Dumbledore quickly sent over a steaming blood-replenishing potion, and his bleeding stopped immediately. Of course, it was also thanks to Anna's bandaging, but Anna's careful tending to Bill was unbearable in the eyes of certain people. So Professor Quirrell tremblingly and cautiously asked, perhaps, let an adult do it, this bloody business, but his actions were very swift. He snatched the bandage from Anna's hand and carried her out. Anna was instantly conquered by the smell of garlic on him, nearly fainting without resistance. Fortunately, Dumbledore had been comforting Mrs. Molly at the door. As soon as they stepped out, Dumbledore intercepted them halfway. Leave her to me, Professor Quirrell. You should go rest. Thank you for your help just now. No. I'm not tired. Professor Quirrell could only watch helplessly as the person his master wanted was taken away. He trembled even more violently, wondering how his master would punish him later. Finally, only Anna and Dumbledore were left in the room. She eagerly questioned him. Is Cedric all right? How did you get here? And with Professor Quirrell? Where's Daddy? Those are good questions. We need to answer them one by one. Slowly, Dumbledore held Anna, patiently answering each of her questions. But the most important thing was to ease his longing and Anna's unease. Dumbledore gently patted Anna's back, giving her a full sense of security, and whispered in a soft voice that only she could hear, Cedric is fine. His father has already taken him home. He might need St. Mungo's certification to believe that Cedric is okay, but it's understandable. Old Diggory has been exceptionally cautious about Cedric's affairs ever since Cedric's mother passed away. That's true. Anna felt down when she thought of the tragic events that would happen in the future. She had to change that outcome. As for why I came, it's because I miss our dear Anna. What father doesn't want to spend Christmas Eve with his precious daughter? Dumbledore said, kissing Anna's ear, her head resting on his shoulder, still being soothed like a little baby. Then Professor Quirrell? And Daddy, how did they swap places? Dumbledore's hand, which was patting Anna's back, paused. He adjusted his glasses, seemingly organizing his words. Professor Quirrell also seems to miss Anna very much and wanted to see the dragons. As for your daddy, I don't know either. Dumbledore said with a hint of sourness, it doesn't matter where he goes, as long as Anna stays by my side. Yes, Daddy only needs Anna. It was as if he was brainwashing himself. It seemed Grindelwald had suddenly disappeared. He must have gone somewhere when Grandma Longbottom forcibly took Neville home from Hogwarts. It appeared Dumbledore's feelings for Grindelwald were not without love, but now his gaze also held some resentment. This was very rare, as Dumbledore had always been a benevolent wizard with boundless love. It was hard to see such a complex expression on him. He'll be back, Anna said firmly. She wasn't boasting. Even if he didn't come back for her, his daughter, he would come back for Dumbledore, his lover. As for what exactly happened between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, she still couldn't fathom it. But she couldn't resist reminding Dumbledore that Professor Quirrell looked strange. You need to be careful. Of course, we all need to be careful. Dumbledore, whether to put her at ease or because he truly saw through Riddle's tricks, took note of everything Anna said. Anna finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bill and Cedric were recovering quickly. Cedric, in particular, was scolded by the healers as if nothing had happened when old Diggory sent him to the medical wing. Don't occupy public resources for no reason. They are very busy. He then scurried home. Cedric wanted to return to Romania to continue watching Anna and the others, but old Diggory refused. They didn't need to risk their lives doing charity anymore. Besides, they had already seen the dragons. Staying home was the safest. So this year's Christmas Eve was spent with Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell, some of the Weasley family, the Longbottom grandparents and grandson, and Anna. With Dumbledore's help, the entire holiday cottage became even more festive, and the space was expanded by more than double. The ceiling was suddenly 10 meters high, and a living Christmas tree appeared in the middle of the hall, piled with gifts underneath. Anna didn't even need to look, just by the wrapping paper, she knew they were all for her. They were stacked so high, they almost reached half the height of the Christmas tree. She even worried if Ginny would be sad that she had so many more gifts than her. She should have reminded Dumbledore not to send so many. Suddenly, Christmas bells rang in Anna's ears. She looked up to see a palm-sized Santa Claus in a reindeer sleigh flying over her head, waving at her vividly and wishing her a Merry Christmas. At the same time, white snowflakes fell from the ceiling, landing on Anna's face and disappearing, yet it wasn't cold at all. This was too magical. Dumbledore had prepared many things for this long-awaited Christmas Eve, opening the eyes of Anna and everyone else. Perhaps only Professor Quirrell was somewhat flustered by the joyous atmosphere. He could clearly feel his master on his back raging. He hated such an atmosphere. He detested holidays and festivals. He especially hated their joyful, harmonious appearance, which reminded him of those Christmas Eves spent alone, locked in his orphanage room, and that night at Hogwarts, alone in a corner, forced to sing by Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell couldn't sit still in the corner. His scalp began to burn with heat, extending all the way to his back. He opened the door and walked out, needing to calm down, or perhaps to let his master calm down. Has anyone guessed why Grindelwald disappeared? Why Grindelwald and Dumbledore had a disagreement will be revealed in a while. Chapter 159, Christmas Holiday Extra 7. Anna also noticed Professor Quirrell's discomfort, and she was overjoyed. She felt much more at ease without the Dark Lord constantly watching her. He didn't even return for dinner, and the kind Mr. Weasley wanted to go look for him, but Dumbledore fabricated a benevolent lie, saying that he wanted to be alone for a while. This was actually true, because Riddle had to rely on unicorn blood to survive until he found the Philosopher's Stone, but the chances of finding a unicorn here were slim, so he needed to find a solution involving the dragons. Thus, while everyone was enjoying themselves in the holiday cottage, a horrific slaughter was occurring in the valley of the distant nature reserve. Riddle, driven by resentment and obsession, massacred many dragons, which led to the deployment of the reserve's patrol team. Charlie, who was dining, also received an urgent owl message, but this time he didn't plan to ask his family for help, as he felt their injuries had just barely healed, and it was such a joyous holiday, he didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. So Charlie made an excuse and left, excusing himself early, which made Dumbledore sense a problem. So, after sitting for a while, he found an excuse and followed him. By the time Anna learned the news, it was already midnight. This time, she was woken up by Ginny. Ginny pulled her and ran out, so frantically that she didn't even put on her bunny slippers, nor did she have time to put on the Christmas outfit Dumbledore had prepared for her. Although she wasn't interested in those fluffy-eared Christmas outfits, if wearing it could make the downcast Dumbledore a little happy, she was willing to wear it. Anna thought it was already morning and Ginny was eager to pull her to open presents, but the reality was Bill appearing at the door with a serious expression. He quickly picked up Anna and Ginny onto his motorcycle. Anna was in front of him, Ginny was behind, holding his waist, and the sleepy Neville was also there, sitting behind Ginny. And his motorcycle had transformed into something like Hagrid's, with a sidecar, in which Grandma Longbottom was sitting. "No time to explain, I'm taking you back to Britain right now," Bill said as he piloted the motorcycle into the air. "But what about the others? What about Dumbledore? What about Charlie? What about Mrs. Molly?" Anna's eyes were tearing up from the wind, and Bill could only wrap her into his arms with one hand. "Don't talk. Be careful, your stomach might hurt." Bill said no more, only thinking about how to safely take Anna and the others back. After an unknown period of flying, they stopped twice. Anna and Ginny swapped places, and Neville also sat in Grandma Longbottom's lap. The atmosphere was very heavy the entire way. Anna only dared to secretly communicate with Ginny when they went to the restroom. "What exactly happened?" "I don't know either. I was just woken up by an owl and saw a letter from Mum telling me to wake you up and go with Bill." Ginny had been wanting to cry, but she saw Anna, who was even younger than her, being strong and not crying, so she held back. "Is it because of bad people? Or because of dragons?" Anna worried it was because of Grindelwald. She didn't want to see her two dads turn against each other. Who would she go with then? I don't know. Ginny took Anna's small hand, as if comforting Anna and herself. Don't worry, we'll definitely get home safely. They'll definitely be fine. Anna, of course, thought the same. Finally, after their continuous journey, they arrived at Longbottom Manor. Bill temporarily entrusted her and Ginny to Grandma Longbottom. She readily agreed, and also glared at her constantly whimpering grandson, who wasn't as good as the two little girls. At this moment, Bill's beard had grown out, with some stubble, which didn't give him a decadent look at all, but rather a wilder charisma. He looked very haggard, having traveled for 2 consecutive days, but he had no time to linger. He finally kissed his sister's cheek, hugged them, and instructed, "Be good and take care of Anna." Then he turned and left, hugging Anna even tighter. Anna quickly accepted the situation, believing in their abilities, that they would definitely be fine. She wanted to write letters asking for help. Her first thought was the reliable Snape, and she also knew where she could definitely find him. There was also another very capable person, Lupin. Although he might not receive the letter, Anna still wanted to try. Oh, and the Malfoy family, maybe they would help, for her sake. Anna felt like laughing. How could she have such influence? Anna felt like laughing. How could she have such influence? But adhering to the principle of not letting go of any hope, she also wrote letters. Next came the endless waiting. Longbottom Manor was huge and ancient, with traces of history everywhere. To be honest, it was a bit dilapidated. Anna could see that Grandma Longbottom tried her best to make it look cozy. The walls were covered with photos and portraits of Neville from childhood, as well as his naive drawings, and even clothes he wore as a child, specially framed. Anna was a little moved. Looking at everything, it was the old woman's love for her grandson. Although he might have lost his parents' care when he was 2 years old, he never lacked love. Anna, don't you think it's a bit scary here? Ginny carefully tugged Anna's sleeve. She might have found the atmosphere here too oppressive, plus some cobwebs giving it a decaying, old-fashioned feel. No, it's a bit like a haunted castle, the kind you can explore. Now that you mention it, it is. The little lion's blood in Ginny was ignited. If you made a little girl live here, she would definitely be scared, but thinking of it as an adventure mode, it became exciting. Do you think there might be a chamber of secrets here? Ginny immediately got into character. Probably, anyway Malfoy Manor has one, so such an ancient manor should have one too, right? Finally, in the evening, they had their Christmas feast, entirely made by Grandma Longbottom. It looked a bit horrifying. Purple roasted turkey, and green viscous juice, bread spread with egg paste, and crabs that were still moving. Anna felt like she understood why Neville was so afraid of his grandma and wanted to stay away from her. She also wanted to stay away. But Grandma Longbottom seemed to have noticed her hesitation, sitting at the head of the table, and said in a weathered voice, "Eat it all, and I will give you what you want." What? Anna couldn't believe her ears. It's a deal? Deal. Grandma Longbottom brought them another plate of peanut cookies, cookies with salt crystals. Could it be that her seal was about to be lifted? The Christmas holiday just ended so haphazardly. Chapter 160. Seal Lifted. That night, Anna didn't eat enough, but she drank so much water that she was full. Grandma Longbottom gave her a super unpalatable potion, but to break the legendary seal, she endured it, which led to the subsequent mad water drinking. Of course, potion alone wasn't enough. She was also placed in a coffin, similar to one a vampire might live in. Centered around this coffin were very intricate and ancient magic arrays that looked incredibly old. How could the Longbottom family still have vampire blood? Neville's pale complexion did resemble it a bit. Then, Anna fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she vaguely saw herself in a very enclosed room. She was floating in a bronze vessel filled with warm liquid, just like in her mother's womb. She floated up and down like a ball until she took on the appearance of an infant. A black-haired woman often came to observe her condition and continuously added some liquid to her container. It might have been potion, but it definitely contained fresh blood, and it was very likely the same as the blood flowing in her own body. Was it Grindelwald's fresh blood? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited when he came. She felt it very clearly, especially when the fresh liquid was injected. Her little heart beat rapidly. Anna vaguely sensed that this might be her birth, that she was born through dark arts. No wonder she never spoke. The woman never spoke to her, but she still grew up successfully. Then Anna felt the magic surging through her body, transforming from an ethereal, fruitless power to one she could effortlessly gather wherever she wished without conscious thought. At the same time, Countless ancient and complex knowledge of history of magic, alchemy and potions flashed through her mind. These were gifts Grindelwald had prepared for her, knowledge she had never seen or understood, his life's legacy. Anna had never felt such mental energy and wisdom. She even felt that she could use her floating magic to fly, just like Lord Voldemort. Anna suddenly opened her eyes. She was back in her familiar bed, her small bed at Hogwarts. Her familiar daddy sat by the bed. He seemed to have not closed his eyes for a long time. Seeing her wake up, he immediately brought her a glass of water. "You're awake." Little Anna Dumbledore's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. She had been unconscious for 3 days. He had already dealt with the incidents in the preserve and returned from the Ministry of Magic. Her continued unconsciousness had made Dumbledore look even more haggard. "Dumbledore." "Daddy." Anna threw herself into the embrace she had longed for day and night, feeling completely safe. Anna felt her head was so muddled and painful. It must have been from receiving too much knowledge at once. Her body and mind, in self-preservation, had kept her unconscious for so long. Even now that she was awake, there were still some lingering effects. "Don't rush, just think slowly. Think about what you want to say." Dumbledore's words worked like a charm. Anna finally asked what she most wanted to know. "What exactly happened?" "You want to know why I made you evacuate?" "Nothing major happened. It's just that the people in the preserve discovered that an unknown creature or person was slaughtering dragons in the preserve. The number was too large, and the methods were too cruel, so you shouldn't know about it. But I was worried that person might attack you, which is why I had you evacuate overnight." Dumbledore explained the matter lightly in a few words, but he omitted that the Weasley family had been suspected of being one of the culprits and were summoned to the Ministry of Magic. They only left without incident after receiving help from the Malfoy family and Snape. "Are Bill's injuries healed?" "Of course, they even sent you gifts." Dumbledore continued to pull gifts endlessly from his spatial pouch. Unfortunately, many of Anna's gifts in their small cabin were destroyed by the flames before she could take them out. However, Anna was never short on gifts, so she received dragonhide boots made for her by Bill. The little boots were very dashing, adorned with dragon teeth and tassels. They were practically impervious to weapons and fire. Anna loved them. She even wanted to put together a Beatles-style outfit to match, and she could already imagine Dumbledore's conflicted expression, finding it ugly. "Oh, Daddy, I know everything." Anna couldn't help but tell Dumbledore about her changes. After all, she felt she could completely rely on him in this world. He would never harm her and could provide her with the right direction. "Though what?" Dumbledore, though tired and sleepy, maintained his scarce patience with his beloved little girl. "How I came to be." "I mean I know everything and my magic has been restored." Anna seemed a little excited, while Dumbledore, on the other hand, looked worried. "Was it him? Did he find you?" Dumbledore's tone rose. They had clearly discussed not unsealing Anna's magic. After doing such an outrageous thing, he actually went back on his word. Anna could see the veins bulging on Dumbledore's neck. It was the first time she had seen him so angry, as he usually never showed his emotions. "Daddy, he didn't allow it?" "He is the Dark Lord, Anna." Dumbledore seemed to be trying his best to distance himself from him, but Anna's body, after all, contained half of Grindelwald's blood. They could not be separated. Anna was a little sad. This was what she least wanted to see. Ever since seeing her inner self in the mirror of Arized, she had hoped that their family of 3 could live happily together. But no matter how much Anna asked Dumbledore what exactly happened between them, it certainly wasn't just because Grandma Longbottom came to pick up Neville. Something must have happened between them. However, Anna knew that Grindelwald would absolutely not harm her, and he would definitely come back for her. And now, it was time for school to start again. On the first night of school, Snape took Anna away to check her holiday homework. To Snape's great surprise, she could answer all the questions he posed fluently, and even more deeply than what was written in the books. "Are you Granger?" Snape even became suspicious of Anna, thinking that Miss Know-it-all was here. "No, I'm just Anna Dumbledore." "People change, Professor." Anna's feigned seriousness made Snape's brow furrow so deeply it could kill a fly. "Don't think about fooling me, Miss Dumbledore." "No, I really know everything," and she knew a lot more. To demonstrate, Anna even used silent magic to float the cup on Snape's desk to him. "Look, my magic now, the seal has been lifted. I've learned so many things." "Well, congratulations then." Snape's tone did not sound happy at all, perhaps because he had lost the pleasure of educating Anna. Chapter 161. Surprise, Scare. After the start of the term, Anna never expected to see Bill on the professor's dais. He had changed out of his rather unconventional, devil-may-care wizarding world attire and donned a particularly gentlemanly wizard's robe. However, it still showed off his figure, and some details revealed his rebellious nature. For instance, his collar was adorned with a chain embedded with dragon teeth, connecting to his tie. He wore the dagger with Egyptian hieroglyphs at his waist, and of course, there was that single earring and the pair of dragon-hide boots identical to Anna's. He completely captured the attention of all the girls. Of course, most of the students recognized their popular senior, Bill Weasley, but this didn't include the first years. Even Hermione couldn't help but glance at him a few times. "Who is that handsome guy? Anna, do you know him?" "That handsome guy? You should open your eyes wide and ask the handsome guy in front of you who he is." Ron suddenly felt offended. Didn't they look alike? "Why should I ask you?" Hermione hadn't yet realized that her best friend's older brother was Bill. "That's Bill Weasley, Ron's older brother." Seeing his brother speechless with anger, Harry proactively helped Ron out of the predicament. Hermione was too embarrassed to speak, her gaze constantly flitting between Ron and Bill, which was actually more hurtful. Anna completely missed their heated discussion, her mind entirely focused on one thing. Oh no, she had accidentally changed the original plot again. So, at the first opportunity, Anna pulled Bill into an empty corner. Bill dotingly bent down, following Anna with small, quick steps, a look of happiness on his face. Isn't this the campus life he had always yearned for? "Slow down, I'm not in a hurry." Bill was afraid of stepping on her small feet. He glanced sideways and saw that she wasn't wearing the dragonhide boots he had made for her, which made him a little disappointed. But it didn't matter. He had made her another pair of red dice-patterned leather shoes, which she would surely like. "How did you end up at Hogwarts? Weren't you in Egypt?" "Why can't I be at Hogwarts?" Bill sounded dejected, but his expression showed no concern at all. He was still smiling, letting Anna do as she pleased. "But if you're here, what about Fleur?" Seeing Bill's nonchalant attitude, Anna grew anxious, worried that his wife would run off. She couldn't help but blurt out Fleur's name. As soon as she said it, Anna herself missed a beat, quickly covering her mouth with a mm. "Fleur? Who is that? Does it have anything to do with me?" Bill, however, keenly picked up on the name. At this point, Anna really wanted to slap herself twice. "No, I misspoke. I meant, what about Gringotts?" Although the two words were vastly different, Anna still made an effort. "As for Gringotts, that position is temporarily being held for me. You know, not everyone can become a curse breaker for Gringotts." Bill was very understanding and didn't press the matter, fearing Anna's embarrassment. "Oh, I see." Anna breathed a sigh of relief when Bill didn't pursue it further. "Aren't you happy to see your brother?" Bill opened his arms, waiting for Anna to give him a hug. "Of course I am." Anna was also very cooperative, pouncing into his arms like a koala. However, this time Bill quickly put Anna down, because he saw Professor Quirrell watching them from the corner with a strange expression. "Is something wrong, Professor Quirrell?" Bill instinctively shielded Anna. He didn't like the way that man looked at Anna. "No, of course not. I truly envy your deep sibling bond." Tilda Quirrell's tone was sarcastic, as if implying that their relationship was not as simple as that of siblings. But Anna retorted with complete frankness, "Of course, he watched me grow up since I was little. Our feelings are naturally good." "Oh, Tilda, how enviable." Quirrell walked away gloomily. Anna regretted it again. Could it be that Riddle was jealous? Was he angry because she and Bill were close? However, a flicker of unease crossed Bill's face, though he quickly reverted to his usual self, so fast that Anna didn't catch his unusual expression. "He's very strange, Anna. Stay away from him from now on." Bill pulled Anna closer, and cast several cleaning charms on her from head to toe, as if even a few words with Professor Quirrell could contaminate her with his scent. "You too," Anna sincerely thought of him. "Ha ha ha ha, all right." Bill wanted to say that he wouldn't let anything happen to himself, but why would he argue with Anna? As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Tilda. Thus, in the latter half of the school year, with Bill's addition, Fred and George felt they had even fewer opportunities to adventure with Anna. During the day, Anna would attend classes with Harry Potter and Hermione, and in the evenings, she was summoned by the old bat to learn occlumency. When they went to find her for fun in the middle of the night, she was either in the principal's office or Bill was guarding her side, doing handicrafts. Can you imagine? It was too bizarre. Their cool older brother, the coolest one, was guarding a sleeping Anna, making dresses for her beside her. And they were pretty dresses, not the kind Dumbledore bought. Even if they could dine together during the day, Hermione Granger would surely be by Anna's side, and assent, or would block her like a small mountain. Speaking of which, did that scent, or grow up eating trolls? How did he grow so fast? And that Malfoy would even come to chat with Anna from time to time, claiming he was her cousin, and therefore had the right to seek her out. It's just that Anna was always a bit perfunctory, but Anna forgot that she actually owed Draco a favor, because the letter of help Anna wrote was received by him. She hadn't specifically addressed Lucius Malfoy, so if Draco hadn't given the letter to Lucius, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and others might still be waiting for a hearing at the Ministry of Magic. So, Anna, who was in the library researching Nicholas Flamel with the Golden Trio, was blackmailed by Draco into attending a party he was hosting. What party? And in Slytherin? I think I'll pass. She didn't want to go to that gloomy dungeon. Whenever she went to such a place, she recalled the fear of being taught occlumency in Snape's office. Have you forgotten who helped your poor friends get out of the Ministry of Magic? Draco bristled. She hadn't even given him a Christmas present, and he was inviting her to his birthday party despite their past differences, and she still wouldn't come? Who are you calling poor friends? Their family history is much older than yours. Many great wizards have come from there. Wait, are you talking about the Christmas incident? Anna finally remembered. All right, I'll go. The moment Anna agreed, Draco's anger dissipated, but he still put on an act. It's a deal. Don't say I told you. If you dare to trick me, I'll tell my father to send them all back. He walked off with his tail in the air. Any darlings want to see not? I'll bring him out right away. Ha 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 ha, almost forgot about that guy. Chapter 162, Slytherin Common Room. Hermione and Ron were still fiercely discussing how to find this Nicholas Flamel and tell him that his Philosopher's Stone was in great danger, and that who was eyeing the gem. Hermione and Ron came up with countless ways to find him, but after discussing each one, they were all rejected, and they found themselves at a stalemate. However, Harry Potter was completely unable to focus on the previous topic of discussion, because Anna had been taken away by Draco Malfoy. Well, although Malfoy always claimed to be Anna's brother, Anna always seemed rather distant towards him. So, in Harry's opinion, Malfoy wasn't as close to Anna as he was. Now, Anna had been called away for 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Would that evil Slytherin do something to her? Harry gradually became restless, somewhat worried that she might be bullied by Malfoy. Right, Harry, don't you agree? Hermione suddenly brought Harry into the conversation, seeking his support. Oh yes, that's right. I agree. Harry, whose mind was completely elsewhere, immediately agreed. Harry, you actually agreed to her SPEW. Are you crazy? Ron's words immediately drew Hermione's poisonous gaze. I advise you to choose your words carefully, Ron Weasley. Huh? It turned out that Hermione and the others had accidentally steered the conversation towards house elves, and Hermione had declared that her club would surely gain everyone's support, and she had invited Harry to join. Harry, who had snapped back to reality, had no idea what question he had just answered, but everyone could see now that Harry had been distracted ever since Anna and Malfoy left. Sorry, I can't focus on anything else right now. I'm really worried about Anna. Will she be okay? Worried about Anna? Ron's expression became incredibly incredulous. She'll be fine. Even if a troll were to crush Hogwarts, she'd still be fine. Anna finally understood just how pampered Anna was. If anything were to happen, Dumbledore would surely organize the house elves to carry Anna out unharmed at the first opportunity. If there were no house elves, her brothers would play that role. Her parents would provide her with a new shelter. Perhaps it would be his room. Don't say that. Hermione felt that saying such things wasn't good, but she also couldn't come up with a counter-argument. Harry, too, didn't know how to respond and just continued to ask, should we go check on her? Just then, Anna returned on her own, looking rather unhappy, and she bid them a solemn farewell. Anna needed to consider whether to get a weapon for Draco's party, so with Anna's request for help, Dumbledore, in violation of rules, procured an unregistered wand for her, which was shorter than a normal-sized wand. Anna suspected it might be a goblin's wand. Soon it was the day before the party. Before this, Anna had also received an invitation from Draco. But only 10 minutes before the party started did she remember to check the Slytherin password, which led her to discover something that made her collapse. Birthday party? Why hadn't anyone told her in advance that this was a birthday party? She hadn't prepared a gift at all, but fortunately, she wasn't short on gifts, so she quickly grabbed a beautifully wrapped gift from her room and headed out. Hopefully, there wasn't anything strange inside, but Anna figured that since everyone's gifts would be placed together, he surely wouldn't know which one was from her. However, what made Anna even more distraught was that Draco, that guy, after accepting the gifts, happily found a separate place to put the gift she gave him, and ordered a house elf to put it on his bedside table, saying he would open it first later. Wasn't this asking for her life? At this moment Anna just wanted to leave. Consider yourself to have some conscience. Come in. Draco suppressed the wild, upward curve of his lips and pulled Anna inside. It was then that Anna realized the Slytherin common room had undergone a complete transformation. Chairs and sofas had been moved aside, leaving a huge dance floor in the center. Beautiful and exquisite drapes hung from the ceiling, accompanied by soft lighting, making it appear both luxurious and elegant. In the very center of the dance floor on a platform, there was a small live symphony orchestra playing. They were dressed neatly, and they were all house elves. At the same time, around the dance hall were buffet tables and scattered small dining tables and chairs. Currently, the room was filled with Slytherin students and a few Ravenclaws. Many house elves were bustling through the crowd, serving food and drinks. Anna stood there, thinking to herself, good thing Hermione isn't here, or she'd probably explode again. She, for one, thought these house elves looked quite happy working. Anna had originally intended to quickly slip away, heading towards a corner dining table, wanting to grab a bite to eat, and then leave unnoticed in the chaos. Who would have thought that Draco seemed to have latched onto her? What do you want to eat? We have everything here. My father even brought all of our family's house elves. They can make anything you want. Draco proudly strode quickly to Anna's front left, as if to lead the way for her. Huh? Do you have Buddha jumps over the wall? Anna had never eaten or even seen it before. What Buddha? Jumps over what wall? What are you thinking about again? Draco didn't understand what crude things were in a little girl's head. Never mind, Anna silently changed direction, moving away from Draco. After walking a few steps, Draco noticed Anna had changed direction and turned back. Those are all desserts over there. You should start with appetizers or the main course. Huh? Anna looked at the haunting guy who was completely oblivious and was a bit speechless. Don't you need to entertain guests? I'm fine on my own. Aren't I entertaining guests? Oh no, you're right, you're not a guest, you're my sister. Draco spoke with increasing, subtle excitement, and began to display his luxurious formal wear with even more flourish. Trying to embody the demeanor of a Malfoy family brother, he said, watch closely. Let me show you what Malfoy family social etiquette is like. He walked into the center of the hall, chest puffed out, and began to socialize. Anna finally had a chance to vanish for a moment, ducking her head and slipping under a table. She disappeared so quickly that Draco thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, that Anna hadn't come to his birthday party at all, and that everything just now was his own imagination. He immediately abandoned the senior student in front of him, going from house elf to house elf, asking questions. Meanwhile, the hidden Anna believed her actions were flawless, but who would have thought that certain people already had their eyes on her? For example, Blaise Zabini. It seems Nott's appearance failed, but it's okay, he's definitely appearing in the next chapter. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 163, Dance. As Anna quietly hid under the buffet table, she only wanted to wait until everyone went dancing and no one noticed her, then sneak out. But things didn't go as planned. Someone actually discovered her, and even started joking with her. She huddled under the table, her large skirt spread out, feeling very secure, shielded by the long tablecloth. Suddenly, a banana flew precisely through the gap between the table legs and landed on her skirt. At first, Anna thought someone had accidentally dropped it and was happy she had another banana to eat. But soon, other fruits, apples, dragon fruit, peaches, flew in one after another. When a durian flew in and almost hit her head, Anna was thoroughly enraged. Was he feeding a monkey? Hoisting her skirt, she crawled out. She wanted to see who was playing such a trick on her. As soon as she lifted a corner of the tablecloth, Anna saw Blaise Zabini, dressed like a flamboyant peacock. Compared to Draco's black tuxedo, his bright, colored suit was more eye-catching, but it unexpectedly complemented his skin tone. It gave him a wild, untamed look. His dark eyes playfully looked down at her, making him seem so tall and mighty. Though merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy, he exuded a certain allure from head to toe. His captivating peach blossom eyes, which seemed to pull silk with their gaze, made Anna a little uncomfortable. Zabini immediately pulled Anna out from under the table. His tall frame completely obscured her slender body, causing Draco to completely miss her direction. "What? Even if you can't find a dance partner, there's no need to hide here. Why don't you beg me, Tilda, and I'll help you." Zabini had long been curious about the little girl Dumbledore held in his palm. He remembered her being very interesting, but she disappeared and he regretted it. Now that she had reappeared, she actually quite fit his aesthetic. He just didn't know if she was still as interesting as she was when she was little. "Who said I don't have a dance partner?" The slighted Anna shoved Zabini's chest forcefully. Good heavens, she didn't expect such a young boy to have such a firm chest, even pectorals? Zabini was in trouble. He never expected this little person, 2 heads shorter than him, to have such strength. Just moments ago, he was full of vigor, but now he was pushed so hard he was breathless. Not wanting to cough loudly, he could only suppress it, his face turning red. You're truly a little troll, but that's not what a gentleman would say." So Zabini could only whisper a compliment. "Good strength. What great strength." "It's just that your strength is too small." Suddenly, a very cool voice, yet so pleasant it made Anna's ears tingle, came from behind them. How could there be such a captivating male voice? "Isn't this young Master Not? How come the young master, who usually dislikes stooping to our level, is also attending Draco's birthday party?" While Anna turned to look, Zabini could rub his chest, relieved that there was nothing serious. Anna turned around, and saw the boy with a clean aura. Was his name Theodore Not? Anna remembered, he had helped her out last time. She immediately felt a good impression of him. He wasn't wearing a formal robe, just a simple white shirt and black trousers, yet he already possessed an extraordinary temperament, standing beside Malfoy and Zabini without being overshadowed. "This is the Slytherin common room, and coincidentally, I am also a Slytherin." Not's underlying meaning was that he was merely in the common room, and had no intention of attending any birthday party. To be able to read in this environment, that's just like you. Although Not's words were not wrong, Zabini still couldn't help but complain. "No, I'm drawing. And it's a great scene." Not turned his notebook, and indeed it contained sketches of people. "Well, you keep drawing. We're leaving." Zabini always thought Not was a weirdo, and that kind of weirdness was contagious. So he wanted to take Anna away from there. He gentlemanly extended his hand, palm up, waiting for her to take it. But Anna thought of a good idea. She turned and walked over to Not, linking her arm with his. "Oh no, he's my dance partner." "Right, brother Not." "Tilda." "Theodore." Not was momentarily stiff all over. Brother Theodore." Anna was speechless with herself for even getting the familiar address wrong. Who calls someone by their last name? She quickly corrected herself, pouting sweetly. "All right." Not didn't know why he agreed, but ultimately he couldn't refuse her. "Then, I truly apologize for disturbing you too." Zabini felt his popularity decline for the first time, realizing he was even less popular than the inconspicuous Not. What did Not have besides a good family and good grades? Zabini left, thoroughly unconvinced, but he didn't go far. He hid in the crowd, determined to see how Not would publicly dance with her. As soon as Anna saw Zabini leave, she released Not's arm and thanked him very sincerely. "Thank you, Not." "Brother Theodore." Not, as if serious, corrected Anna's address and began to pack his drawing supplies, then retied his tie and put his jacket back on. That series of actions, surprisingly, showed the composure of a mature man. Wait, what did he mean by getting dressed again? Was he really going to dance with her? No, I didn't really mean to. Put your arms around my neck." Before Anna could explain, Not had already moved, taking her right hand, wrapping his arm around her waist, and leading her into a very formal ballroom dance pose. "Mind the rhythm." "Huh?" Anna was completely bewildered. She moved like a puppet, unconsciously following Not's steps. His dancing was precise and graceful, every movement perfect, including his gaze. The way he looked at her conveyed the impression of looking at his partner. Anna, however, was like a pretty little airhead, stepping on his feet several times. But he didn't even frown, completely undisturbed in his rhythm, and gracefully led Anna through the entire dance, making Zabini look at him with new eyes. Zabini had always thought Not was a bookworm, but he turned out to be quite surprising. However, coming from the Nut family, his education shouldn't be poor. He had underestimated him before. Meanwhile, their hut dance, Anna was sweating profusely, infuriated Draco. She actually danced with Nut, and not with him? Chapter 164. Make a Fool of Oneself. Anna and Nut danced gracefully, unknowingly moving from the edge of the dance floor to its center. They looked so harmonious together, though it might also be due to Anna's reputation that everyone consciously made way for them, allowing them to become the absolute stars of the crowd. The true host of the party, however, stood to the side, gritting his teeth, wishing he could glare 2 holes through them. Finally, after one song ended, he rushed over and interrupted the music. "Stop! Stop the music!" Everyone present looked over in surprise, wondering why Draco was so angry and why he had stopped the music. Draco, of course, couldn't reveal his jealousy, so he forcefully ordered a house elf to bring out the cake. "It's time to make a wish." Normally, children of their age would have long skipped the cake eating and wish-making part. To show their maturity, children from pure-blood families would never participate in such childish wish-making rituals. But Draco, to stop them from dancing further, specifically interrupted the ball and suddenly added this segment. It caught all the house elves off guard. They thought the cake was merely for decoration, something the young ladies and lords wouldn't even taste. So they hadn't prepared a cake meant for cutting. As a result, Draco received a 10-tier cake. Anna looked at the precarious cake being pushed over, truly wondering how these house elves managed it. How could they cut such a tall cake? Draco's expression wasn't good either. The cake was at risk of collapsing no matter where it was cut. If the cake fell, it would certainly not be a good omen and would make him lose face. The culprit behind this situation was that fellow. Draco looked at Anna, discovering that she and Nut were trying to sneak away again. He was too, so he stood on the stage and loudly called out to Anna, "Wait a moment, I want to give this glorious opportunity to my sister." That's right, he had thought of a good way to punish Anna by letting her bear this embarrassment. Anna had thought she could slip away, but he precisely called out her name. Anna believed it must have been Nut constantly following her, making them too obvious and exposing her, completely unaware that Draco's gaze had never left her. So Anna once again stood there, the center of attention, with Draco eagerly handing her a dinner knife, a normal one, probably not even a proper cake knife. "Please go ahead," Tilda. Draco's expression was full of anticipation for a good show. "But you haven't made a wish, blown out candles, or sung happy birthday yet." Anna wasn't foolish. She knew he wanted to see her make a fool of herself, but she couldn't let him get his way so easily. "No need. I have no wishes." Draco hadn't expected Anna to have such a move. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Nut appeared before them again. "Children shouldn't play with knives." Nut took the knife from Anna's hand, slowly turned his head, and asked Draco, "Wouldn't you agree, Anna's brother?" He deliberately put Draco in a difficult position. As Anna's brother, how could he say no? "Yes, but..." Draco was unwilling to give up, but Nut continued to speak. "Will you do it, or shall I do it for you?" Seeing Nut say this, Draco turned his head, hoping to see him make a fool of himself, so he agreed. "Then you'd better cut it well. Everyone is waiting to eat." Draco's expression became self-assured once more. Who told him to steal his spotlight? Of course, Nut seemed completely oblivious to the already tilting cake tower, calmly pulling out his wand. Anna was even sweating for him, thinking she shouldn't have come. She really didn't want to see Nut embarrass himself in front of everyone because of her. "Excellent, I'll wait." "Come here, Anna. Give him space, let him show off his skills." Draco even pulled Anna to the side, afraid that Anna's dress might get hit by the falling cake. He still liked how she looked today, very cute. "I can watch from here." Anna didn't want to leave, always feeling that Nut would be better if she was there. Who would have thought Nut was truly strong? He casually waved his wand, and the 10-tier cake automatically disassembled, arranging itself in the air by size. There seemed to be countless tiny threads in the air, precisely cutting the cake into small, equally sized pieces. Under Nut's arrangement, they even uniformly flew onto everyone's plates. Merlin, that inconspicuous new student in the corner, was actually so powerful? Many people were shocked by Nut's ability and began to discuss it animatedly. But Draco, who hadn't witnessed the outcome he expected, didn't laugh heartily. Instead, it felt like a large stone was lodged in his chest, and his face was ashen. He came up with a new way to cause trouble. "Wait, I've changed my mind. I want to make a wish now. Turn the cake back." Draco didn't believe he had the power to put the cut cake back together. Unfortunately, Draco was to be disappointed again. Not indeed changed it back, using only a reparo spell. Draco felt like he had lost both the battle and the war, neither embarrassing Not nor allowing him to steal the show. Anna's gaze towards Not was already full of admiration. She certainly knew these spells, from the initial gift package Grindelwald had given her. She understood them well, but had never tried them. He also hadn't expected Not to be so godly. As an ordinary first year, he could skillfully master them. He was already an absolute powerhouse. Why did he have so little presence in the original story? Was it that he originally didn't want to get involved in the center of public opinion, but now his strength was exposed because of her request? So powerful, Anna sincerely exclaimed. Not nodded at her, indicating that he heard and approved of what she said. Draco, caught between the two of them, felt completely like a clown. Filled with shame and anger, he grabbed Anna's hand and walked out. But wherever he was now, that was the focus of everyone's attention, so Anna suggested, "How about we go to your room to talk?" Draco heard her, and his anger instantly subsided by more than half. "You want to go to my room? To do what?" he pouted, trying to maintain his last shred of stubbornness. Sing happy birthday to you, just for you to hear?" Anna wanted to prevent Not from being implicated, so she prepared to sacrifice herself. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Draco's arrogance was gone, and his words were a little sticky. "Oh, you want to sing to me alone? Well, all right. Seeing as you're my sister." He lightly led Anna to his dormitory. Chapter 165. Revenge. Anna had already braced herself, ready to sing happy birthday, in a shy, squeaky voice in front of Draco, feeling utterly embarrassed. She could even sing it in Chinese. But fate seemed determined not to let Draco have his way. Professor Snape's appearance interrupted the lively party. Everyone scattered like birds, fleeing back to their dormitories without him needing to say a word. Of course, as Draco was rushing Anna away, Professor Snape stopped him. "She should be in bed." Professor Snape had been sound asleep in the middle of the night when Dumbledore suddenly called him, so he was still in his black nightgown, radiating the ill temper of someone abruptly woken up. Only one thought occupied his mind, that old bat whose own child was missing, but came to him instead. What could he do? This rule-breaking party was happening in the house under his jurisdiction, and he of course knew this would happen. After all, Lucius Malfoy had already made arrangements with him, sending him many rare medicinal ingredients. He had turned a blind eye, but who would have thought they would play so late and kidnap Dumbledore's little darling? That changes everything. So Professor Snape swiftly brought Anna back to Dumbledore. "I will give you an explanation tomorrow," and then he left. Dumbledore didn't take it to heart at all. He just wanted Anna back safe and sound. Other matters didn't concern him. It was just a child's birthday, wasn't it? No big deal at most, a few points would be deducted. Anna was also overjoyed to have escaped a predicament. However, her relief only lasted one night, because the very next morning she received a howler from Draco. "Why would you send me a pink dress? I am a man. I don't wear dresses." Anna was bewildered. How could she have known that box would contain a dress? It certainly didn't feel like a dress when she weighed it. Later, when Anna received the returned dress, she realized the sheer number of gems and crystals sewn onto it, which naturally made it heavy. Alas, nothing she said now would help. It would only make Draco angrier. However, there were many others who made Draco even angrier, such as Bill, and Fred and George. He actually dared to send our lovely no little sister, a howler? Unforgivable. We were afraid to speak loudly for fear of startling her. Fred and George rolled up their sleeves, preparing to prank Draco thoroughly. Their mischievous grins made Ron quietly move away from them, afraid of being implicated. Bill also looked eager. His current position was a teaching assistant for the Care of Magical Creatures elective. The original professor's legs had long been limping from dealing with magical creatures, and he was now on the verge of retirement. Anna remembered that Hagrid took his place in the third year, but now it seemed Bill might become the future professor of the Care of Magical Creatures elective. "That's right, who could casually bully our lovely little Anna?" Bill said, tapping the table with his long index finger, seemingly lost in thought. "Forget it, it's true that I didn't send him a gift he liked, so let's just move on." They were all fined 50 points and assigned to detention for throwing the party. Anna was too embarrassed to say she had forgotten his birthday gift. "Tisk tisk, our lovely and kind no little sister Tilda. An angel." Fred and George affectionately hugged Anna's head, rubbing it. They were truly heartbroken by Anna's good behavior. "Don't worry, your brothers will get revenge for you." "Huh? No need. Have you forgotten the last time you sought revenge on Professor Snape? That really caused her quite a bit of trouble." "Ha. We learned our lesson." Fred and George exchanged a look. Last time it was Professor Snape, that cunning old bat. It wasn't hard for him to find them out. But if it was Malfoy, that good for nothing, he would never guess who it was. "Don't worry. Your brothers will handle everything." "That's right. I'll help too." While Fred and George were showing off their muscles, Bill pulled Anna back. He didn't come back to Hogwarts to see Anna being bullied. Seeing that her persuasion couldn't change their minds, Anna could only secretly pray for Draco's good luck. However, she did receive a Christmas gift from Draco, which had originally been left behind at the vacation cottage. It must be said that his gift was truly thoughtful. It was a handmade photo frame, its edges adorned with precious gems. Just looking at the aesthetic, it could be said to be a hallmark of the Malfoy family. It even had the Malfoy family crest affixed to it. The photo showed her and Draco at a dinner party, looking very young but smiling happily. When was this photo taken? Why did Anna have no recollection of it at all? But the photo was perfectly preserved, and on the back of the frame, there was Draco's elegant and flowing handwriting. "Happy holidays to my sister Anna Dumbledore, respectfully from her most beloved brother, Draco Malfoy." Anna could even imagine Draco's perfectionist home, perhaps demonstrating the layout of these gems on the frame again and again, then scrambling them, and rearranging them, carefully holding tweezers under the light, meticulously gluing each one on. In comparison, she seemed not to have given him a Christmas gift, had even completely forgotten his birthday, and the gift she gave was just something she grabbed casually. Anna felt she had indeed been a bit excessive. So, she decided to send Draco another gift to make up for her mistake. But what would be good to send? Draco's favorite thing is right, he likes dragons. Anna remembered her countless dragon teeth. Perhaps she could use them as a gift, but if she just gave him the teeth directly, he would surely disdain her gift as lacking sincerity. So she found a house elf and asked it to weave a bracelet using string and dragon teeth. It was a very cool looking one, and she pretended she had woven it herself, then gave it to Draco. Only Merlin probably knew how much joy Draco felt when he opened the gift, completely without expectation, and saw the dragon tooth bracelet. He immediately put it on his wrist, and began to show off to those around him the bracelet his sister had personally woven for him. He also returned the favor by giving Anna a bracelet with his own baby teeth, feeling that their relationship had reached new heights. Unfortunately, he didn't know how much trouble he had caused Anna. Everyone, guess what kind of trouble it is? A friendly reminder. Tomorrow is a day off, we'll continue the day after tomorrow. Love you all. Chapter 166. Trouble and Crisis. Draco's boasting was like that of a proud peacock, constantly running his hand, adorned with the dragon tooth bracelet, through his hair hundreds of times a day, as if afraid others wouldn't notice his bracelet. Of course, his lackeys behind him would always express their awe. "Oh wow, Draco, is that a dragon tooth bracelet? How did you get it?" Even though they had repeated this countless times and heard the answer countless times. It's a gift my Mimi brought me from Romania for Christmas. She even wove it herself," Draco explained tirelessly, over and over again. Because of his exaggeration, basically all of Slytherin knew this story, and it quickly reached the ears of Fred and George, as well as Dumbledore and others. Dumbledore immediately called Anna away from the potion class she was observing. Anna was a bit regretful. She was about to see Snape's dark face. Seamus had just blown up his cauldron. It was so exciting. She saw with her own eyes that he had simply added 2 potion ingredients, stirred them with his wand, and the cauldron exploded. As soon as Dumbledore appeared, he instantly cleared all the mess for Snape, and very appropriately took Anna and Seamus away. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You continue your class, Severus." Snape could only stare as they left. Seamus thought Dumbledore would send him to the medical wing, but he was mistaken. Dumbledore directly asked him, "It seems, Seamus, you know where the medical wing is, don't you? Then hurry along." Dumbledore saw that Seamus's face was merely blackened by the explosion, and he didn't seem injured, so he let him go by himself. Instead, he eagerly pulled Anna back to his office, brewed her a pot of tea, and slowly guided Anna, revealing his anticipation. Dumbledore inexplicably rolled up his sleeve, revealing his fair, plump arm. As if afraid Anna wouldn't see it, he constantly raised his wrist in front of her, pouring her tea, cup after cup, until she was almost sick from drinking so much. What's wrong, Dad? Anna really couldn't drink anymore. Cough cough. Nothing, I just feel a bit of a chill on my wrist. Is something missing? Dumbledore winked playfully, feeling the answer was on the tip of his tongue. Huh? Then put your sleeve down till Anna hadn't thought of a bracelet yet. Anna, don't you think something is missing from my wrist? Dumbledore looked a bit wronged. Why did precious Anna give Malfoy a handmade bracelet, but he didn't receive one? It must be that precious Anna forgot. He needed to remind her again. Finally, with Dumbledore's persistent efforts, Anna finally understood Dumbledore's meaning. You mean your bracelet? Ha! It's not finished yet. Anna wasn't prepared at all, but seeing Dumbledore's almost tearful expression, how could she refuse her old father? His eyes were genuinely red, no exaggeration, though it might have been an act. But Anna couldn't pretend not to see it. She promised to give it to him tomorrow, and only then did Dumbledore regain his cheerful demeanor, personally escorting her back to continue her efforts in weaving the bracelet. Before leaving, he even said, with a hint of grievance, I hope Dad will be the first next time, okay? Anna nodded rapidly, just wanting to fly to the kitchen to find a house elf to help her weave it. But not long after, Anna found herself suddenly suspended in midair. Her calves moved a few steps in the air but didn't budge. It turned out that Fred and George had lifted her up. No May Tilda. Long time no see. Tilda. Fred and George directly lifted her up onto a 5-foot-high wall, effectively blocking Anna. I just saw you in the dining hall, Anna said, looking at the two guys with wolf-like smiles, an ominous feeling washing over her. That was a long time ago. Exactly, too long, so long that we haven't received any heartfelt wishes from No May. Fred and George squeezed Anna tightly between them, each pressing their heads against hers, making her unable to move. Of course that's what they thought. Anna moved slightly, and the two squeezed nothing but air, their heads colliding with a thud. Hey! The heartfelt wishes you're talking about wouldn't be what she was thinking, would it? That's right, Malfoy got one. Or did he steal it? Fred and George rubbed their bumped heads, still not forgetting to seek their own benefits. Sure enough, Anna's forehead twitched. Why were they all so interested in this? I gave you Christmas gifts, he didn't get any? Fred and George pulled open their collars, revealing the necklaces Anna had chosen for them, looking aggrieved and defiant. This isn't a bracelet, then pointed at each other, and it's the same as that guy's. Their synchronized complaint made Anna sigh. Now you're starting to distinguish between yourselves. All right then, Anna could only agree, and she received some beautiful strings from Fred and George's private collection. They said, use whatever you want, don't be shy as long as it's prettier than Malfoy's. Anna sighed and found herself back at her room door. She needed to go to the kitchen. As soon as they left, Anna immediately turned and ran, afraid of being stopped again. But what's meant to be will always come. Anna, it's so good you're not asleep yet. Harry, seeing Anna still awake, was as happy as a puppy seeing its owner, his tail wagging like a propeller. He chased after her, panting and red-faced. He couldn't bring himself to say it for a long time. We just wanted to know. Know if you gave Malfoy a bracelet. It turned out Hermione and Ron, also panting, were following behind. Hermione, seeing Harry Potter's hesitation, couldn't wait and blurted out the question for Harry. Ron, who was following behind, had already sat on the ground. Heaven knew how fast they had run. Anna was also puzzled how they all knew she had given Draco a bracelet. How do you know? Don't rush, tell me slowly. I don't have a curfew. Anna's words made Ron roll his eyes again. Look, is this something a person would say? Only they have one. Why would you give a bracelet to a guy like Malfoy? He's so annoying. Hermione recalled him calling her Miss Big Teeth, and all his contemptuous actions towards others. She really couldn't feel any goodwill towards him. That's a long story, but don't worry, you'll have one too. Anna decided to go for it. What's one or two or three more, right? Anyway, she had house elves, and she had so many strings. The Golden Trio then gave up their relentless questioning. Initially, Ron had been very indifferent to the bracelet, but now he looked very expectant. Really? Is there one for me too? Of course. We're good friends. Hermione answered Ron's question for Anna again. And so Anna's tasks increased. However, the most urgent matter was to go to the kitchen and find that house elf. This time, she refused their kind offer to escort her back to her dormitory. She made an excuse that she needed to see Dumbledore. And someone else was waiting there. Chapter 167. Solve the Trouble. Bill also received Draco's showing off, but unlike others, Bill smiled and confiscated Draco's bracelet. "This is contraband, kid. Before the Ministry of Magic comes looking for it, let me hold on to it for you for now." "Damn it, Anna gave that to me." Draco hadn't expected a professor to be so shameless as to steal a student's item, and then brazenly claim to be keeping it safe for him. "The law doesn't care who gave it to you." "What a pity." Malfoy Bill twirled the bracelet on his hand, and even deliberately put it on his own wrist, making Draco yell for the school board to resolve it. "I'll tell my father." "You just wait to be fired." Draco quickly ran off to write a letter. "We'll see about that." After seeing Draco disappear from sight, Bill's lips curved into a smile. Was this the tooth he had given Anna? She actually gave it to Malfoy, and even personally wove it into a bracelet? What was even more infuriating was that Bill had to admit it was woven really well, even better than his own craftsmanship. The jealousy made Bill unable to think, and he rushed to Anna's dormitory, but she wasn't there. She had gone to the kitchen. So he chased after her again. This time, as soon as Bill appeared, Anna knew what he wanted. She was already answering before he asked. "I know. I'll give it to you tomorrow. You'll get your share." Anna's words instantly filled Bill's sour heart with a shot of sweetness. Sure enough, Anna was still thinking of him, right? But Bill still wanted to tease Anna, so he lifted his arm and in a show-off manner told her, "What? A bracelet? I already have one, but I do need a necklace." "Really?" He actually snatched Draco's? Was he a bandit? Wouldn't Draco bother her again then? But he also wanted a necklace. He really wasn't being polite with her at all. Really? Absolutely really? Bill's mood brightened once more. He was going to get a necklace personally made by Anna. But at this point Anna could only grit her teeth and agree. Bill patted her shoulder, indicating he was looking forward to it. Poor Anna finally arrived at the kitchen, an hour after curfew, but a single question left her dumbfounded. The house elf who helped her weave last night was an auxiliary from the Malfoy family and had already returned to Malfoy Manor. And now she couldn't find a second house elf who could help her weave, because they all apparently couldn't. It was said that the house elf often helped Narcissa Malfoy weave carpets, which was why his craftsmanship was so exquisite. The weaving skills for carpets among other house elves had long been lost. Only those of the ancient great families had been passed down. Now Anna was bewildered, desperately searching her mind for any enlightenment Grindelwald might have left her. Unfortunately, he gave her the ability to use weaving magic, but he didn't leave her any weaving magic spells. How could he have thought she wouldn't need it? The methods for murder and poisoning were each more exquisite than the last, but she couldn't use them. At this moment, she remembered Mrs. Molly and learned weaving magic from her overnight, but she still had to stay up late. This was truly the longest day Anna had ever experienced. So on the third day, Bill and the others received Anna's gift. Why not the second day? Because Anna was so tired, she slept for a whole day, and when Dumbledore went to her to ask for the gift, he didn't have the heart to wake up the deeply sleeping Anna. Therefore, by the time Bill received his gift, it was already the third day. He was very pleased that Anna had indeed woven a necklace for him. He eagerly put it on, though the weaving technique was a bit like the texture of his mother's knitted sweaters. Fred and George also noticed this, but they didn't pay it much mind because they were constantly arguing about whose was better looking, and whose bracelet Anna had made more exquisitely and thoughtfully. Soon after, Harry also joined their argument, while Hermione, full of interest, expressed a desire to learn from Anna how to weave such beautiful bracelets, as she also wanted to weave them for house elves. Hearing this, Ron frantically waved his hands behind Hermione as if to say, "Help! I still want to eat more food made by house elves." Anna had thought the matter was over, but things were still escalating. Professor Snape seemed to have been giving Anna the cold shoulder for a long time because of this matter. But when Anna offered it to him ingratiatingly, he haughtily refused. "I'm not like that centaur. I don't need an ankle cuff." Because Kessie knew few people, he was slow to discover this bracelet commotion. Besides him, all of Anna's friends had bracelets. Even Professor McGonagall had one. So, the moment he realized, he suddenly stood up in Professor Snape's class. "Anna, where's my bracelet? Why don't I have one?" As he stood up, he knocked over the table behind him, spilling cauldrons and potions all over the floor. Although Anna quickly gave the bracelet she had kept for herself to Kessie, Professor Snape seemed to resent her even more. Even that horse had one and he didn't get one? So when Anna actually presented it to him, he refused to take it again, truly being incredibly awkward. But Anna, unable to understand the reason, had no choice but to give the bracelet she had originally prepared for him to Professor Quirrell. He had been asking her about his everyday, hadn't he? She guessed he wanted it for his master. Anna had put him off several times, saying she either forgot it or lost it. This time, she simply gave it to him. Professor Quirrell looked like he was about to cry with gratitude. Perhaps he wouldn't have to face Riddle's punishment anymore. But this also completely ignited the conflict between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. By the time Anna belatedly realized, they had already openly dueled. Anna never expected Professor Snape to be so angry as to duel Professor Quirrell, and the subsequent events completely marked the end of the semester. By the time Anna arrived, they seemed to have already openly fought a round, and now they were secretly competing again. I'm back, continuing the rhythm of 4,000 characters daily. Chapter 168. Unexpected. Their secret duel unexpectedly revealed the truth behind Quirrell, and Harry and Ron were also present. Their second duel took place at one of the checkpoints Dumbledore had prepared for the Golden Trio, which was the giant Quidditch set, but the Quidditch set was missing pieces, so the trio who originally went for the big challenge were just conscripted. Their first duel was in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor Quirrell was sent flying, and even though he still had one arm in a sling, he now stood there as if nothing had happened, chest out and head held high, awaiting the start of the match. When Anna arrived, most of the pieces on the chessboard were already lost, and the side Professor Snape was leading was actually slightly inferior to Professor Quirrell's. However, it was also normal, as Quirrell had Riddle on his back. Even though he was in that ghostly state now, his abilities were still there. Snape's forehead was slightly sweating, but he remained calm and composed. He couldn't let his students get hurt, so every move he made was very cautious. He didn't even notice Anna arriving at the scene. Quirrell, on the other hand, didn't care about the students' safety at all. He directly sucked Anna to his side with a spell. Come over here, don't get hurt. Why aren't you in bed? It was clearly Quirrell's face, but Anna felt immense pressure, as if the youthful Riddle was lecturing her. Anna was a bit speechless. Why wasn't he even pretending anymore? Was tonight really the day the first part concluded? Professor Dumbledore doesn't allow you to duel privately, does he? At this moment, Anna saw how pale the three little potatoes below were, and she wanted to stop this duel. Of course it's not a duel, it's just a spar. Quirrell pushed Anna back, making sure she stood in a safe position. Get out of here, Anna. Harry Potter had already sensed Professor Quirrell's strangeness and abnormality. Run! He's not Professor Quirrell. Even though he himself was holding his breath, scared to the point of a blank mind, he was still concerned about Anna. I'm fine. Anna wanted to, but she couldn't let them be played to death by Riddle, could she? So she used her brute strength to break free from Riddle's restraint. Quirrell no longer concealed his true appearance. His face was twisted, veins bulging on his arms, and his hand, like an eagle's claw, reached for Anna, giving her no chance to escape. Anna drew her small magic wand. Countless spells flashed through her mind, but darn it, they were all one-hit-kill types, giving her no buffer spells. So Quirrell seized the gap and knocked Anna out with a stunning spell. Anna softly collapsed into Quirrell's arms, and a satisfied glint flashed in Riddle's red eyes. But he had not expected that Snape would be enraged by his normal actions. This is safer for her. You say. Before Quirrell could finish, his mouth was cut by a spell, and the smell of blood instantly filled his mouth. Riddle on Quirrell's body became even more excited. You shouldn't have laid a hand on her. At this moment, Snape had completely lost interest in playing chess. This was a signal. He unbuttoned his robe, preparing to wrap Anna in it later. And Harry Potter couldn't help but move his feet, then was sharply stopped by the furious Snape. Don't move. No one move. In his roar, there seemed to be resentment toward Harry Potter. If it weren't for those three troublemakers, Anna wouldn't have followed and gotten into danger. Hermione also promptly explained, if you move, you forfeit, and we lose. Everyone will be in danger. Dumbledore probably didn't expect that the challenge game he designed for the trio would involve Anna. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have designed it so boldly. So, good luck to you all. Professor Quirrell picked up Anna and rushed to the next checkpoint. Sure enough, these checkpoints were a piece of cake for adult wizards, except for Cerberus. Snape quickly chased after him, leaving the remaining three little ones to wait. that they certainly wouldn't obey Snape's command to wait there obediently and finish the chess game. Ron proactively offered to let his friends trust him, showing astonishing courage and trust. Because of Snape's start, their chess game surprisingly won, and the three successfully caught up with Snape in them. By that time, Snape had already fought Quirrell for dozens of rounds, pinning Professor Quirrell to the ground and punching him hard in the face. Lord Voldemort had already given up on the Philosopher's Stone, and taking advantage of a smoke screen released by Quirrell, he flew out of Hogwarts. But without Riddle's backing, Quirrell immediately withered, so Snape easily pinned him down. When Harry and the others came in, they just happened to see Snape very manfully beating Professor Quirrell. Was this the first time Harry stood from Snape's perspective and thought he was so cool? Is it my imagination? Why does the old bat look so cool? Why didn't I notice it before? Ron said dazedly, completely forgetting his previous prejudice against Snape. You're not alone, I think so too. Harry's gaze kept scanning back and forth, looking for Anna. Only Hermione remembered to retort, "It's Professor Snape. I told you Professor Snape deserves our respect. Come and wake her up." "Never mind, no need, you look at your good professor." Snape originally wanted to wake Anna, but seeing her sleeping soundly, he finally chose to knock Quirrell out and picked up Anna to go find Dumbledore. "Anna, is she all right?" Harry finally saw Anna safe and sound, and couldn't help but raise his voice a little, which earned him a glare from Snape. "She'd be better if you didn't make a sound." He hurriedly carried Anna away. That night, the plot abruptly ended, yet passed in a somewhat different way. Anna, waking up in the medical wing, wouldn't know that she had actually been sent to St. Mungo's, checked over, and then sent back. Dumbledore had been by her side the whole time, and of course, many others wanted to stay with Anna, but Dumbledore turned them all away. "Is it vacation?" "Yes, the term is over. You can finally get some good rest." Dumbledore tenderly stroked Anna's little face, which felt a bit thinner, thinking he must make sure she eats well this holiday. Anna suddenly remembered Lord Voldemort. I mean Professor Quirrell. He was sent to the Ministry of Magic. He is indeed a Death Eater and still loyal to you-know-who. You probably won't see him again. Dumbledore sounded a bit sad as he said this, realizing that Anna was still hiding some things from him. Even though Dumbledore had long suspected that Anna knew Lord Voldemort was attached to Professor Quirrell, he didn't want to expose her. Perhaps she was scared, but it didn't matter, he would protect her, and there would be no next time. Chapter 169. Holidays are coming. "What about the Philosopher's Stone? Is it safe?" Anna finally asked at the end of the matter. She hadn't even noticed the Philosopher's Stone's existence all this time. Could it really have been taken by Riddle? "The Philosopher's Stone?" Dumbledore gasped, seemingly recalling something unpleasant. He squeezed Anna's small hand, looking a bit dejected. "Hogwarts hasn't had the Philosopher's Stone for a long time." "Then where did the Philosopher's Stone go?" Anna was shocked. How could it be so different from the book? "It was stolen all because of my carelessness." Dumbledore appeared even more indignant. It was a good thing he was holding Anna's hand, otherwise he might have hurt himself. "Who stole it, Daddy? Do you know?" "That person, you know him too." Anna saw Dumbledore's distressed expression, and an answer popped into her mind. "It couldn't be Daddy, could it?" Dumbledore didn't answer, but his expression betrayed him. "So Grindelwald really stole the Philosopher's Stone, didn't he?" Ding! All the questions in Anna's mind clicked into place. This completely explained why Dumbledore was so furious when Grindelwald was mentioned again, that feeling of betrayal that was inexpressible. It also explained why Grindelwald disappeared again. If Grindelwald obtained the Philosopher's Stone, then he could achieve immortality or perhaps reshape a younger body for himself. Anna felt like she had guessed the truth and felt a pang of sympathy for the old man in front of her. She wasn't sure if Grindelwald would continue to fight Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore was the key factor in defeating him and imprisoning him in the first place. Now, if he regained new life and power, would he come for revenge? And Dumbledore, who chose to trust him again only to be let down, was truly too pitiful. Anna couldn't help but hug Dumbledore tightly, wanting to prove with her actions that even if her man didn't want her, she would always be his precious baby. "Anna loves Daddy. Anna will never leave Daddy." Dumbledore. Anna's heartfelt words once again brought tears to Dumbledore's eyes. To fulfill her promise, Anna spent almost the entire summer by Dumbledore's side, turning down invitations from Malfoy Manor, the Burrow, and even the Centaur tribe. Every day, she watched him busy preparing for the new semester or followed him to the Muggle world to deliver acceptance letters to Muggle-born children. Because Anna was with him, Those Muggle families were more convinced about the wizarding world, as they unconsciously believed such a beautiful little girl couldn't possibly be a liar. The task of helping Dumbledore progressed exceptionally smoothly, filling Dumbledore with great relief. He bestowed upon Anna the title of Best Assistant. However, occasionally Dumbledore needed to go to the Ministry of Magic and couldn't bring Anna, so she returned to Hogsmeade, where she practiced defensive magic daily under Aberforth's tutelage. Aberforth was very capable, but he doted on Anna too much. Although Anna's magic was now extremely stable and abundant, he always worried that overuse of magic would have side effects, so daily lessons only lasted half an hour, and he didn't allow the landlady or others to teach her. Even if he spent 3 hours helping her practice makeup, he wouldn't mention magic practice. At times like these, Anna would think of Snape. His teaching, though dry, was exactly what she needed now. Hard work pays off, and finally, one afternoon, Anna met her savior. After eating, Anna went as usual to her little playground to swing. Although many years had passed, this playground had not only not grown old, but was renovated and expanded every year with more age-appropriate play equipment. The swing had been replaced with a taller, long, rope swing suitable for her height, and many frames and walls for arm strength and rock climbing had been added, as well as various net wooden frames that Anna could climb to the top of in one go. However, ever since Anna returned, this playground was no longer open to other children. Anna expressed that it was fine, more people would make it livelier, but Aberforth refused, stating that the playground he had built with his own hands was solely for Anna. At the same time, Anna also realized that after multiple Chinese letter, Aberforth's perception of her identity had changed. Before the Chinese letter, he saw her as a substitute for his sister. Now, he was her biological uncle. Anna sat on the swing again, replaying all that had happened. Although Riddle had failed, and Harry and Ron had shown bravery, helping Gryffindor win the House Cup, Anna still felt something was off. As Anna was thinking, a leaf fell onto her forehead, sliding down to cover her eyes. Anna threw the leaf on the ground, stepped on it, and didn't give it much thought, but soon 4 or 5 more leaves flew in, all accurately landing on her face. Anna had to look around carefully. "Who's there? Come out quickly. This isn't fun." Anna realized someone was playing a trick on her. "Not fun? Some little girl is quite happy, Tilda, and forgot to write to her brother." Bill suddenly appeared at the top of the wooden frame, one long leg casually dangling down, as if that height was as easy for him as sitting on a step. "Bill, how did you get here?" Anna was overjoyed. She hadn't seen him in a whole holiday and missed him dearly. "If I didn't come, someone would forget me." Bill grinned as he stepped down. Good heavens, that was 2 meters high. "Careful." Anna stood up in shock. Bill conveniently landed right in front of her, catching her. He hugged Anna's head tightly and rubbed it. It's all right, you still remember to care for your brother." Then he planted a big kiss on Anna's forehead. What tilde Anna was happy. It seemed someone was here to teach her new knowledge. This time, Anna adjusted her mindset. She couldn't be PK'd again just because she didn't know what spell to use. Seriously, her magic was powerful now. Even using unforgivable curses would be easy. She just didn't want to use those spells. So she needed to learn some more advanced, but practical spells than common ones like the shield charm, such as Sectum Sempra. And Bill was truly a good teacher. Chapter 170. Flourish and Blots. Bill was truly a good teacher. His classes were never boring and made learning knowledge much easier, especially when explaining how to defend. He even took Anna into the Forbidden Forest for practical combat. With Bill accompanying her, Anna could easily take down those terrifying and disgusting trolls. However, Anna was also a bit curious how Bill found her. She had been hidden by Aberforth with magic, or more precisely, the entire amusement park had been hidden. Bill smiled without speaking, continuing to teach Anna hand in hand how she could play with a unicorn if she saw one. Anna had seen unicorns many times, but this was truly the first time someone had systematically explained unicorns to her. Rolf also knew a lot, but it was more like a kind of wild instinct. He really had many little tricks to get along with small animals. At that time, Anna had guessed that Bill might have cast a spell on himself, allowing him to find her anywhere. But during the subsequent holidays, under Bill's guidance, Anna made rapid progress. She could now take down a troll within 3 seconds. Now, she was no longer afraid of being at a disadvantage. Therefore, even with Aberforth and the Elder's layered defenses, Anna still easily escaped. Although being stuck in Hogsmeade meant endless candy, she still missed her friends so much. So Anna secretly slipped into Diagon Alley. It was a scene of peace and beauty. Before the start of term, this was the most bustling street, packed with people. Anna had only stood in front of the Honeyduke's sweet shop's display window for a moment when a staff member came out, pointed at her, and excitedly asked, Are you Anna? Aren't you supposed to be in Hogsmeade? I delivered candy to you yesterday." "No, you've got the wrong person." Anna was exasperated. How could those guys have so many informants? Anna quickly slipped into the crowd, not knowing where she could find a fireplace to use the Flu network. As she walked, there seemed to be a commotion in the distant crowd. Although Anna had lived 2 lives, she was still someone who loved a good show. She couldn't resist getting closer. Upon closer inspection, it turned out Flourish and Blots was holding a book signing. Looking carefully, yes, this was part of the plot, that incompetent Professor Lockhart had appeared. He was a blond man, exuding a strong, perfumed scent, with a slightly effeminate air, but it had to be said he was handsome indeed, like the beautiful men in plays. However, having seen natural handsome men like Bill, Anna only found him to look greasy. Anna didn't know if she was still welcome by the bookstore owner, so she hesitated whether to squeeze in and take a look. She turned her head and saw her exquisite childhood photo still hanging in the display window. She immediately felt a sense of dread, but just as she was about to retreat and find a way to the burrow, she glimpsed Mrs. Molly, Ginny, and Hermione in the crowd, gazing at Lockhart with enchanted expressions, so engrossed it was almost unbearable to watch. Anna's mind instantly changed. No need to go to the burrow now. Her friends were all here. So Anna also squeezed in. Just as she was about to tap Ginny's shoulder, she was lifted off her feet again. Fred and George, one on each side, dragged Anna out of the crowd. With fiery enthusiasm, they pressed close to Anna's waist and whispered in her ear because the women's screams were too loud. "Little sister, how could you forget us brothers at the Shrieking Shack? Where are the letters? The gifts? The greetings?" The two grumbled indignantly, gently pinching the soft flesh at Anna's waist. It was soft and bouncy. Indeed, their Nanomeme was still the cutest. They couldn't let their innocent sister be corrupted by that greasy old man. So they directly pulled her outside. Anna had worked so hard to squeeze in. Anna struggled for a moment, breaking free from their grasp, but the two had already prepared a countermeasure, once again locking Anna tightly in their arms. "You too?" Anna looked at them in disbelief. They were using a magic trick to deal with her. They had actually specially researched a magic trick to counter her immense strength. Fred and George proudly tossed their hair. "We're great, aren't we? No choice, our cute no Meme is just a little too strong, isn't she?" We were well prepared," the two said, high-fiving each other, making Anna even more frustrated. She used wandless magic to levitate them in the air, but not high, only about 1.5 meters. Then, when they weren't paying attention, she would drop them. "Cool. So cool. No Meme, how did you learn that trick? Teach us, big sis." Though Anna was carried away by the two of them, it was no exaggeration. She was literally carried away. "Put me down quickly. Damn it." She still wanted to watch the excitement at Flourish and Blots. Malfoy versus Mr. Weasley, that was something money couldn't buy. Anna was now tied with a fuzzy, scarf-like rope, feeling like Sun Wukong bound by the immortal binding rope, about to be thrown into a pot. Seeing that the two had no intention of putting her down, Anna simply used the levitation charm on herself and floated back to Flourish and Blots. Although her posture was strange, it was practical. When she landed, she saw a familiar face and accurately crashed into the back of Draco Malfoy's head. Perfect, she made it. Draco, on the second floor of Flourish and Blots, was currently watching that St. Potter, who had people asking for his autograph even when just browsing a bookstore, and that famous author. He was almost suffocating with frustration. What a show off. He must be poor, which is why he deliberately sought free books. Draco gripped the stair railing with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist inside his sleeve. Then he suddenly felt a cold gust of wind. He looked back and saw Anna, tied up like a caterpillar, flying in through the window. What? Draco's eyes widened. He could have dodged, but if he did, would that idiot just fall straight down? So Draco willingly became Anna's flesh cushion. He was still a bit indignant. "Who bullied you? I'll tell my father to help you get revenge." Draco, pinned beneath her, didn't forget to care about Anna's problem. This was very important. "Huh? No one bullied me. Quickly, help me untie the rope. Don't move around. Also, is that how you ask for a favor? Draco steadied himself. Luckily Anna was as light as a feather, he didn't make any embarrassing poses. Brother, tilde Draco brother. Please, help me. Anna was always adaptable, and Draco was once again rendered helpless by her cunning. He had originally intended to make more demands. Chapter 171. Hero Saves Beauty. Brother tilde, Anna saw that Draco was actually stunned. Was her voice not sweet enough? Anna, unwilling to give up, pouted and continued to act spoiled, rubbing her neck against Draco's. Then Draco Malfoy's body quickly warmed up. He pushed Anna to the ground, quickly got up, and retreated 2 meters away. He was prim and proper with a hint of disdain. You're a girl, you can't. Like that. Then how should I be? How can you untie these ropes for me? Anna really wanted to blast the ropes with a spell, but she knew how much effort and pocket money Fred and George had spent developing a magic trick, so she couldn't bear to ruin the ropes. Anyway, don't be like that. No, don't be like that with outsiders. Draco didn't know what was wrong with him. His heart was beating abnormally fast. He'd never thought her voice was so pleasant before. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Anna didn't know why he was being so shy by himself. He wasn't gentlemanly at all, leaving her, a lady, lying on the ground in such a sorry state. Fortunately, Lucius arrived at that moment. With a single spell, he untied the ropes binding Anna, and with a gentlemanly hand, helped her up. Draco, how have I educated you? I will tell your mother that you must be a gentleman to girls. Lucius appeared, tall and stern, in stark contrast to young Malfoy. Anna once again marveled at Narcissa's good fortune. She turned to look at that fellow. Why was he still sulking? Draco was indeed a bit angry. He had just been about to help Anna up, but now, his chance to show off was gone. She wouldn't call him brother anymore, and he had been scolded by his father. Draco couldn't help but feel angry. So Draco turned and unleashed all his anger on Harry Potter, mocking him with biting sarcasm, just as in the original story. But Harry paid no mind to his sourness, because he had seen Anna. Anna, you're here too? Did you have a good holiday? Good? The moment Harry Potter saw Anna, his eyes lit up like Bambi. He somewhat regretted giving all his books to Mrs. Weasley in his excitement earlier. Maybe Anna would have wanted some, but it didn't matter. He could buy her more with his pocket money. He directly bypassed Draco, and reached for Anna's hand, wanting to tell her how much he had missed her over the holiday. He also wanted to apologize. His letters had been intercepted by Aunt Petunia and them, so if Anna had written to him, he hadn't received it, but he could listen to it again. How could Draco let Harry Potter have his way? He reached out and grabbed Harry's shoulder, pulling him forcefully. Hey, I'm talking to you, Savior. Are you already putting on such airs? Your prematurely deceased parents certainly didn't teach you to answer when someone speaks, did they? Draco's words completely hit Harry's sore spot. So Harry Potter turned around and grabbed Draco's expensive collar tightly. What did you say? Dare to say it again? Malfoy! Shut up! Before Draco could reply, girls had already rushed forward to defend Harry. Ginny and Hermione spoke up simultaneously to support Harry. Anna also stepped forward, wanting to pull the two of them apart. Really, the main event hasn't even started yet. What are you two small fries doing? But what Anna didn't expect was that precisely because the two of them started fighting, it led to the conflict between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. Anna was frantic. She had just used a spell to separate the two, but they mistakenly thought the other had used a dirty trick on them, which directly led to a brawl between the two. Anna was green with regret, but she couldn't directly shout that it was her doing, so she could only continue to dissuade them. But just as she tried to use her voice magic again, someone covered her eyes from behind, pulling her into their embrace and out of the vortex of the dispute. Watch out for friendly fire. Anna was directly led downstairs. When her vision returned, she was already in the crowd, while sounds of fighting came from the second floor. Anna caught a glimpse of a flash of gold that was Lucius's hair. No way? She had only closed her eyes for a moment, and she missed the exciting part? So who exactly brought her down? Anna stood in the crowd, looking around, and found that everyone else was just as confused as her, searching for the source of the sounds. Lockhart, with a brilliant smile in the crowd, realized he was about to lose everyone's attention. His mind raced, trying to find an excuse to attract everyone's attention. At this moment he saw Anna in the crowd, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this the girl whose portraits have sold the best this century? Even now, many expectant mothers hang her portrait by their beds, gazing at it day and night. Dumbledore's little darling, Anna Dumbledore? Lockhart's mental abacus whirred rapidly. He pulled Anna out of the crowd, revealing his brilliant smile and gleaming white teeth, and exposed Anna's shoulder. It's such an honor. I didn't expect Miss Dumbledore to be a fan of mine too. This is wonderful. I am honored to announce here that I will be collaborating with Miss Anna Dumbledore on a new portrait collection. We welcome everyone to purchase it then. The man's words gushed out like a machine gun. Anna had no idea what he was saying. It felt like a string of words went in her left ear and out her right. Her eyes were almost blinded by the flashlights, and her ears were filled with noisy screams. Why were those women screaming? Just because she had taken a picture with Lockhart. By the time she reacted, she was already holding a stack of books. Logically, it should have been heavy enough to bend her back, but Anna had plenty of strength. She was just curious why she was here and why Lockhart was taking pictures with her. Lockhart's move really did divert everyone's attention from the commotion on the second floor. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him, but just as Lockhart was feeling smug, thinking he was indeed brilliant and had resolved the crisis so quickly, a tall man wearing a black totem mask suddenly burst in, knocking over the works in Anna's arms. He laughed heartily and joked, "Leave these for kindling." He then picked up Anna and rushed out of the encirclement, leaving behind a towering figure that captivated the attention of most young women and wives. Lockhart, trying hard to rescue his works, looked awkward and disheveled, his hair a bit messy. He loudly yelled, "Come back here! I'll duel you!" trying to save face. Good thing he wouldn't come back. Then he showed some vulnerability. Perhaps being too excellent attracts the resentment of some men, I understand. He struck a pose of delicate sorrow, like Zizi clutching her heart, and once again garnered a wave of sympathy from the women. Lockhart finally saved face. Guess who it is. Are the first and second mysterious people who appeared the same person? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 172. Follow-up. Anna was pulled out by someone who hugged her waist from behind. She clearly felt that this embrace was very different from the previous one, but it also brought her a sense of security. This familiar embrace seemed to have held her since she was a child. So Anna was carried out, like a doll, by that you-know-who to and deserted corner. Anna curiously took off the mask with obvious Egyptian style herself, and sure enough, a familiar face was revealed. "Bill, you're here!" Anna was pleasantly surprised. Didn't Bill say he went to Egypt to earn extra money? She didn't expect to suddenly run into him in Diagon Alley. It was said that since Ginny was also starting school this year, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were still under a lot of pressure, so Bill voluntarily offered to find a part-time job to relieve their burden. "Yes, otherwise, how could I catch a disobedient child?" Bill pinched Anna's cheek. He had originally earned a little money, and after paying for his siblings' textbooks, he planned to buy Anna a gift. But as soon as he arrived at Flourish and Blotts, he saw the man who had tricked him into paying multiple textbook fees, now trying to deceive his Anna again. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Bill couldn't help but snatch Anna away. He had read those books himself. They were full of loopholes and mythical legends. He couldn't let Anna be deceived by such a flashy but impractical fellow. "I didn't tell a grown." Nup. Anna's guilty eyes drifted to the side, but Bill pressed her head back, forcing her to focus on his cool face. It was then that Anna noticed some injuries on his smooth face. Immediately, all her excuses were thrown to the wind. She only cared about his injuries. "You're hurt?" Bill was stunned for a moment and touched his face. He didn't expect Anna to care about him so much, and his heart suddenly softened by half. The other half insisted, "Don't change the subject, Tilda." But his body couldn't help but pick Anna up to make it easier for her to touch his face. He was truly useless, still wanting to act spoiled with his sister and seek her concern, but he relished it. After Anna helped Bill treat his wounds, she began to ask him if he was the one who brought her down from the second floor. Sure enough, it wasn't him. Then who could it be? But besides Bill, who else would have the physique of an adult male and such profound magic to whisk her away in front of everyone? Anna and Bill played around for a while, listening to Bill's anecdotes from Egypt, how he got his face scratched by a mummy's cat and turned into a black cat, and how he broke a curse, only to be taken with by a pharaoh's ghost. A pharaoh who liked men. Anna was so curious. She really wanted to go see it. She wondered if she could go along when the Weasley family won the grand prize and traveled to Egypt next year. When Anna and Bill returned to Flourish and Blotts, Mr. Weasley was continuously apologizing to the owner of Flourish and Blotts. It seemed everything had already happened. Their fight had been quite intense, with many books scattered on the floor. The new books were fine, but some second-hand ones indeed needed to be restored one by one with magic. Harry, Ron, and Hermione couldn't use magic, so they could only help clean up themselves. Everyone was worried about whether they would have to compensate the owner of Flourish and Blots, looking nervously at Mr. Weasley. Clearly, Malfoy and his group had left early. After Bill came in, Mr. Weasley seemed to have found his backbone. He knew that if Bill was there, he could help him use magic. As for where Mrs. Molly was, he had taken Ginny and chased Lockhart into the back room. However, Anna's appearance reversed the tense situation. When the owner of Flourish and Blots saw Anna, he smiled, as if he had seen the god of wealth, then turned and opened his arms to welcome Anna, seemingly very keen on Lockhart's proposal. Therefore, Anna negotiated by promising the owner of Flourish and Blots exclusive distribution rights, saving the Weasley family from having to pay compensation. It was great, even though she had no idea if that ghost photo album would ever appear. Mr. Weasley later held Anna's hand, so emotional he was almost crying. Merlin knew he was truly struggling to make ends meet for his children's tuition fees. Fortunately, there were Bill and Charlie, but as the head of the family, he didn't want to rely entirely on his son's help. Fred and George also came back at this time. They were initially angry that Anna had left them and run off, but as soon as they heard that Anna had saved their family, they immediately hoisted Anna onto their shoulders. As expected of our no May. It seems I can only repay you by offering myself. Don't even think about it. I'm enough. Just you? No May definitely wants her Fred. Fred and George argued, which was nothing more than their little scheme to express their feelings. Unfortunately, Anna couldn't detect it at all. Bill wouldn't let them continue to succeed, directly snatching Anna from their shoulders. Don't drop her, but he held her in his arms. Amidst the commotion, Harry also came over to Anna and gave her his newly bought Lockhart book. This is for you, Anna. You might like it, Hermione said. She said it's quite good. Thank you, Harry. Anna took little Harry's heartfelt gift with a wry smile. She actually didn't want to see anything related to Lockhart right now. Just thinking of that guy made her want to thoroughly wash her eyes and ears with disinfectant. What? You gave her? Why not me? Ron couldn't believe that his good friend had just been asking for his opinion on which book was interesting, and now he had given that book to a little kid who hadn't even started school yet. Could she even understand it? I already gave you a set, didn't I? Harry was a little surprised why Ron cared so much. As a result, Ron became even more aggrieved. Didn't you give it to my mom? She won't let me touch her precious book. Tugging at his collar, he was the one who needed it most. That's right, if it were me I wouldn't let you touch it either. Hermione even added insult to injury, siding with Mrs. Molly. You don't know how to protect books. Ron was so angry he couldn't speak, and Harry belatedly realized if he was being too biased towards no May, there was nothing he could do. Every time he saw her, he felt a sense of shared suffering and companionship, and he always felt like they had known each other for a long time, the effect of the soul fragment diamond suit childhood encounter, so he couldn't help but pay close attention to her. So, to apologize, Harry specially treated his good friends and their families to a big meal. The Weasley family also invited Anna to stay at the Burrow until school started, which was only a few days away. So Dumbledore granted Anna's wish to go to school on the Hogwarts Express special train. Chapter 173. Express Train. Although it was only a short 3 days, Anna also spent a happy time at the Burrow with Dumbledore, who had decided to stay and not disturb them at all, especially when Fred and George tried to take Anna to play Quidditch. He took Anna away and brought her pink flying carpet for her. No need, Anna might not like this sport very much. Don't worry, I will take care of her. Dumbledore seemed to become even more cautious about Anna's safety, so much so that he no longer slept in the same bed as her. Now, he was coaxing Anna to sleep with him again. Just like when she was little, which made some people quite regretful, such as Ginny, and also Bill, Fred, and George. They had long planned to secretly take Anna to play with a crazy girl in the middle of the night. But Dumbledore guarded Anna like a thief, and no matter what, Anna sensed his unease. The only person who could make Dumbledore so restless was Grindelwald. He was back, thinking back to the person who took her away from the second floor of Flourish and Blots that day. That person's embrace and physique did indeed resemble Grindelwald's, but he looked much younger than his actual age, very much like his appearance in his 30s or 40s. Anna wanted to ask Dumbledore, but she was afraid of adding to his troubles. Probably didn't want to tell her yet, meaning it wasn't the right time. Thus, under Dumbledore's strict supervision, Anna cooked with Ginny and Hermione, fished with Harry and his friends, played wizard's chess with Fred and George, and ate with Bill. That's right, Bill was always entrusted by Dumbledore with various Chinese letter tasks, so the only time she could see him was at the dinner table in the evening. Every day he was either helping Dumbledore fetch documents from the Ministry of Magic, returning to Hogwarts to feed Fawkes, or taking Aberforth, who came to Peak, back to Hogsmeade on his motorcycle. In the blink of an eye, it was time for school to start. Dumbledore finally returned to Hogwarts early to wait for them. Before leaving, he asked Anna with great reluctance, "Are you really not going back with Papa?" He then gave a playful wink. Anna hugged his big belly and rubbed against his chest. "I'll be there to find you soon. Just let me experience it." Anna's coquettish skills were even better, making Dumbledore instantly feel like an overly controlling father. He reflected on himself for a while before reluctantly leaving. Anna was able to ride the Hogwarts Express with Fred and George and their friends. On platform 9 and 3 quarters, Ginny sat on the luggage cart pushed by Fred, and Anna sat on the luggage cart pushed by George, with the two of them helping Mrs. Molly easily distinguished Fred and George. Bill had originally wanted to go with everyone, but as expected, Dumbledore wouldn't give him the chance and called him away again. So Anna, the Golden Trio, and Fred and George squeezed into one compartment. Percy came over and invited Anna to sit in his prefect compartment, but Fred and George refused. "Can we go too, my dear brother?" "Non, no may non, no little sister wants to play wizard's chess with us, and there's enough space there." Fred and George knew Percy wouldn't let them go, so they deliberately annoyed him. Sure enough, Percy was irritated, his nose turning red. "First, her name is Anna Dumbledore, not some no may no little sister. Second, Headmaster Dumbledore has said many times not to let you play with her, because you have repeatedly put her in danger." Percy actually lectured Fred and George very seriously with grand principles. Although Fred and George were still laughing, they were clearly embarrassed and a little flustered, glancing at Anna, because they knew Percy was right. They had always been too willful. Anna also felt that Percy was a bit excessive. Although he was essentially good to her, she had hung out with Fred and George for so many years and couldn't bear to see them wronged. Besides, she actually didn't dislike the nickname no may no little sister. It was like a cute little nickname between siblings. So Anna put an arm around each of them, circling their necks and stroking their heads, comforting them like she was petting dogs. "It's okay, Tilda, I still really like playing with Fred and George. They're very good to me. I'll visit the prefect compartment next time, thank you, Percy." Anna's words warmed Fred and George's hearts, and they instantly gained confidence. Even if Old Bat stood opposite them, they would still be at full throttle. They hooked their arms around Anna's waist, and the three of them stood in a row like conjoined twins. "Did you hear that? Non, no may non, no little sister wants to play with us. She likes to play with us." The Weasley twins' mischievous expressions made Percy drop a "you'd better not hurt her, see you at Hogwarts, Anna," and return to the prefect compartment. Draco and his cronies, who had gotten into the prefect compartment through connections, didn't wait for Percy to bring Anna. He quietly muttered useless, and prepared to personally invite Anna to sit in his compartment. His mother had even prepared refreshments for them. When Draco arrived at the door of Anna's compartment, he happened to hear Anna scream coming from inside. Draco, who had been hesitant and unsure how to enter, instantly burst through the door. "What have you done to her?" The result was a creature with a human body and a unicorn head that came at him, startling Draco greatly and almost making him scream. "Help! Why are there so many monsters? What in the world are they playing?" It turned out that to add some fun to the journey, Fred and George had invited Ron and Harry to try their newly developed magic trick, Animal Sweets. Whoever ate this candy would have their head randomly transform into an animal until the candy was finished. They used it to compete, with the side that transformed into a more powerful animal winning. So Hermione's head turned into a cat's, Ron's head became a hippopotamus, Harry became a unicorn, and Fred and George transformed into a lion and a deer, respectively. Anna also wanted to try, but Fred and George refused her suggestion, using the excuse that they didn't do business with unschooled wizards. They told her to be the judge and gave her a handful of chocolates. Anna knew that even when she was 80, they might not let her try. They were terrified that any mishap involving her in their care would make Dumbledore completely revoke their playing rights with her. "What in the world are you doing?" Draco couldn't help but ask again. Chapter 174. Three-legged Tripod. But the scene where Draco almost kissed the unicorn's horse mouth was simply too hilarious. Anna saw it clearly, and Draco's face was pale as if he had swallowed a fly. He didn't forget to look at her afterward, thinking she had been led astray by these strange people. Though disgusted, he still pushed away the deer head and cat head, pulling Anna out and rushing away as if escaping, slamming the door shut. Anna was easily pulled away mainly because she was laughing so hard she could barely stand up, and those animals with their big heads were really too crowded in this small compartment. The deer's antlers poked into Ron's hippopotamus nostrils. The unicorn's horn, due to the sudden incident just now, twisted, and its horn plunged into the sound-proofing cotton of the compartment. Hermione's cat head's fur constantly made her, a person with rhinitis, sneeze desperately, making her unable to see the people and objects in front of her. "Hermione, your sneeze got on my face. I'm so sorry. Achoo. Fred, quick, get your horn off. My nostrils aren't a sewer. I'm Fred. No, I'm Fred." The chaotic scene gave Draco the opportunity to take Anna away. Leaving that space, Anna finally had room to laugh more freely. She had been squashed against the window just now. Draco, who was holding her hand, was fine at first, but the more he walked, the more he recalled the embarrassment of almost kissing the ugly monster just now, and he vigorously shook off Anna's hand. "You are not allowed to play with those strange people anymore." "Strange? Not strange at all. Don't you think it's interesting? I bet you'll turn into a peacock." Ha ha ha. Anna's mind conjured an arrogant peacock, with only a few feathers on its head, its sharp beak haughtily turned to the side, deliberately not looking at her. Anna wanted to laugh again, and Draco finally turned to look at her. "Not interesting. A bunch of freaks. You'd better not play with them. Does Dumbledore allow them to teach you to go crazy?" Draco kept straightening Anna's shoulders, making her look him directly in the eye. "They are my friends, not freaks. For adventurous people, it's a brave attempt. Cowards wouldn't understand." Anna couldn't stand Draco speaking ill of her friends and retorted with full force. "Who are you calling a coward?" Draco's ears were quite sharp, and he heard Anna was talking about him. His hand unconsciously reached Anna's shoulder, pinching her cheeks and pulling them outwards. Anna's face was stretched wider, but it was very cute. Draco saw Anna's chubby cheeks, and almost PFF'd. He laughed out loud, trying hard to control himself and keeping a straight face. "Who are you calling a coward? Whoever answers is." Anna, not to be outdone, gave him a taste of his own medicine, twisting Draco's cheek and pulling it outwards, but unlike Draco, she wasn't just scaring him. She used half her strength. So Draco cried out, let go of her hand, and covered his own face. "Are you a troll? So much force." Anna saw Draco's face instantly swell red and felt a little guilty. She clearly controlled her strength, didn't she? I didn't use much force." Draco immediately stood on the moral high ground, righteously telling Anna to go to his compartment to treat him. Anna also didn't want to make a fuss and wanted to resolve it quickly, to make the redness and swelling on his face disappear, so she immediately followed Draco back to his compartment. Draco, his mood finally improved, pulled Anna's hand back to his compartment. Just as he was about to lie down on the chair with a clear conscience, waiting for Anna's service, he saw that besides his confidants, there were two more men in the compartment. Theodore Knott, reading a newspaper, and Blaise Zabini, playing with his hair. "You're back. OMS. Dumbledore is here too? It's an honor to meet you." Till the moment Zabini saw Anna, his eyes lit up like a wolf seeing meat. He stood up and performed a standard gentleman's bow towards Anna. But he was blocked by Draco's body. His mood instantly plummeted. "Why are you two here? Is there no other place?" Draco wished he could throw Goyle and Crabbe out, not wanting them to hinder him and Anna. Now there were two more annoying guys. "I'm not here for you." Knott slowly put down his newspaper and calmly looked in Anna's direction, even though Draco was between them. "Then what about you?" Draco warily looked at Zabini. Compared to Knott, this guy, who exuded charm everywhere, made him even more wary. "Don't even think about snatching Anna away from him. Her brother can only be him." "Me? Of course I have something to discuss with you." Zabini seemed to only notice Draco at this moment, turning his gaze to him and greeting him, which made Draco particularly speechless. "Then your eyes should be looking at me." Calm down, I don't like men, so of course my eyes will linger on beautiful ladies tilde. Although Zabini's words were a bit frivolous, coming from his mouth, paired with his sincere face, they didn't seem greasy. It was a truly magical demeanor, while Not sat steadily, waiting for Anna to speak to him, quietly observing her subtle emotions. If he noticed her slightly frowning, he would choose to leave, not wanting to put her in a difficult position. Fortunately, Anna seemed to be in a good mood and actively sat next to him. Do you need something, Not? Not, who was noticed first, felt his heart soar. Anna chose him first. How wonderful. Yes, this is for you. Not pulled out a notebook from his embrace. Inside were some magic spells he had collected, all very practical ones, such as invisibility spells, spells to quickly increase speed, spells to turn liquid into water, and so on. Each spell was handwritten and explained. How did he know she had been diligently studying such practical magic recently? Anna, overjoyed, hugged the notebook, almost hugging Not's head and giving him a kiss. However, if she really did that, Dumbledore would probably talk to her again, Uncle Aberforth would make her recite the stay away from men agreement, and Draco would definitely shriek and say she wasn't a lady, and just thinking about it gave her a headache, so she and Not shook hands very amicably. But this was still not enough. No. What kind of behavior is this, pulling and tugging? Draco no longer cared about being angry with Zabini, and directly stepped forward to separate Anna's and Not's hands. He grabbed Anna's hand, pulled out his own handkerchief, and vigorously wiped it over and over again, as if Not's hand was some super virus. Oh, by the way, Malfoy, your face. Not simply used one sentence to divert all of Draco's firepower. Now he was jumping on one foot, covering his face, stammering that he bumped into something by accident. It had a bit of a protesting too much vibe. He called Not and Zabini out, and the three of them discussed something outside for a long time, until the train arrived. Anna was pulled out of the train window by Hagrid and sent to Dumbledore, and they didn't meet again. Anna was still a little worried that Draco might not be able to beat those two guys, but she quickly found herself in a predicament, because... Chapter 175, Old Friend Returns. Anna was held in Hagrid's arms, looking down at the students, receiving their envious gazes, especially the Gryffindor students, who seemed very eager to try what it felt like to ride on a giant's back. Anna also enjoyed the feeling of the wind blowing at a high altitude. Most importantly, there was no chattering, arrogant voice of Draco in her ear, and she finally enjoyed the tranquility of Hogwarts at night. However, when she entered the Hogwarts Great Hall, she saw a middle-aged Grindelwald sitting on the professor's dais, smiling at her. Startled, she scrambled from Hagrid's arms onto his shoulder, and then climbed onto his neck. How was he here, and brazenly sitting on the professor's dais? Such unprecedented youth and openness. At the same time, Anna also saw the most serious Dumbledore she had ever seen, his face stern, lips pursed, staring straight ahead. Grindelwald and Dumbledore were separated by 3 chairs, but between them, a strange, suffocating atmosphere formed, so much so that Madame Pomfrey, who had already sat down, couldn't help but change her seat. In Anna's view, they were like a bickering couple, not interfering with each other, but both extremely concerned about their child and hoping the child would facilitate communication. But this was only Anna's feeling, and she didn't know their true thoughts. At least for now, Dumbledore couldn't pretend to smile at Grindelwald on the professor's dais. It was the first time he had ever been so flustered. Fortunately, at this moment, he saw Anna, his expression softened slightly, and he came down from the professor's dais to meet her. "You're here." Anna. Dumbledore took Anna from Hagrid's arms, turned his back to the dais, and whispered in Anna's ear, "Things are a bit complicated. I'll tell you later. But would you like to go to France?" Dumbledore felt that Grindelwald was here to snatch his child, so he wanted to send Anna away, but he hadn't made up his mind yet, because he truly couldn't bear to. Anna also wouldn't feel at ease with such a large time bomb as Grindelwald here. With her present, Grindelwald might be in a better mood and spare them, and Dumbledore would have someone to help him relay messages. Anna still hoped they could reconcile, though it seemed a bit difficult. Grindelwald really stole the Philosopher's Stone, reshaped his body, and brazenly chased after Hogwarts. What else did he want? "I want to stay and help you. I'm not leaving." "It has nothing to do with you." Dumbledore didn't want the bloodline he cared about most right now to be involved, but he knew he couldn't control Anna's thoughts. Even if he refused her, there would still be people rushing to help her fulfill her wish. So he could only watch as Anna proactively walked towards her other biological father, pretending it was their first meeting, introducing herself, and gaining his trust. Dumbledore was both relieved and disheartened. Perhaps he shouldn't have shown Grindelwald mercy back then. He should have ended his life directly. If he ever threatened Anna again, he would definitely end him without hesitation. Grindelwald had been gazing at Dumbledore with a slight smile. He had made a comeback, and in a short time, he had gained a new identity, becoming the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts as Gellert Green, replacing the incompetent Lockhart. The original Lockhart seemed to have angered someone and had been unlucky recently, suffering from a curse that rotted his hands and face. When did it start? It began right after his book signing event at Flourish and Blots that day. Therefore Lockhart, who could not be cured for a long time, could not bear to appear in public with his current appearance, so he declined the position of teaching at Hogwarts. But school was about to start, and just as the people in the Ministry of Magic were at a loss, unable to find a new defense against the dark arts professor, this mysterious and powerful Gellert Green appeared. And the instigator of all this was, of course, the person sitting on the long bench, looking at Anna with a kind and playful gaze. A confident smile was on his face, as if telling Anna, "I'm back." At the same time, he was very cooperative with Anna's game, introducing himself to Anna with great seriousness. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Dumbledore. I thought you would have a cuter surname." "Oh, Tilda, no offense, of course. Dumbledore is also very cute." Grindelwald's words made Dumbledore frown repeatedly. Anna also admired his ability to make such a flirtatious and provocative gesture in this situation. Didn't he know that Hogwarts was Dumbledore's domain now? Wasn't he afraid of being targeted by others? You really can't say. It seemed like everyone had no reaction, not even Hagrid, who was next to Dumbledore, made any reaction. Instead, he greeted this new defense against the dark arts professor very kindly. "What are you saying? I don't understand anything." Hagrid scratched his fluffy curls innocently. At this moment Anna realized that the language Grindelwald was speaking was only understood by them. Was it German? So, was this their family's encrypted language? Before the Triwizard Tournament, only they understood the meaning of these words? No wonder Grindelwald spoke so uninhibitedly, but Dumbledore seemed not to want to argue with him directly in front of everyone, subtly gesturing to Fred and George at the Gryffindor table in the distance. The two of them immediately ran over as if they had received a special pardon, bringing Anna back to their table, within their own territory. "Come on, no May. It's time to start, Tilda. Let's make a bet, guess if Ginny will cry? Or let's guess if she'll be sorted into Gryffindor." "Definitely. Of course. Certainly." Everyone expressed their affirmation in unison. Only Anna, who was being led away, kept looking back at Grindelwald on the professor's dais. Because even Anna felt the atmosphere solidify. Anna held her breath, always feeling a vague sense of unease. She secretly prayed that the two of them would reconcile soon. Who knew? Isn't it always that couples make up after a quarrel? He believed that as long as Grindelwald showed signs of giving up the argument with Dumbledore, they could reconcile. But who can guess the mind of a Dark Lord? And so, in an atmosphere where everyone had their own thoughts, the new school year began. Chapter 176. Dobby's appearance. During the sorting ceremony, Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor as she wished. She quickly sat next to Anna, separating Harry and Anna. Because Ginny had more opportunities to spend time with Anna and Harry over the years, she wasn't as shy as she was in the original story, but her feelings for Harry remained unchanged. Ginny could quietly thank Harry, and naturally discuss with everyone how charming the new defense against the dark arts professor was, a credit to Hermione. "Ah, Tilda, he's truly so charming. His eyes seem to be speaking to me. How could I have ever thought a man like Lockhart was perfect? He can't even compare to a single strand of Professor Grindelwald's hair." A bewildered statement came from an upperclassman nearby. When Hermione heard this, she couldn't stand it. She slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and argued with her, even though there was a whole table between them. Who said Professor Lockhart wasn't handsome and capable? How can this person compare to Lockhart's writing? At the height of her passion, she even tried to pull Anna and the others to help her refute. "You agree, right, Anna Ginny? You've also met Professor Lockhart." This Anna was troubled. How could she make her, Hermione, clearly understand that Lockhart was just a good for nothing? And now, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to see him. Ginny, however, nodded blankly, completely out of the loop. She was still thinking about the question Harry had just asked her. Fred and George also stood up, like war correspondents, holding their fists like microphones, interviewing her, Hermione and the upperclassmen. "Excuse me, on what grounds do you believe the other party's viewpoint is incorrect?" "So Ms. Granger, how do you view Professor Grindelwald?" Those two were clearly stirring up trouble, and they kept making more noise until Professor McGonagall made them sit back down. The matter was left unresolved, and many things appeared in Anna's mind, a chaotic mess that made her forget some important details. For instance, the Chamber of Secrets in the second year, accompanied by Riddle's diary, and how Harry and Ron were not present at the start of term ceremony in the original story. They should have missed the Hogwarts Express, then driven the flying car, crashing into the Whomping Willow, to arrive at Hogwarts. But none of this happened, leading to a dramatic turn of events in Anna's days ahead. After the feast, Anna only wanted to find Grindelwald to discuss what had happened, so she quickly made an excuse to leave. Although it wasn't a very pleasant excuse, only saying she had diarrhea would prevent Fred and George from insisting on following her. "Are you sure you're okay, Non? No may Non? No little sister?" Or Fred looked at her stomach with a worried expression. Anna awkwardly clenched her fists. "You can't possibly help me go, can you?" Fred awkwardly rubbed his nose and changed his approach. "How about I go to the infirmary and get you a potion?" With that, he retreated, and George followed his steps. "I'll go too, just in case he gets the wrong one." Anna was finally able to leave. Harry saw her but didn't feel right following. She caught a glimpse of Grindelwald out of the corner of her eye. Sure enough, he stood up. She knew he would come looking for her. He didn't see Dumbledore, who also followed Grindelwald's steps after seeing him stand up. Anna, on the other hand, jogged along, planning to find a place to wait for Grindelwald to find her, but she unexpectedly ran into Harry. How did he get here? Wasn't he just in the Great Hall with Hermione and the others, preparing for the evening's celebration feast? Why was he suddenly blocking her path? She had left before him. How could Harry be standing in front of her waiting? "Harry, how did you follow me?" Anna just wanted to find a place to be alone right now. I saw you leave." No, what's wrong?" Harry looked strange, his eyes a little evasive, as if he wanted to say something. "Me? Oh, I have a stomachache, didn't you know?" Anna cautiously took 2 steps back. She started to suspect that the person in front of her wasn't Harry. "Of course I know. I just suddenly remembered I needed to talk to you." "Did you resolve it?" But the person in front of her spoke flawlessly, making Anna unable to guess who he was. "Are you really Harry Potter? Do you want to see my scar?" Harry very actively lifted his fringe, and Anna saw it very clearly by the firelight. But if one drinks Polyjuice potion, one can also become exactly like Harry Potter. Anna deliberately said this, and walked closer to him, carefully observing if he showed any signs of guilt. But he didn't. If this person was truly disguised, then his acting and mental maturity were too impressive. Just as Anna was startled, *bang*, a tattered house elf appeared beside them. He excitedly introduced himself to them. Dobby finally sees the great Mr. Harry Potter and the beautiful Ms. Anna Dumbledore. "So happy to see you both. I am Dobby. This is truly wonderful." "Dobby, how did you get here? No, why are you only here now?" Some details of the plot suddenly flashed in Anna's mind. Oh no, another development that wasn't quite like the original story. Dobby must save Mr. Harry Potter and Ms. Anna Dumbledore. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby, just like in the original story, repeatedly hit his head with his fists and tried to bang his head against the nearby wall. "What are you doing, Dobby? How did you get here?" "Does my father, Mr. Malfoy, know?" Draco almost exposed his identity in a slip of the tongue, so he fell silent, no longer speaking, only listening to Dobby's frantic warnings that Hogwarts was in danger and he needed to save them. "We can handle it ourselves. You should go back quickly." "Thank you, Dobby." Anna hoped to see what would happen this school year, but with Grindelwald around, there would surely be no danger. Dobby was clearly determined to save the two of them, so Dobby snapped his fingers, and Anna and Harry, with astonished expressions, vanished from the corridor. Only Dobby remained, looking at the direction they disappeared with a look of relief and satisfaction, muttering, "Dobby will not let you come to harm." Meanwhile, Dumbledore caught up with Grindelwald, and the two finally had another meeting and conversation. "Guess what Dobby did with Anna and Draco?" "Ha ha ha ha."